Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, everybody, for another day of LPL action as we are officially fully into the month of August, which means by the end of this month, the 8th one on your calendar, we will have a Split 3 champion. We will have 4 teams ready to send to the biggest international known as Worlds. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, gotta remember Group Nirvana still exists, folks, and we actually have a pretty fun series on tap for this one as we get a look at the standings. Bloxer, alongside me, as always, my friend. What do you take when you look at both of our 2 groups so far?
Oh, I mean, it's been a really, really interesting time for a lot of these teams. It's not exactly what we were expecting, right? This isn't just a copy and paste of what we saw last time around. Some of the similar names up towards the top. BLG, just picking up that win versus Top Esports, has put them in everybody's minds as that top team, although obviously, as they're behind in a series, they are not sat at the top of Group Ascend. And over at Group Nirvana, I don't know what you mean talking about Worlds and then talking about Group Nirvana. EDG are going to Worlds, baby. Everybody knows this.
Right. Yep. Gotta shout out Rafa for what he admittedly started as a meme, but is now completely transformed into a perfect half start here for Edward Gaming. That is awesome. And that is the fun part about benchmarking for Group Nirvana. EDG complete their first 5 games of the first round robin, alongside LNG, who do, and now we get to see Thunder Talk and NiP complete their first round robin and start taking stock on where we feel they are at. But we'll get more into those discussions as we set up our matchup. Let's get through the formalities, as always, here, Bloxer, by introducing our first team of this group, Nirvana, matchup here, and that will be Thunder Talk in their new iteration here. Hoya in the top side. Aki, the guy we're going to be spotlighting tonight, because he is taking on the team that got rid of him after Group Ascend and NiP. Stay top in the mid lane, and then one Ascend and Feather, always all reliable with this TT squad.
Yeah, this has been a Thunder Talk that's been having an interesting time of it so far, right? They're sat at 2-2 in the standings. They are currently in the top 4, which is what you need to go and get that one last chance series to get yourself into the playoffs proper. But they've very much been as expected so far, right? They've been losing to the teams above them in the standings. They've been beating the teams below them in the standings. That being said, they've been close to picking up wins versus some of these better squads. You know, it hasn't been all doom and gloom for them. It was only the EDG series, really, that felt like they got completely dismantled, and that happened to everybody.
Yeah, but virtually everyone. Yeah, nobody's taking a game off them, so it's hard to benchmark off of that squad as well. But, it is important to look back. I'm glad you mentioned the, benchmark of them being, be able to beat opponents below them, lose opponents above them, because as Nirvana goes on, I do really feel like the 2 teams that might be closest matched are Thunder Talk and LGD, and that was a series that we're going to spotlight now, take a look back at, Bloxer, because it really kind of showed in my mind how close these 2 should match up in, even knowing they have one more go-around at the round robin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in Game 1, it was pretty close. It was pretty back and forth, and LGD end up winning that one. But Game 2 is practically won for Thunder Talk. They get themselves into a really good spot in this game. They've got 1xN ahead. They've got Sertab in a great spot as well. But they just aren't actually able to close this game out. You can see in these fights, they're messy, they're back and forth. It's never a clean win when Thunder Talk pick up wins, even in that 2-0 that they have versus LNG. It was still hard for them to be able to do it, but in this game, they've won it for themselves. They've got this in the bag, but you'll see in a couple seconds' time, they're going to go to a Baron, and they're just going to completely throw a fight for themselves, taking a fight that they just had no right to take, and this is the problem for them. Individually, they've got some good pieces to play around, and when they get ahead, they can usually pull it through, but not always.
Not always. I've said the word a billion times talking about most Group Nirvana teams. It's just consistency throughout a game, and it's you could click on the same decisions. If you can make the correct decisions in right spots here for Thunder Talk, yeah, I think you could be sitting here 3-1 instead of 2-2, a much better off team. But luckily for Group Nirvana standings, Bloxer, you don't have to do a lot to get into that play-in stage compared to Group Nirvana past, right? It's not the top 2 teams anymore. We bring 4 teams. So I don't think it's really a matter of panicking for TT by this point. It's just hopefully improving on sore points, which, like you mentioned in this LGD series, was closing out in that or towards that Baron pit.
Exactly. And this is just, as we expect, I think, at this point for Thunder Talk, even when they were having those high highs that we had for them in Split 1, where they were picking up best of 5 wins versus BLG, it took all 5 games, and even in the games they were winning, it was still looking close, right? This has never been one of these clean, easy execution teams where you can just, you know, put the game on, see that they've got a 5-minute lead and say, cool, they're going to win this one, we can move on. No.
Oh, no.
TT games, you got to watch every single second because there's always a chance that something's either going to go real right or horribly wrong.
Gotta wait for that Nexus to explode, yeah, with TT. And it's going to be a tough task to do that twice up against their opponent as we continue to benchmark how TT are kind of the middle wall separating Group Nirvana currently. But let's see if they bring the sledgehammer to Ninjas in Pajamas, who sit at 3-1. Team also making a jungle swap going into Split 3. It's solo kill on the top side. Nayo, after his surprise benching in the play-in series for LGD, gets a new home with NiP, looking pretty solid himself. Doinb, a long ways ago, our Split 1 MVP to start off 2025. And then the all gas, no brakes leave in the bot side, and Niket, the other addition NiP, make to form what, on paper, I really felt like Bloxer was the scariest team going into Group Nirvana.
This was a very common feeling. I definitely shared it too. Looking at the players, just simply the players going into Group Nirvana, yeah, it felt like you should have had NiP on top. Obviously, we've all been proven wrong. EDG is a godly team at the moment in this group and have definitely secured themselves at least a top 4 spot, you would have to imagine, with picking up all of those wins. No drop games as well. Very impressive. But NiP, they've looked pretty dang good, right? They've been able to pick themselves up a lot of wins versus the teams you would expect. It's only really been EDG where it's gone wrong. And a lot of that, as you said, is through the fact that, hey, Doinb's been playing pretty well, but Leave has really been where it's been at for this team. When he's feeling himself, when he's feeling good, this player is one of the best ADCs easily in Group Nirvana, but honestly, he could compete with some of those top teams that we see in Group Ascend as well. At the same time, though, he doesn't always put his champion in the right spot, and these mispositioning errors have been so bad that it's not just been costing him his life, but he's cost his team entire games.
And as we reflect, on this tape we have on all these teams, especially NiP, you talk about the positioning. I remember a series where his positioning was pretty on point. It was the NiP FPX series in the play-ins. You know who also was on NiP at that point in his last series for the squad? Aki. So in this revenge matchup, it's important as Bloxer as ever to refresh on how Aki looked at NiP. And unfortunately for Aki fans, the tape only shows why NiP decided to move off this guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a good series out of him. It's always hard, when your laners maybe aren't doing so hot. It's hard, I want to give junglers a pass sometimes. You really can't in this situation. No, he was in and sprinting in this one, and it was really unfortunate to see because he'd had some pretty good moments with NiP, but in this series, in the moment where it matters the most, where he really needed to pull it all together, he was just completely unable to. Every single champion he played, all of these engage-based champions for the most part, he just wasn't able to get anything going, and it was really, really rough to watch.
And it's important to remember that this series goes 5. So NiP pick up 2 wins, even with, these interesting kicks on his Lee Sin, these Wukong dives where he gets punished, and it really hurts to see Aki, picked off. This one, I almost didn't want to put this clip in Bloxer to refresh people on the longest range Yone kill you could ever see. But yeah, again, it's this is how Aki went out from NiP. This is how he finished his time in NiP. So, regardless of how the split up went, that series and NiP have to be on his mind. This matchup had to be circled on his calendar.
Absolutely. He's going to want this to be a bit of a revenge game. He's going to want to put himself back into a really good spot. And I'll be honest, he's been looking pretty good here for Thunder Talk. I've definitely not been looking at him as the problem. When you look at Thunder Talk, their bot lane are awesome, and then their solo lanes have been a little bit more questionable. We'll talk about top lane a little bit in the future, but at least in the jungle, I think it's been pretty solid. Aki's been finding great success alongside Feather in the bot lane. They've been able to pair up a lot. They've just been playing well as a sort of group together, which is nice to see. Whether or not the fact that you've got yourself that jungle bot lane synergy can overcome the fact that the top and mid lane haven't really been playing so well is to be seen, of course. But it is at least someone who feels like he's able to play around this bot lane and really give 1xN a chance of being able to carry.
Revenge Series also, you got to see if Aki has that Revenge Series buff, as he is one of those junglers that was slighted by a past opponent he's taking on. On the other side, though, for NiP, another jungler that I think was very much so slighted, not by his current opponent, but he has come back with a vengeance. The Nio stats do not lie by this point, as he is, in my mind, cleared Climber so far in Split 2, the guy that took his job, and does not seem to be slowing down here as another bright spot for NiP. Good to see, knowing that how massive NiP needed new additions, knowing they went from Group Ascend, Split 1 heroics all the way down to Nirvana now.
Yeah, the fact that he's been able to pop off for them is a big part of why we've really been able to see this resurgence out of NiP. As much as you want to look at this team and go, right, Doinby is back, baby. This guy is going to be able to carry them to the promised lands. It hasn't necessarily been the case. Doinby's been put on plenty of champions that are a little bit less about him carrying specifically and more about him helping out the rest of the team. And Nio has been able to pick up a lot of that slack and put his laners into great spots. He's been really good on these engage-based champions in the jungle, but also just great on the ganks as well, which is something actually we haven't been seeing so much from a lot of different teams. Quite a lot of teams have moved beyond ganking so much, and it's more about, hey, we'll meet up of 4 or 5 minutes, we'll go get an objective, and then you guys can sit in your lanes and we'll move from there. Whereas he's actually been getting into lanes, bot lane specifically, and being like, no, we're going to find some kills now, and it will make these skirmishes later easier.
And Bloxer will get into the bottom lane now as well, because this matchup, for me, as the marksman main, might be most fun because of the two marksmen we have in front of us. And I have a perfect analogy to compare these two as you get a look at the stats here. 1xN, you call him Mr. Consistent. He, you know, is always at a stable level, much like Star Wars fans would think about how the Jedi Order thinks about just always level, emotionless, level. And then you've got Leave over there, who has the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Seems like he plays pure emotion, I would say, Bloxer, much like people would signal with the Sith Order. So these two going clash for clash, I mean, hey, how many movies in Star Wars have about the Sith versus the Jedi? How many awesome series are we going to have with 1xN versus Leave?
It should be an absolute banger right here. If Thunder Talk are to win, if this is going to be their upset up against NiP, 1xN is going to have to step up and carry them. And when he's been able to play his game, he's so strong. He needs the team to play around him a little bit, but even then, even when it feels like they've abandoned him, he doesn't care. He's still going to be the one pumping out the damage. We pretty consistently see him with 40% damage share on the team, and it's not just because he's got himself a super damage carry and everybody else was playing tanks to protect him. He just does that for the team. He's trying to drag them to good spots consistently. He's been doing it for the last 2 splits in a row and has not slowed down. But I don't know. I've been pretty happy with Leaf so far. It is inconsistent, right? The mispositioning errors are still creeping in just a little bit, but it does also feel like he's been able to find some real comfort, not just on these very aggressive champions. You know, his Kaiser's been looking good, but the Sivir, the Smolder, those have also been working really well for him.
You know, we talked about the FPX and IP series earlier. Saves game 1 with the Smolder performance of his own in that one, so we'll see if the Smolder comes out here as we do get set for our walkouts. Reminder, everyone, this is the last time. This is what the last game of the first round robin for these two teams. It is funny how the schedule works. TT and NiP will be playing each other right now, and much like you'll see with every other team in Group Nirvana and later with Group Ascend as they get towards the end of their first round robin, how do you get welcomed into the second half of that, Bloxer? You play the exact same opponent because it is a mirrored schedule.
Exactly. It's this matchup here today on a Tuesday, and then it's this matchup here again on the Thursday. You can't escape it, and the fact that it's a doubleheader, I think, puts extra importance on this, because for almost every other team, you've got some time to go play other people. Get better. Think about things. If you end up losing these right here, you're in a really rough spot. Your opponents are going to know how to beat you. It's going to happen again very soon. And I'm specifically looking at TT. If you lose this, especially 2-0, and then you lose the next 2-0, that puts you in a really rough spot for being able to actually challenge some of the top teams. And that does matter. It matters a huge amount where you actually land in these top 4 standings. Obviously, you want to get top 4. You want to make it to that last chance match. But it really matters who you get given. Do you want to be playing somebody like IG Weibo that end up as that 5th seed, or would you rather have FPX to play against? Because I know which one I'd be going for.
Well, you know, Bloxer, maybe the new iteration of FPX, you might take a different opponent, but that's a conversation for a much later date. Right now, what I want to talk about with you, Bloxer, is we have both our teams sitting the stage, is to remind everybody that we have moved over to what I would consider a pretty influential patch live now in the LPL. 25-15 I would prefer to call it, I believe, 15-15. I still hate that they switched to the 25 number on these patch notes, but the point being here, Blockster, I really feel like we are in for a huge shift when it comes to bottom lane and especially support gameplay now.
Absolutely. I mean, this is Riot taking a nice big sledgehammer to a bunch of the engaged supports and just trying to get them off of a rift. Alistair, gone. Braum, gone. These two being pushed back massively. Rel also has taken a pretty decent hit as well. And these three being pushed down is going to make it so much harder to play these engage heavy style compositions. Yes, the Nautilus and the Leona are still fine. They're unchanged. They're set in a pretty similar spot to where they were previously. So you do still have some options, but that pool has been significantly pinched. And it's going to make these compositions that we've been seeing previously with heavy aggression all over it going to be a little bit harder to make work. And also, where we've been seeing some of these slightly more aggressive top laners, and you've been making up for that with a tankier support, or these more aggressive junglers, you know, I've picked the Lee Sin, but it's fine, I've got a big tanky support down in the bottom lane. Now, do we need to see more tanks in the top lane in the jungle to make up for the fact that the bot lane is going to be missing out on a couple of them?
Blocks, I'm really glad you tied this convo into the top lane, because top lane tanks, I still think, are the supreme picks right now. Sion has been an amazing one. I will never. I don't care if they're on this stream or not. Cube still. The Sion numbers are bonkers for this guy for a reason. You know, Ornn, some of the best top laners right now, like 369, who we'll see later, and Bin, I think, have had masterous Ornn games. Like these tanks are here to stay. And you called out how we might lose tanks in the support realm. You might still see some of them stick around, but whenever you nerf engage supports, whenever you start nerfing those tank supports, the enchanter priority really starts to rise. And specifically for this series, like we talked about with Leave, one of our best and most consistent Lucian players, I really think instead of Braum, we might see Emilio come back out next to this Lucian. We might see Nami come back out next to a Lucian, along with Nico and Renata that will be really big players. We'll get to see right now, Bloxer, as we get to start to the litmus test this 25-15 patch with our Game 1 draft. Thunder Talk taking on NiP. NiP on the blue side, and we see no real big support bands coming off the table just yet, but I like to see TT respecting the Doinb Galio that he will play in so many scenarios.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty standard in terms of these early bans that we've seen taken off of the board. I do also wonder what the priority shift is going to be on top of this Pantheon, because it was nerfed a little bit. It wasn't a massive hit to the Pantheon. I think it's still going to be viable, but as our most pick ban champion, do you still want to be leaving this one through? I'm not so sure. Yeah, they're going to take it off of the board and decide it's still going to be strong enough that we just don't want to deal with it.
So what does that leave up for NiP to go for the taking with? Vi is pretty high priority. Xin Zhao is the other one that is usually pushed through. And they're going to get Nayo on the classic playmaker, spiking in the mid game, allowing for pretty seamless ganks. So already got to start thinking about what does Doinb like to play and should play next to this B1 Vi. But for now, Bloxer, what does the turn look like for Thunder Talk? Azir still gets left up. Aurora is a champion that I think Satab is a really big fan of. That one's getting hovered. And with the support changes, I wonder what the priority becomes on shifting up towards some of those other tank supports like you called out that haven't been taken away. I wouldn't hate starting to blind Nautilus maybe a bit earlier. I know there's some pretty big counters, but it's a dime a dozen right now for those engaged supports.
It's been super easy in the previous patches to just leave your support until the last pick. We've been seeing a lot of R5 support picks because there's been a million of them, especially in the first couple of games. I've also seen a real rise in priority of the Xayah Rakan combo. The Xayah in a very strong spot at the moment, but the Rakan very, very strong, and I do wonder if that's something you want to move towards. I love it as something for 1xN because I think that he's extra good when you put him on a champion that he can both be very aggressive with, but also can peel for himself and be less reliant on the team putting him in good spots to be able to carry.
And I think Feather's best champion, not statistically, in my play-by-play vibes check, more important than statistics, is his Rakan. His Rakan has been really, really good, all the way back to TT's high highs. And remember, topping a group in Split 1. Still funny to say now. Talia, good pairing for Doinb. A lot of playmaking coming out of this mid-jungle combo. And solo kill in a very friendly matchup up against Hoya. Love to see him just slam this powerful Mbessa. So, damage in the top lane. What does that open up Leave for? Maybe some more supportive-esque AD carries as we move into the second ban phase, because we know that Feather is going to take this Rakan off the board with the Xayah already through.
Yeah, the second that NiP decide not to take this one, I would be very surprised if you don't pick it up. It's always an interesting combo between the Zyra Rakan of deciding which one of them is stronger in the current meta. I think right now Rakan is the better part of this pairing, so being able to pick up the both of them is great. You've secured yourself a very strong bot lane. It can work very well in the 2v2 if you're landing a couple of these good knock-ups, but also now in the team fights, you've got yourself some hard engage. You are still going to need some extra tankiness, right? The Rakan is never going to be particularly tanky in this matchup, so you need to pair this up alongside some tankiness either in the top lane or in the jungle, or potentially even in both, but we've still got a bunch of these heavy engaged junglers available, and ThunderTalk leaving jungle till second rotation is surprising. We do usually see that as a pickup pretty early on for a lot of teams, and you're now getting this pool pinched quite heavily. The fact that you've no longer got the Pantheon, the Vi, the Xin Zhao, the Trundle, all of those are what I'd call the premier picks in the jungle, and you're kind of leaving it a little bit up to chance of what you get given through here. I think the Jarvan's still very strong and works well in combo with a lot of these picks.
But if you're NiP, do you want to commit more jungle bans, or do you maybe want to throw Hoya another ban? I really think an Ornn ban might be really smart here. I think he's a weak side, a classic weak side player, especially up against matchup and solo kill. So I'd like to take either the Ornn or the Sion off the board. You already banned away his Poppy. No, they're just going to continue to pinch that jungle pool for Aki, making it really feel like it's personal with him matching up against NiP once more. And do want to shout out on the other side for TT. They read the patch notes, knowing that they ban away the Nautilus and Alistar, who I will say got hit a lot less compared to that Braum.
Yeah, the Braum got absolutely nuked from outer space. That champion is significantly weaker, and especially into a Zyra Rakan, you really wouldn't want to be playing the Braum down into the bottom side, so it's perfectly fine to leave that one up and available. Hoya decides to go for the Renekton, so he's looking to get a little bit more aggressive right here. There it is. All right. Was wondering if we were going to get to see it. Ynnara going to be locked in alongside the Rel, so actually a kind of bot lane that can be a bit powerful. Still, you're looking to scale up a little bit more into the mid to late game.
Rel also got some nerfs to her kit as well, so it'll be intriguing to see. It's cool to see that the priority is still there for people to play. Rel just got a little bit of nerfs towards her crash down. It's a very slight tweaks towards Rel, I would say. Like, her crash down shield's a little bit lower, gives her a little less tankiness in the early game. That was the priority of the nerfs for Riot. But we do see the Nocturne come through here for Aki. I do think both these teams got good mid-jungle pairings, and once again, the mid-jungle is where you're looking for a lot of playmaking from both of these teams. And that's always fun, Bloxer, because it comes down to execution, right, once we get into that mid-game.
Now, something that we were saying and kind of jokingly came up while we were in Green Room before the show was we were talking about Ynnara and what we thought of Ynnara and what kind of players we thought would be good on Ynnara. And something that I said was that I never want to see leave on Ynnara a single time in my life. The fact he's immediately locked this in is then very, very funny. It was obviously a joke. I'm interested to see him on the Ynnara. The reason that we were a little bit worried about it is because this is a champion with very few tools built into the kit. Your flash is your best, hey, I've made a mistake, let's get out of here, pickup. And putting yourself on this sort of champion when you have mispositioning errors is a big risk. At the same time, though, with Leave and the way that he is as a player when he's playing well, and the way that Ynnara's kit works, if he's feeling himself and he can actually just run at people, he's going to be so strong.
Yeah, I have also gotten very limited reps in Ynnara. I did get to see it in an earlier normal time zone series that I got to watch in League of Legends in North America, where I watched a Ynnara get very far ahead, got to 3 items, it was ridiculous. It was 3 or 4 shotting people, but then the stuns card coming through, and the Ynnara ended up losing. LPL fans, you never end up losing when we go into a match, though, because you get to be symbolized in the Gyos. Oh, okay.
Hang on.
Bloxer, I was fully prepared for there to be no TT Gyos.
I
knew there were going to be NiP ones, but hey, you know what? We got some energy. Those are some of the loudest ones I've heard of any of these Group Nirvana series. That's awesome.
I love it. I love to hear the Thunder Talk fans actually pouring out, showing support for the squad, and as they should. I don't know. Whether or not Thunder Talk are good is always questionable, but whether or not they're fun is never in doubt. It's always a good time watching Thunder Talk play. The way that they make series just go crazy every time is really, really fun. However, I do think The Yunara on the screen obviously took a lot of oxygen away from what were some interesting last couple of picks. Specifically, the fact that Aki has gone towards the Nocturne. That's not really what I was expecting. Again, when you've got yourself the Aurora and the Xayah, did you need more damage? Did you need more in? Well, obviously, ThunderTalk have decided the answer is yes, because they've also grabbed Hoya the Renekton. This is a composition that has a single mode, and it's go in.
I do like it after we saw the Yunara, like we talked about. This champion, before the Transcendent comes across, you got a small, slow, you don't even have a dash yet unless you ult. You get a speed up instead. You are really susceptible to dive. So Aurora Nocturne Renekton is going to make Leave's life hell. And it made him take the cleanse, which I know we have limited sample size on this champion, but a lot of the time you do want to rock with that Ghost, but it just has to pay the cleanse stacks in a game like this. Focusing in on the game we have in front of us, though, Bloxer, do see that Leave and Niket are able to grab level 2 advantage first here. You hear the turret crashing in, but for the ThunderTalk bottom lane, you do have Aki pathing back towards the bot side.
Yeah.
But this is Nocturne, so I don't expect really much activity from Aki. He wants to get that paranoia up as soon as possible.
And as always, with the Nocturne on the screens, you're just waiting for that level 6 and seeing what he can do with that first Paranoia. It's a long cooldown, and if you don't get some good value out of it right at the very start, it can be incredibly rough to try to play this champion going on forwards. So Aki, I don't think he's going to want to be pulled out of his jungling and have to go and get involved down in this bottom lane. I don't see him having to either in this situation, as much as 1xN and Feather are getting pushed in. They're still dealing some decent damage back to Leave, and you are relatively safe. The Rakan can always step up to be able to get those minions and then just jump back. It's nothing too worrying. You can see it here. Feather's not even worried about it.
Yeah, Ghost and heal out of Feather immediately. Throwing both summoner spells around. Niket gets his own to speed up out of there. Pretty even trade in the bot side, just those summoners going down. Maybe TT trying to get in position to try and help Aki on this crab take, but Nayo has it red, and he'll step up towards it first. Aki, though, I like this patience. He waits in the brush, and is now going to jump on the Scuttle Crab.
No.
Okay, so Naya's going to exercise some patience. I like it because Setab was in better position to move over first.
Yeah, absolutely. Your bot lane showed like they were potentially going to move up with you for NiP, but then decided, nope, we would rather keep this pressure up down in the bottom side. Instead, just walk away. This is, however, going to lead Aki to a double scuttle. Yeah, he's going to be in a very good spot coming out of this first clear. As we've been saying, right, he needs to get to that level 6 as quickly as possible, and this is a great way to do it.
Nayo in a tough spot, yeah, so he's just going to hover his bottom lane, debating this gank. TT, you just watch your Tri-Brush get cleared out with vision. You have to be really careful to take these fights. Leave is going to flash forward but over the wall, and just like that, Feather and 1xN both flash in the exact same frame. So Nayo, you know what? Pays off getting double crabbed.
It does. It at least gets you some extra pressure down onto this bottom lane, but without actually picking up any of these kills, without a way to really crash this wave properly, it doesn't actually put 1xN and Feather in a particularly horrible spot. They're still going to be able to get these recalls off. You now need to move forwards and punish them on this next set of rotations. You can see, however, Leaf going to be coming back to lane with a cull, so not looking to get overly aggressive right here, whereas yeah, it's going to be a pickup for 1xN, so he's in a good spot to actually begin to step up. Obviously he's not going to be able to do that into the bottom lane as we get a bit of a swap coming through from NiP. ThunderTalk looking like they're more than happy to not index into that, and instead it's just going to be Feather pairing up alongside Aki. And as much as the Nocturne a little bit weaker on ganks during the early game, if you pair up alongside the Rakan, well, that's a good way to get these ganks started.
Don't know which side of this trade I favor more, knowing that we have both top laners. Neither one's on a tank. So normally, you know, into a best of matchup, you have like a Scion or an Ornn, and you're like, okay, yeah, let's put the Ambessa in a 2 versus 1. That will help us out more against it. But I don't know how much I fare with Hoya also in a 2 versus 1 of his own. Maybe it's just going to come down to wave states. Solo kill does TP down in time, I believe, to catch most of this pretty crowded bot lane wave, and Nayo is going to cover for him. So good job from NiP recognizing who they need to make sure gets good gold allocation at this current moment.
But even if you don't pick yourself up an actual gank right here, exactly, thank you, observers, for pulling us over towards the dragon, you've got your bot lane down here at Dragon Spawn. This is the thing with this top lane swap that comes through. We oftentimes just see teams swap both bot lanes up to top side, and then it's whatever. We're not really thinking about that initial Drake, but with it being an Infernal Drake, ThunderTalk not swapping their bot lane up allows them to pick this one up nice and quickly. It moves them on towards Drake stacking as quickly as possible, which they like. This is a composition that's got them to want to play a little bit earlier on, and it also means that as the bot lane right here for ThunderTalk, you could just keep sitting here. Yes, Hoya's having a miserable time, but Hoya's never really that best-in-class player. He's never really that carry for them. I don't think it's a big worry.
I think that was the smartest tactical dominance use I've seen from an LPL top laner. He uses dominance to give himself extra damage and then misses 0 of that wave. Normally, you know, it's hell for a melee to walk up to a 2v1 bottom lane, kind of like Solo Kill's going to show you now, and farm under your turret. It's also hell if you just get dope, but that's a great public execution to make sure that he gets away from the Nocturne jumping on him. Aki has 0 mana, and they can't get the fear down. Solo Kill just walks out of that 3v1 dive.
Yeah, that's really rough right here. You do not want that initial paranoia to go wide, and instead, you just don't pick that kill up. Solo Kill doing incredibly well for himself, and there were so many interesting matchups that we needed to talk about coming into today that I feel like we didn't really manage to pick apart why this top lane matchup felt so NiP favored. Solo Kill has been doing incredibly well for himself. He does often live up to his name. He can pick up a lot of kills, but he's also been great in these swap situations where he's under a lot of pressure, not actually giving over deaths, and that public execution keeps him alive in such a brilliant way there.
Takes away so much pressure for NiP, because whenever you see a Nocturne picked up, the question is how many times can you get effective ults off in this phase of the game? You know, once the ult comes online, 8-ish minutes until later in the game, post 20 minutes. You need to be getting flashes and then kills with this ability. So a little bit more breathing room for Nio that he used to catch up somewhat in camps that he is far behind on, and now is going to try and capitalize on the grubs. TT, Bloxer, how do they really try and fight these grubs without that key engage tool? They're going to have to walk their way in, but even that is pretty hard to do, as Leave is able to dish out a ton of damage. Weaver's Wall is going to come down as well from Doinby. Going to get the flick back as well. Doinby does have to be a bit careful, stepping up a little too far forward. Team Worlds comes down from Satab. NiP kiting back carefully as Doinby does take a whole of a lot of damage. Ninjas and Pajamas not necessarily on the same page about whether they wanted to fight there or secure all 3 grubs. And they do a little bit of neither.
Yeah, exactly. They're now going to leave one up, an available Feather getting jumped. Obviously, Rakan, a very slippery champion, just trying to play body blocker so that this can be picked up. Yep, it is going to be one taken away.
Oh, Leave. A classic Leave, right? Just dashing towards 3 opponents.
Yeah,
not
why
punished
not?
now. I do think it's a smart angle there. You don't have any Feather ultimate. He's level 5, and Aki is getting Paranoia up now in just a couple of seconds. So no monster feats are actually... TT are able to grab... NiP are able to grab theirs. They get 2 of the 1 grubs, but... An LPL grub take, Bloxer, where nobody fights. That's it's kind of foreign to me.
I think it was a little bit of a mistake right here out of NiP to play that the way that they did, though. Doinby got a little bit too aggressive, really wanted to pick himself up that kill, and ends up getting jumped back, and because he loses so much HP in that skirmish, it allows ThunderTalk to walk up and pick up that 3rd grub that I think otherwise they wouldn't have been able to. If Doinby had have just used the Weaver's Wall completely defensively and then not kept pushing on forwards, it would have been all 3 picked up for NiP and a slightly easier take overall. Of course, like I said, nobody dies. It's not going to be a bunch of kills going down, so it's not the end of the world, but it just gives ThunderTalk a little bit more back than they otherwise would have been able to get.
And where do they get a lot of that back? I think in the top lane matchup, which is really intriguing with what we talked about storyline-wise. Yeah. 500 gold lead right now to Hoya. He's up a ton of CS and has done much better in these swaps. Love this recall from him. He crashes away. He's not going to miss any minions on this top side. Coming back towards Solo Kill. Items are decently close, but Bloxer, it does feel like at this moment I still would favor the Renekton in these 1v1s.
Absolutely. The fact you managed to pick yourself up a 20 CS lead is huge. Yes, you had to deal with the fact you were nearly getting dived. Well, you did get dived as Solo Kill, nearly got killed, but was able to pull through on that one. So that is going to be part of why you miss out onto a bit of CS. But Hoya keeping himself in this spot is going to be nice, and especially if he can get that item breakpoint first, as he should be able to. He's got to be very close to having that first item completed. At that point, you can actually start going toe-to-toe, start being very aggressive, and you need to, because solo kill's going to be a big part of these team fights for NiP. Is also going to be a monster on the side lanes once you get a couple more items underneath your belt. And so if you can just put solo kill behind early on, and then run this one through from there, it's going to help out a lot right here for TT.
Aki back on the spot side, though, with that paranoia up. Need to see a good usage out of it here. Maybe a good spot to try and link it up with Satab. I do think Aurora Nocturne is a sneaky good combo to create a lot of chaos on a backline dive. So let's see if TT maybe try and take aggressive spots to force some fights. They're getting a Dragon for free on the bot side. Great ward out of Hoya, though. He had the, the tingle in the back of his neck that something maybe afoot on this top side. Now he's going to use the Dominus again to cut away the dive. Weaver's Wall comes across, but Hoya really on top of these top lane plays. Once again, uses the Dominus to cut down the wave and shuts down the dive.
Yep, and that's going to be just wasted time right here for NiP. Setab was even moving his way up to try to cover, but Hoya, once again, just knows that without the wave, there's not going to be any dive potential. He's not going to have to worry about this. He's now going to be able to catch this next wave in peace. And second Drake going over to Thunder Talk. Drake stacking going to be a big part of their game plan.
Naked is out of position to try and cover his AD carry. Leaf has burned Flash and Cleanse, but Flash forward 1x gets the Blade Caller root down. Leaf's trying to pump all the damage out in the Transcendent form, and he will trade his life with Aki's. Both marksmen pick up the first 2 kills of our game.
And this is another Aki paranoia that just doesn't work out in the way you would initially intend. And this is the thing, right, about Yanara. Yes, she is going to be... Hang on, Satab's alright.
Great interact.
He's going to be very squishy most of the time, but also this champion just survives for a while, right? It's not really anything specifically to do with the kit. It's just a good survive right here. Who picks up the tower aggro initially? Is it Aki? Yes, it's Aki. He ends up taking just 2 tower shots. I'm surprised that just 2 tower shots is enough to be able to kill him, but you're a very squishy early game Nocturne, and it's just misplayed again. I wonder if they potentially thought the Niket was a little bit further away, and that was going to give them extra time to be able to just hit onto leave. Instead, that Magnet Storm was huge from Niket to be able to just counter everything that Thunder Talk were trying to put down.
Even if it is a trade, I do really like Thunder Talk recognizing their windows in this game right now. I like the dive. They saw Leave was separated from Niket for a little bit. We've already praised Hoya for how he's been able to kind of read top lane pressure by this point. And what is the reward for that so far? Sitting on about an 1,000 gold lead, and with Dragon stacking on their side, we're going to have a Chemtech Soul for this game. So TT, in a game where I think both teams have a lot of mid-game agency, Thunder Talk are better.
Yeah. They've managed to put themselves into a pretty good spot, and with all of these first items completed, Thunder Talk, if they do want to step up, they should be able to do so. Obviously, we've got a little bit of time. We've got a minute now until the Herald is going to be up and available, so everybody just pushing through their waves. Interesting that Hoya is going to use his teleport down to the bottom side of the map right now, so he's not going to have that available if there is going to be a big skirmish around this objective on the top side of the map. Setab potentially under threat right here. He's surrounded by about 3 members of NiP, but again, the wave's just not really sticking around long enough to potentially make these dives happen.
Satab has shown off a little bit of Aurora mastery in this Talia matchup a couple of times. Uses that jump back to cancel out the seismic shove. Done it twice in a row now. A little bit of Aurora tech. Always fun to see that from our pro players. This early game has really just been marred by failed dives. For NiP, it's been never getting in a good setup spot, and for TT, they've always traded under those turret dives. This time, there's no turrets to worry about. All they're using is their vision advantage to pick off a Niket that thought he had a free trip back to base. Well, guess what, Niket? You get a faster trip back to base this time.
Indeed he does, and that should secure this Rift Herald for TT if they want it, right? They don't even necessarily need to instantly force onto this one, but picking up that kill is going to be really nice, and the fact that you get it here onto Aki as well, exactly what you want. Nocturne falling behind is going to be really, really rough, and picking up that early kill is great. It is going to be a reset out of Aki. He's heading back to base, so Nio, he is actually going to get that quicker jump on towards this objective, and is in fact going to start it up.
You talked about in the LGD series, Bloxer, how TT... in both games 1 and 2, especially 2, we're checking a lot of the right boxes in the early game. Feels like that once again. It does suck to drop this Herald, but I think Aki recognizes whenever he doesn't have ult, they can't really compete up against Nio as a much bigger threat. So it is a bit more passive, but I think it's calculated out of TT. The question now will become, if they hold this gold lead and objective lead as we get later into the game, can they get over that crux of failing to close out leads?
Exactly. The fact that they have been inconsistent even with big advantages does worry me a little bit for Thunder Talk, because this isn't a big advantage. This is 1,000 gold, which is nice to have. It's pretty concentrated as well, right? It's going to be a massive lead here for Hoya, almost 1,000 just on top of him, and everybody else little scraps back and forth. And so not having this big advantage, even with inconsistency, can they pull this one through? Still, every single time that the Paranoia is up and available, Aki and the rest of Thunder Talk have been looking to get aggressive, and it has just come back off of cooldown exactly at the right time as well for this next Drake. 10 seconds until this one comes through. We've now seen the Paranoia used for a tower dive, we've seen it used for a pick, but we haven't actually seen it used right before a big team fight. This could be the opportunity.
Big spot. Hex played along online with Aki near level 11 means that these Paranoias will become a lot more frequent. As the Chemtech Drake does hit the Rift, reminder, TT, if they could secure this, would be in line for a sub 25-minute Chemtech Soul. A huge win con to play through here if they could do so. But that Herald coming back to bite Thunder Talk. As Nio's going to go for a classic macro setup here. Drop the Herald mid. You don't really care as much about the crash. What you're getting here is first prio on the wave and first track towards that dragon.
Absolutely, you can see it's freezing multiple members of Thunder Talk underneath that tower. Through comes the Weavers Wall. One extent kind of caught by himself, but actually is going to be just fine to walk this one out. Tower very, very low, should fall. Yeah, they're actually going to be able to get this full tower, and now they get that priority walk down towards this objective. Setab.
The poly execution was already used, but a flash on top. Solo kill in his namesake, knocking down Setab, and that's really going to give NiP all the control on this map. They have the dragon position. Now they're catching cleanses off of Feather. It's a 5v4. Solo kill has TP, even if there was a fight to break out on this bot side. Playing the map superbly. NiP really even out our game state here. They shut down that win con bloxer. They even the gold up, and now we're all square.
Indeed, we are. It's going to be 2 of these objectives apiece, so the next one will be very, very important. We'll have a look back at what this is. Setab even uses that between worlds to get himself a good bit away, but he just can't walk it out. The amount of dashes that you have available to you on the Ambessa are huge, and at this point in the game where you've got yourself that Calypse completed already, you can't step up, and this is really unfortunate. You know why Setab is up there, because he's got himself the teleport available, so he can match teleport down to this fight that you're expecting to have happen as Thunder Talk, because Hoya had to teleport earlier onto a bot wave, but he can't sit in front of this Ambessa, not in front of him in the middle of the lane especially, and that's super rough. You lose a ton of gold in that play.
Who does that hurt most? Hoya, because he's still got to be the guy that matches up against this Ambessa. Now they're virtually on even footing, and as this game goes on, the matchup swings heavily towards Ambessa versus this one. This is where Renekton 1-2 items is going to be most potent, I feel. Solo kill is in prime position. We're talking on builds here, Bloxer. Well, we might have to wait a moment as the Ket's going to get a great flash, spear, lance charge, and Setab goes in between worlds into his own death in that seismic shove. NiP making it a point to pick off Setab's poor side laning.
Yikes, yeah, again, Setab dying for a second time in a row. This is going to open this bot lane tower up to be taken down as well. And this is just a rough series of plays right here for Thunder Talk. They've done well for themselves in the early game, but we're talking about it, right? Have they pulled themselves far enough ahead to avoid some mistakes? I was expecting these mistakes to be overall map play mistakes, rather than Setab just getting caught twice in a row. The response out of Thunder Talk, they're going to push down this mid lane at tier 1 tower. They get a huge chunk of damage onto it, but
Weaver's Wall value from Doyen B. They're going to set up the cease and desist. Paranoia goes down over top. They're going all in after Feather, though, who just turns it back with the charm. Great flash to get over from the crash down. 1xN's going to eliminate Nio, and they trade Feather out. Aki, though, has to run away from the Transcended Leave, who drops the Arc of Ruin and a whole lot of autos into him to pick up the multi-kill.
There we go, that's what a 2-item Yanara can do. Leave just stepping up, walking at kids with the Bork, with the Runans. You are just in such a strong position. And the fact that Arky just gets walked down there is so rough. Thunder Talk, they don't even manage to pick up that mid lane tier 1.
Wow, we were talking so much about how TT were making all the right decisions in 2 minutes. Poor side laning and over-aggressive responses have them in a much different state. As we look back at this fight, there was really a war on 2 fronts.
It really was. It got super split early on. Feather tries to go in to get people off of his ADC, and it does work, but Arky has also flown in as well. I think Arky really just needed to use that paranoia defensively, pop it, not go on in, because he just ends up getting walked down. Still, on the back end of that fight, you do still end up picking up a kill. 1xN is the recipient of that, and this is a very usual Thunder Talk game. The rest of the map not doing so hot, but 1xN, he's in a good spot.
The map state not doing so hot for them right now. Look at the top lane where they're just dropping waves in their tier 2 turret. But when you're behind, you start making gambles, and Otacon is going to be the big gamble here. All the ultimates are back online. Keep your eyes on Nio and Solo Kill, who are going to be flying in first here for NiP as the Otacon goes below 4k HP. Hoya in a 1v1 of his own. It's Feather to actually secure the Otacon with the Unseen Spellbook Smite. Aki going to go all in after Nio. But look at Solo Kill. He just has too many shields to really deal with. Goes into the power of execution after the backside, but maybe it was a little too far, too early. Cease Assist does come through, and there's Nio to finally shut down Satab once more, and 1xN has no more frontline, no more peel left, and it's Doinby and Nio to shut this one down. The Blade Caller won't even save it for TT. A wipe kill for NiP, Ace, and guess what? They did it all without their hyper carry, AD carry.
Yeah, Lee wasn't even there at that point. This is a crazy fight. Thunder Talk, they have to go for this snap call to make the play happen, get the Atacam for themselves, and that works. But then they decide to go in, and that was poor decision making out of Arky. We talked about it, right? Revenge game, the team that abandoned you, all of this, and he just decides to go flying in, kind of for zero. Right, so this was the pick that happened onto
Oh,
Leave
this was the
that
pick.
meant he
Oh,
wasn't
this
there.
was the
Yeah.
pick we missed in the replay. All right.
Yeah. So that's why Leave wasn't there. That's why they call for this snap engage. But why do they go in here? This is my question, right?
They have the Otacon.
As Arky, you miss the smite onto this Atacam. Fine, whatever. Your team still picks it up. Leave. Walk away. Yes, you don't have the Inara, but you're already pretty low. You've already now used your paranoia in a more defensive situation. You don't want the paranoia to be the first bit of engage that you're going for. You need Feather to be there first. This is just really an odd decision out of Thunder Talk.
Oh, and picture in picture, we
picture.
have a pick coming through again. It's
Yikes.
Feather that surrenders his life. That's the value of the Talia showing out there, and NiP really just showcasing that they've been much more pristine on the map ever since we shifted in the mid game, and they're going to even up the turrets, and Satab is going to get picked off again for a third time, caught out by Niket CC. 3 deaths in a row for Satab, alone on a side lane.
And at this point, it's just going to be Hoya with a decent little lead. NiP, they're even going to put themselves back to even in terms of these Drakes, and they feel like they are in complete control of this game. It's going to be a 4,000 gold lead for NiP. Thunder Talk, they had this game. They had the beginnings of a victory brewing, but they've just begun to throw it away time and time again. Feather getting caught out. Satab deciding, hey, I just want to join on alongside my support. Really questionable decisions here.
And they just start to compound even further. And the items on the other side for NiP, you know things are going good when your mid laner says, yeah, screw it, I'll buy a book. Gets himself the Medgize to see how many pages he can put behind that one. Do want to spend some downtime, though, talking more about Yunara, as we've seen limited gameplay from him. I like the first item that Leave does go here. Kraken Slayer can sometimes come through, but that's into more tankier comps. It's really on hit that you want to get down first and then get more damage. So should be an IE coming through third, and that's when Yunara really starts deleting health bars.
Yeah, I think there's the interesting dichotomy with this champion where you can go very aggressive. Like you said, IE would really put you in a spot to just completely carry this game. If there was more threat happening onto Leave, if he was more concerned about what Satab and Aki are doing, then you can always get yourself either a shield bow or maybe just a bloodthirster if you want a little bit of extra healing to come through. This champion can make great use of both of those items. But in this situation, yeah, you can just be aggressive with it.
But it is going to be shield bow. That you get the. I do like it. That's a good call out there from you, Bloxer. Is just extra dive safety. Get that extra shield when you're pretty low HP. Pairs well if you get the Chemtech Soul as well.
I was wondering, you know, in the situation where you do have these two champions available to try blow you up, but did he need it? Maybe not. It's always better, I think, in this situation, just be a bit safer. You don't have to be pumping out all of the damage in this game because Solo heals so far ahead, because Nio's in a good spot as well, and we've been seeing Doinby pump out the damage. He's been exceptionally good on those seismic shoves, and if he keeps landing them, it's just making it so hard for TT to actually be able to position correctly in these team fights.
Oh, boy. I've seen this story before, but it's a different challenger this time. This is the exact same spot that Satab got picked off in a minute ago. And now Hoya, who's been the best part for TT in this game so far, also surrendering to the might of NiP.
And this is such a show of confidence right here as well, that you're going to be able to send everybody down towards the bottom side of the map and not worry that Thunder Talk have enough damage, have the quick enough reactions to be able to just snap engage onto the Baron. They're able to pick that one up and just wander back on through. 13-5 in terms of the kills right now. It really does feel like 1XM versus the world. He has now completed those 3 items. He has gone towards the eye edge. It's an very, very strong Xayah right now, but are you strong enough to actually be able to pull this game back? We'll have to see. Baron's been started up by NiP. Thunder Talk, they do not know that this is happening. The pings are coming through now. They should suspect that something's going on. There we go. Now they have information.
Hoya still has yet to respawn. He's going to get up now, and he's going to teleport in. But look at the engagement from Niket. He's immediately going after what I said. He gets the Featherstorm out early. So that one self-peel tool for Thunder Talk's AD carry is down.
Oh.
The problem for Niket is he had a Hex Flash over a wall into the enemy jungle. So Niket, in a tough spot here, is going to give another kill over to Thunder Talk. I like the play, but NiP not on the same page. They give up the Baron play, and now they're just 4v5.
Yeah, it was actually really well done in that play to just stop the remaining members from NiP actually being able to step up and make the rest of that fight work. There was good body blocking going on from Thunder Talk, and now they get themselves that pick. Are they in a spot to be able to really do anything with it, though? And, at the same time, are NiP in a spot to now be able to capitalize on the fact that that Featherstorm is down? It's already close to being halfway back up. The cooldown, well less than a minute at this point in the game, and so you really don't have a long window to be able to use this one. So it's just going to turn into, I think, a little bit of extra gold over to Thunder Talk and the slightest of lifelines in this game.
You were calling for it earlier. I do want to make sure we give credit. I think why NiP couldn't follow up, great defensive paranoia from Aki. Turn the lights off, you don't know where Niket is. No matter how best he can describe it in comms, you don't know where he can follow up with him. So, great defensive paranoia. We were asking a lot of Aki with these ultimates, and that was a good spot for, like you called out, Thunder Talk to slow the pace of the game down. My worry is, how much does slowing this game down really even benefit them? I still think if this game scales up further, Bloxer, Mbessa and Yunara priority keeps going up.
Exactly, and it's not like Doinby stops doing damage. He doesn't do less damage as we get further and further into game. You're still going to have to worry about this champion as well, so it does just put you in a rough spot. For Thunder Talk, I think they need to slow it down just to give themselves a little bit of time to breathe, to potentially pick themselves up a third item onto Setab or onto Hoya to allow them to have a little bit of extra backline threat and access. Still, it is risky to slow things down, and as Thunder Talk, I don't think they've got much extra time to do it. It's nice to have had a breather then. Now you need to find that go button. We've got both the Baron and this Drake up and available. Whoever can grab this Drake gets soul point. That's an early Weaver's Wall. Interesting.
Alright, so a terrain-altering ult is going to be off the board. Level 16, so again, not very long. Maybe Doinby just uses that to force TT back further in their jungle, and at the very least, will secure this dragon for free. I like that they're not having Nio come over in case CT were rushing down the Baron. He's still in position to, hero steal it if needed, and Doinby and Nuzolo will have more than enough damage to get NiP onto Soul Point with 3 straight Chemtech Drakes. Another kind of head-scratching reality we're in here, knowing that TT made dragons such a point of emphasis in the early game.
And now they just haven't been able to step up to the pit at all. They don't have the strength in any of these champions at this point in the game. And you could tell, they didn't even think about going towards this dragon. They instead just fully stayed around the top side of the map. They don't want to have this Baron suddenly engaged upon, because the second that the Baron goes down, it's going to make pushing onto these towers so much easier. We can see it right now in the fact that the game's stalled out. NiP, they don't have themselves a composition that can just force onto towers without having any extra backup. They're going to need the Baron buff to be able to crack open these tier 2s and to crack open the base as Thunder Talk, barring some big team fight that they win right next to a tower. So it is just putting that extra bit of pressure on Thunder Talk to defend against this objective, and there is so much darkness on the map for them at this point. You can see there's a couple of wards they've got for themselves on their side of the map, but even then, there's a lot of darkness even in their own jungle.
And there's not a lot of long lanes as well, right? They've taken only 1 turret. Mid-tier 1's still up, bottom-tier 1 is still up, and that adds even more growing pains to trying to be in position for any of these Baron plays. Even if you do have your soul lanes with both TPs up, kind of feels like the map is shrinking on Thunder Talk right now.
It is, and it makes it very hard when you've got yourself a pick comp, when you've got yourself the Nocturne. You want a longer reign. You want yourself to be able to find somebody pushing up a wave, just snap, use that engage tool, go get that pick, and then you can play the rest of the team fight in a 4v5. Instead, you're constantly having to use this one defensively. Sure, it's a good defensive tool, but being a glorified light switch is never the situation you want to be in. Not for Arky, who had actually been pretty happy with overall for Thunder Talk. This has not exactly been that revenge game that he would have hoped for. Still, there is plenty more League of Legends left to play. Baron going to be started up by NiP.
You would think, but no, they come off of it. They don't know where they only know where Satab is. So,
yeah,
like the exercise patience coming out from NiP. Solo kill though, a lapse in vision might cost him. Aki's thinking about diving for it. TT, you just got to pull the trigger here. This is exactly what your comp wants to do. You called it out mere seconds ago, Bloxer. Catch somebody too far up in a lane and punish them, but they're too shy.
This is the only lane in which they've actually been able to take that tier 1 tower. This is the only situation where you're not going to have a tower to run back to as solo kill, and instead they just wait. They watch it out. Obviously, we have a lot more vision than Thunder Talk do, just highlighting the fact that Thunder Talk don't know where a lot of the members are, and that's the problem, right? On our screen, Solo Kill is dead to rights. He's completely by himself. On Thunder Talks, they think there's a lot of members of NiP hiding off in the brushes, and they were too scared to pull the trigger. It may well come back to bite them, because now they're going to have to fight around this Baron in a straight-up 5v5. And on top of that, a couple of third items have now been completed. Actually, third items now onto every single NiP member that matters.
No death cap for Satab just yet.
Yeah.
IE is done for 1xN. A ton of damage actually goes on to the Nio, but look at this catch. It's Satab again caught out. So frustrating. TT never allowed to get in a good position because they're constantly getting picked off, and now they've just surrendered more terrain. Mid-tier 1 definitely going to go down, and that gives even more credence for NiP to push their vision line further up and maybe actually take a pull at this Baron with Satab off the map for 40 more seconds.
It doesn't matter if he completes the death cap or not, if he's playing Grey Screen Simulator. It's Satab making these mispositioning errors that we talked about Leave making before. Leave's been absolutely fine so far in this game, but Satab just making baffling decision times and time again. NiP, though, they don't feel confident to be able to actually start this one up. They don't think that Satab is going to be a big enough problem that without him, they can totally just start this one up. He does also have that teleport available, so once he's back onto the map, he can rejoin the team very quickly. But this game has most certainly stalled out. Both of these teams feeling very hesitant to actually be able to pull the trigger and push us on forwards.
You know what that means, Bloxer? Which marksman can do more in these fights? It's really going to be the prevailing thought this play into a game with Xayah on 4 items and Yunara. X Factor gonna be Doinby, who is, gotta shout him out more. Where did this gold lead come from? I know he was ahead, but
yeah,
he's up 3,000 over Satab right now. Part of that is because, like you called out, Satab has just been dying over and over again ever since we got out of normal lane stage.
It's also Doinby. He's been pumping the damage. He's been a really big part of their team fights, has constantly been in a spot to step up, landing a ton of really nice seismic shoves, and just been keeping the pressure on Thunder Talk. They haven't been able to step up in big part because of this guy. Guys,
let's not troll our supports, all right? The cat's on your team. Be careful with those empowered blast cones.
It's good that he's playing a champion with an actual dash that he could crash down over that wall. Solo kill straight over onto this Drake. That is going to be...
What are you going to do?
They could just have to do this, right? You're losing out on Soul.
Okay, now Doinby's going to TP over. Solo kill is going to get Chemtech Soul.
Do
NiP
something.
are going to have Chemtech Soul. TT, quit standing around, man. It's like an awkward middle school dance. You can go out there and dance. You can look for an angle, at least a fight, or make the Baron call. And now they're down the Chemtech Soul. This game, NiP have completely morphed this game without even having to take a team fight in the last 15 minutes.
I'm baffled by what we are watching right here, and this feels, unfortunately, a bit like a return to Group Nirvana at the start of Split 2, where the big problem a lot of the Group Nirvana teams was just not feeling confident enough to pull the trigger, not feeling confident enough to step up and do something, just watching the game happen around them. For NiP, this is working out perfectly because they've got themselves control over these big objectives. They're now so far ahead in terms of the stats, but for Thunder Talk, this is not usually their problem. The best thing about this team is that they are happy to go in always. Now they're just being so scared.
Feather going to dip on out of Weaver's Wall there from Doinby. Question also goes, NiP, at what point are you happy enough with your circumstances that you will just fight for a Baron?
Yeah.
Still not yet. They're still
You're
not.
not going to get ahead, right? This is the thing. You're not going to get a big lead over your opponents by sitting here and watching them play. Oh, 1xN.
He gets slowed up. There's the Feather Storm out. Feather's going to immediately snap to engage. He gets on to leave, but Niket provides enough of a cushion, and Feather's going to go down. Again, the TT bot lane tries to rescue a bad game state for their squad, but it's just too little too late by this point. Feather goes down. They do knock out Leave, thanks to the Aki paranoia, but Baron's the call now for NiP.
And they head straight back on towards this one. It's not ideal to lose your ADC, so we'll see if ThunderTalk now feel confident enough to be able to step up and fight. This is your opportunity, but they are down a couple of these big ultimates.
Toya still has his dominance, but Niket has found him out. Good flash to get over the seismic shove. And again, Hoya showing close to the pit. Stops the Baron take. Nayo, you still got aggro, my friend. And nope, they're still not going to go for the Baron. This game has been stretched out for head-scratching reasons for both. All right, come on.
Now
Purple Worm does not need to be up here any longer. We need to knock this thing down and knock the base open of TT. Finally, they're going to go for it. Aki's paranoia does come back up. The question now becomes, can he get enough vision into the pit to jump in on his own? There's the ward down. But they have a pink ward up as well. They're going to have to constantly try and if they can get a health bar check here for Aki. For the NiP with lead back up, though, 50-50 should never be in the realm. You are much stronger. Can they look for a fight here? Doinby's going to throw down the Weaver's Wall. Not a ton of value. Hoya with the dominance pop is going to try and go to the back end. Solo kill holding the front line for now. The Baron goes below 4k HP. There's the paranoia. Satab over the wall in Invis. Can drop them between worlds. Hold the carries at bay. Hoya's able to knock down Niket. Aki does finally fly in, and it's able to get lead picked off once again. There's the Guardian Angel out of Nayo, but he's got to get way out of dodge. Gets back over the wall, and somehow, someway, TT are starting to find a thriving fight. Feather gonna look for another knockup. Gets Doinby picked off. He has to flash away. Solo kill dishing out so much damage, but this time 1xN safely steps up, gets the Blade Caller down. Doinby able to limp away, but somehow TT down monstrous levels of gold, stall out another Baron take.
Really impressive right there, and after a terrible game so far from Setab and Hoya, they are the MVPs of that fight. The fact they're able to actually just get into the backline, completely disrupt things, the paranoia makes it so rough to play out as well. Look at this, it's just Hoya stepping up fully, starts this one off. Feather's also going to go flying in, and then over the wall, Setab, as soon as that paranoia goes down, realizes, hey, I can get into the backline, puts the between worlds down, and at this point, none of these main carries can actually step up. As Leave and Doinby, you have to walk away. Leave is able to do so much damage that Setab does still die. Yeah, the Yanara does hurt. Oh, the timing from 1xN.
Oh, hold on, Boxer. Picture in picture. All right, TT are now doing the Baron, and they are going to commit into a 50-50, but Aki makes it a 100-0 with the lights going out. This game continues to surprise. TT have now stolen Baron in front of NiP and brought the gold all the way back to just a measly 2k.
Slayer, are ThunderTalk doing it? Are they wrestling this one back into their control? It feels like the beginning, right? We have been sat, staring at Baron since it spawned 12 minutes ago. This is a long time in the course of a League of Legends game to be watching an objective, and that's all time in which NiP have had control over the map. What they have to show for it is barely a gold lead, and the soul. So the soul is good, that is something for them, but the fact they don't even manage to pick up the Baron after 1,000,001 starts of it and having control over the pit for this long is worrying. This is not the NiP we've been seeing versus a lot of other teams.
This is not the NiP that was advertised going into Group Nirvana. If you would ask all of us around the LPL English broadcast, I won't say everybody would have had NiP coming out first in this group. Maybe there were some believers in other teams, but the consensus would have been NiP at the top with the additions of Nayo, with Niket coming in. It's a team that is just higher caliber compared to the rest of Group Nirvana, and a lot of that also is decision-making. This is a Doinby-led team. They should be most confident with macro decisions. Big reason why we're just awestruck, but for TT now Doinby, or for TT now Bloxer, Elder's coming up in about 20 seconds, and TT are going to have Baron, so they should be able to get really good wave states to threaten an Elder take at 40 minutes.
Exactly, this is a good push happening down through the bottom side of the map for Thunder Talk. NiP, they try to establish themselves a little bit of mid lane control, but Hoya is there. And this is going to be a bit of a flip, potentially. Teleport going to come in. Hoya now going to rejoin his team. The battle lines have been drawn.
The last 40 minutes mean nothing. This final fight should decide our game this deep in. 40 minutes goes to the wayside. The next 30 seconds is what matters. The Weaver's Wall going to delay TT from stepping back up, but the lights go back out. Who is going to get the Elder? It's secured. It's the smite. The revenge of Aki on the main stage as NiP are just going to get deleted by the Greybeard's Blue Flame. Not even a single TT member should drop outside of Hoya. It's 4-for-1. TT going to finish what they started and take a 1-0 lead.
Solo kill is going to be the only remaining member. Hoya will die, and so you've got one last hope, but it should not be enough. Thunder Talk, they've been behind this entire game. They had so many people caught out of positions, head-scratching decision after head-scratching decision, but NiP, they stalled this game out for far too long, and they are going to pay the ultimate price.
And one more Bellows Breath of Elder buff on to solo kill will do it. 41 minutes of decently head-scratching League of Legends, but it's TT ahead in our series.
Genuinely crazy game, because if you tune in for the very start of this game, Thunder Talk, it looks like it's going pretty well for themselves. If you've tuned in for everything barring the last 40 seconds of this game, it looks like NiP are going to win this one out, that they've put themselves in a great spot. There were so many times when Thunder Talk were caught out of position, were making decisions that were like, what are you doing? Why are you here?
Yeah.
But it's exactly as you said. It was a great call right at the end. What happened previously doesn't matter. That's the joy of the Elder buff. Once that is on the map, once you've stood long enough to get this one up, hey, anything's possible.
Anything's possible when you take Baron for the first time at 38 minutes too. I'm glad you called out that number. I don't know if we have any stats wizards that can go get it, but that's got to be the latest first Baron take I've seen in an LPL game. Like 14 minutes? Guys, we already knocked Baron back 5 minutes.
Yeah.
On its spawn time, and we're still, and even on top of that, a 39-minute Baron take. Main takeaway here, Bloxer, you can make fun of the teams in Group Nirvana, man, but there's just a special air around these Group Nirvana games that are one of a kind.
Yeah, I mean, I love watching these Group Nirvana games. I think they're some of the most fun that I have on the LPL, just because you get decisions like this where you're like, I don't know. You know, the drop of a color is good fun when there's no reasoning behind it, because it's clearly a bad decision. Everybody here can see that it's a bad decision. It ends in the loss, but it's not just with the results-based analysis. It's that NiP are in a really strong spot for themselves. The only member that they actually have to actively worry about is 1xN. He's sat on 4 items. The rest of his squad have just about scraped together the cash to buy 2. You can try to play for this Baron. The worst that's going to happen is that maybe a steal does come through for Aki, and yeah, that is pretty bad, but even then, at least now you don't have to dance around the Baron. You can now push through all 3 lanes. You can try go for these picks again, which is how you've been finding your advantages in the first place, and if Aki jumps in and dies and doesn't get the steal off, cool, you've probably won yourself the game in this situation. Instead, they just wait and wait and wait and wait, and yeah, Setab kept getting caught out, but at the point at which you're no longer pushing waves, he can't get caught out. He can just sit and farm up waves and get himself to that next item and begin to be aggressive. And Aki, it was a pretty bad early and mid game, but it got much, much better towards the end, and he had a couple of huge steals, a couple of huge paranoias that just stopped the game from being playable for NiP.
I'm glad you brought up the Setab point, because Setab, like, gets away with highway robbery. This guy was on 2 items at like 29 minutes praying for a death cap to come through, and NiP are like, don't worry, bro, we're gonna give you 10 minutes to level up and farm up. All right, here's what I'm waiting for. Look at that. A scrumptious LPL gold draft. That one's going straight to the socials as we speak.
Hell yeah, it is. Also, 1xN, as always, putting the team on his back. 34,000 damage. He did so much more damage than almost anybody else. He's consistently 40%. This is the reason that we constantly talk about 1xN, and it's become a joke, right? Every single time Thunder Talk play, we highlight this guy, but it is 1xN and friends, the squad. Every time that they win, it's because this guy is massive, and he was huge for them in this game. As you look through the highlights, right, this is going to feel like an NiP victory wrapped up with a little bow, even from this very first dive that gives the kill over to Leave. And I
And,
can't believe that NiP throw this one away. Even if they win this, what series overall, they win the next 2 games, I'm still going to be majorly disappointed in NiP.
Well, the question on all of our minds for NiP, now after EDG have been so on point, is NiP, we expect you to be the best team in Group Nirvana.
Yeah.
But can you still be a cut above the rest of Group Nirvana? Can you be closer towards an EDG, not an LGD, or, right now, a Thunder Talk?
Yeah.
I think we know which way the question's leaning at this current moment.
Yeah, and it's odd, right? Because usually this game ends with NiP winning it. You know, they don't start out quite so far, or the Baron goes the other way, or that Elder Smite Steal goes the other way, and it's like, wow, NiP, you tried to throw that one away, but you still picked up the victory. But it's the quality of wins that I think is very interesting. I feel like in the previous splits, we've very much been looking at overall score. You know, did you win your series? But it's been coming up more and more, both in Group Ascend and in Group Nirvana, of, hey, I think that individual game score really does matter moving on forwards for indicating how good a team actually is. That's why EDG are so impressive, because they haven't dropped a single game. Dropping one single game happens. It happens to almost everybody, even the best teams that we see. Yeah, it's very easy to, well, we messed up this draft, and then we played it slightly badly. Whoops, we'll go next, and it's fine. And this is an individual game. It makes me question Thunder Talk too, but I was already questioning Thunder Talk. It gives me more worries about NiP.
For Thunder Talk, they kind of answered the call of, all right, we were sitting here, blocks are coming in this series being like, all right, TT, you can get leads sometimes, can you close out a game? Well, how about overcoming over 5K gold deficit and winning a game? This is the biggest comeback we've seen from TT, really, since Split 1, like Split 2 and 3, I never saw them win games this far behind like they just did. To an NiP team, by the way, that was in Group Ascend, just to split a gap.
Exactly. This is just baffling to see from them, and it's not what we were expecting. It really isn't. For Aki, in that first revenge game, as we were hyping it up to be, I wasn't a massive fan of the Nocturne at the very start, and I feel like throughout the majority of the game, relatively well vindicated in not loving it. I feel like maybe a couple of other engaged junglers could have been better, but in the end, I say glorified Light Switch as a divisive thing, right? It's like, I don't like that.
Yeah, you did.
No. In this situation, the Light Switch was incredibly important. Yeah, it was the thing that they really needed. And hey, I'm happy that he was able to pick this one up. If he can play this next game a little bit better even, I think it's going to put him in a great spot. It's 1xN. It
should be 1xN. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's 1xN. When they win, it's 1xN.
You know, I wouldn't have hated. His stats are really bad this game for Maki, but
really
the guy that wins the 50 smited Elder, you gotta give him some brownie points here. I'm sure 1xN wasn't unanimous unless I am made to look silly, and we hear that he is unanimous later on. But hey, you know what? Wow, what a start to this series, Bloxer. Roller coaster, classic LPL gold graph. That means we're in for one hell of a day here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast that is continuing to run day in and day out here in the month of August, where we have so many games to cover here. And our big reason why we can cover so many games, so many awesome people on the broadcast, is really thanks to you guys. And it's mainly through the coffee support. So if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Bloxer and the amazing content creators behind the scenes. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and seeing your name on screen once a week like you are seeing now. So big shout out to all of our current coffee supporters. I am going to make sure to give all you lovely people in chat some time to look over the coffee subscription, see if you want to help support. We do appreciate everyone that's just in here watching, that you are supporting us here, and hopefully going to support us through the rest of our day. We are only one game into many. When we return from our first intermission, it'll be Thunder Talk looking to sweep out NiP, or NiP pushing us to 3 games. One of those two realities is coming your way after a short break. And we are back live here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast after I hate to use it over and over again, roller coaster of a game one where Thunder Talk were able to stall out about 15 minutes worth of a deficit position and come back and win. Definitely a pro-level stall there coming out from TT. And hey, if you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games at home, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing right now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or the LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use code LPL10 at checkout right below us to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. Blockster, our awesome coaches and players over there at Prodiff would definitely have a lot to say about numerous plays made in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of things that I want some of them to go over, I would love to hear some pro explanations of why this was stalled out so long by NiP. What specifically they were so dead scared of that they thought, hey, let's just sit here, because I can't see it. I think when we were discussing it both on the show and in the break, we couldn't really understand why it was that NiP were so dead scared of trying to get involved. Maybe the pros can explain it to us, or perhaps it's just an unknowable answer unless we can listen into every bit of NiP voice comm.
And that would take a lot of transcribing and translating time as well for us here at the LPL English broadcast. But definitely a good point to see where, especially that guy, Doimby's head was at. Because I think the one greatest strength in the current Group Nirvana set right now for NiP is they have the guy with the most time in the highest leverage of games in his career. So you would back NiP in later game stages where like those tiny decisions magnify into huge implications.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that he would be able to step up and carry his team through with the voice comms, if not the champion. Felt like the champion was there in that game. He was pumping out the damage. He only did a little bit less damage than 1xN. He was constantly finding big seismic shelves. The only thing that was a little bit worse was some of those weavers were questionable, right? They came in a little bit too early and didn't actually cut the members off. Obviously, because it's Fearless, we're now not going to be seeing this one anyway, but I would like to see Doimby step up even more in this next game. He's going to need to if NiP are going to be able to dismantle Thunder Talk in the way we would expect.
And they'll try and do it again from the blue side, sticking to somewhat similar ban strategies. They'll adopt new bans with the Fearless format evolving. So the Wukong that was banned away in the second phase will move up to the first phase. 2 bans over towards Aki once more, as TT are going to pay homage to Doinby Galio again, and I expect classic red side bans after that. Curious to see whether Rumble, Azir, or Varus sneak through in this game.
Okay, Sivir going to be taken off of the board. Like you said, there's a lot of those stronger champions that you would otherwise expect to be taken away early on that's just going to be let through. It's going to be the Varus taken away. The Varus does often just have to get taken out, and that is going to leave open the Pantheon. As we discussed, right, the Pantheon has had a small nerf. It's not that bad. His clear's a little bit worse. He's got a little bit of extra scaling, a little bit less early AD. It's whatever. He's going to be absolutely fine going on forwards. For Thunder Talk, though, you've now got yourself quite a few of these very strong champions up and available. The Sound going to be locked in, as you spoke about, right? A couple of our teams up in Group Ascend love this champion, rely on this champion, need this champion more than anything else. Paired up alongside the Xin Zhao as well. This is your front line pretty much locked in for Thunder Talk. They've now got themselves a really good base to build off of.
It's another comp for NiP already where they should be really potent punishing the solo lanes on the sides. Satab, even in that game 1 win where I think he had a really clutch final fight around Baron, died 4 times on the bot side later on. Hoya died once. Look to see Nio continue to punish that with the Grand Starfall this time around. His solo kill, as expected, sees the Ornn blinded and says, all right, what do I want to bring out of lane ahead with to try and level team fights? Very few top lane champions meet that mark like Aatrox.
Yeah.
NiP are going to try and back up the damage. I wouldn't hate this. You're bringing some serious damage to the top side, so you're going to put Leave on a more supportive Senna.
Yeah, but the Senna for Leave has been a good champion for him, he's been playing it well, but not necessarily a great champion for NiP as a whole, just because they haven't really been able to protect him particularly well on this pick. It's very squishy.
Yeah, true.
And also, in this composition, right, you want to be playing a bit more towards the early game as the Pantheons for Nayu, but now you're going to need to wait quite a long time into the later stages of the game for leave, so it can be a little bit rough like that. Thunder Talk, they continue on with these champions that just base very well. It's going to be a nice, easy Orianna into the mid lane for Setab. It's not necessarily something he's been playing a ton of, but all of the mid laners play it a lot. You can just absorb a ton of pressure, and unless, of course, Doinby feels like he wants to go super aggressive, which hasn't really been Doinby's playstyle recently, you should be able to just sit in the mid lane, absorb that pressure, and pair up very well alongside the Sion and the Xin Zhao.
What a classic little ban handshake we just saw go down there. Silas banned from TPT. It's like, all right, guys, you gonna give us Alistair, or you gonna ban it away? And NiP will ban it. I do like that because I think with what you talked about, you're waiting for the Aatrox. You need time on the Aatrox and the Senna. I really want to see Niket get a really good roaming support to pair up with this Pantheon, because Doinby doesn't play a ton of like super aggro roaming mid laners as a player in his current iterations, and he now loses the Rise too with the Realm Warp. So it's going to be on Niket to kind of be that facilitator next to Nayo's Pantheon. But where does 1xN go with his champion pool? He's not going to be able to go scale for scale with the Smolder anymore. I think they're going to blind his AD here as well, knowing it's the Senna matchup. Not blind, by the way. My bad.
Yeah. Unblind. Other blind. The other one of that one. Yeah. Ooh, do you want to get super aggressive with this one? Okay. 1xN has looked really, really good on these very aggressive pickups. Things like the Kai'Sa, the Lucian have been really nice for them. And you now also open up a very interesting question where, as NiP, do you need to respond here and take yourself the Nami, potentially, or the Milio, as you said, where they don't pair up super well alongside the Senna? Otherwise, you're just going to be giving one of those best-in-class pairings over to 1xN and Feather. This is what we were talking about, though. Does Doinby actually want to get aggressive into Setab? You can play things like the Akali into it, and it's one of the few champions that can actually really push this Orianna around. Doinby is going to go towards it. This has been a classic for him in the past, not something he's been playing anywhere near as much recently.
I forgot about Doinby Akali, yeah, mainly because he hasn't gone to it too often. Split 2, he was really on top of it in these big spots. This pairs really well with Pantheon. So Doinby, if he can get shoved, unlock the map. Once again, NiP going to have the strength in flanking side lanes, overloading side lanes, and looking for a picks here. Niket, love the Nautilus, works really well with the rest of the comp here for NiP. The nerfed Braum on patch 25.15 is still going to be the pairing with 1xN. I want to give you credit, Bloxer, because I really thought this was a good spot for TT to bring an Enchanter. They have enough engaged, they have a good front line, but they want more.
And I think in this situation, right, the Braum, it just pair up really well alongside this entire composition. It can stop a lot of what Leave is looking to do. And this is the thing, right, the Senna's super, super weak during the early laning phase. Honestly, one of the weakest in the entire game. It's miserable to try to play this champion early on if you're going to get pushed around and punished. The Lucian Braum can both push around and punish this Senna, and also the Senna just doesn't have the damage available to it early on for that reduction in the base armor to really matter. And once we get into the later stages of the game, yes, you want to be tanky as the Braum, but the Sion's going to be a massive issue anyway, and as soon as you put that Crescent Guard up, Aki's going to be able to absorb a lot of that pressure too. You don't need your Braum to be that tanky guy.
All right, here we go. Game 2 set up and ready, with both teams able to have some scaling damage threats on both sides. You see the setup for Leave there on a timer. Setab's Orianna, those shockwaves are really going to hurt, and a tanky Sion going on. But there's also some power in the early game. Mainly Doinby Akali. Split 1 MVP, sent all the way down to the depths of the LPL in the final split. And how does he crawl back out? Well, with picks like this, down a game, looking to keep NiP towards the top half of Group Nirvana, and it'll help them to get some love from their fan base as we get onto the Rift. TT fans are holding strong. They're outnumbered. They're holding strong.
yeah, they're still loud for how many of them you would expect to be in this situation, and they're going to feel bolstered by that previous game, picking up the win. That's going to be incredibly important for that game score going on forwards, and as we've been highlighting, right, this is a double-header. These two teams play here today, but they also play again on Thursday in their next matchup, so being able to pull out the overall victory here going to be incredibly important going on forward. For these compositions, Thunder Talk, this is very standard. This is what we've been seeing a lot, and it gives you a pretty smooth overall curve where you've got strength in the early game, strength in the mid game, and then that tanky sound to carry you through in the later stages. For NiP, they want to play this one very aggressive in the early game. You need to get your Akali, your Pantheon, your Aatrox ahead, but then also you just want to wait long enough for Leave to actually stack up.
What is going on here? All right, we invaded on the chickens, and we have 8 people fighting for them, but the chickens are disgruntled that they've been pulled out of their pit. Smite Fight's gonna be won by Nio, so he gets level 2, and now TT, oh, they're so screwed. Somebody has to die, and it's gonna be Feather that ends up falling. Hey, at least nobody burns any flashes. That's fun.
Yep. I like that. That's good copium right there. That's the correct level
that's the good stuff.
Of hope. Yeah, that's how much you need to believe blindly in Thunder Talk. What were we just saying before that little invade? Who do we need to get ahead early? NiP, they're going to be very happy with the fact that Nio picks up that early kill. Yes, he's not going to be able to go back and spend that gold right now, so it is going to take him a little bit longer to really get that extra benefit, but once he does, he's going to be in a very strong spot.
But the problem with that level 1 death is compounds, because for TT1XN, the Lucian into center lane gets pushed off level 1 wave, so I'm curious how much XP 1XN has actually lost by this point compared to Leave. Got to be at least a couple of those melee minions, and we talked about it. This is the early game lane that TT need to prioritize, and they're going to need jungle help to get out of this hole, and Nicket's going to make sure to send that message to them.
And this is kind of the only point, really, in this lane where you can actually do that. The second that the level 2 comes through for Thunder Talk, going in with a hook like that gets you punished immediately. But at this point, going to be absolutely fine. And allowing Leave to get these first couple waves.
1XN eats a dredge line. Able to trade well back, though, with that Braum concussive blow. But actually, yeah, that was... I guess Braum's still fine, guys. Take more armor away from this guy. He's still too strong.
Yeah, the thing is, the Braum isn't going to die to a level 2 Senna Nautilus unless, you know, keyboard mouse disconnect and he walks straight into them. But 1XN is going to be dealing plenty of damage. You can see now that level 2 does come through, you're going to have to be a little bit more careful as NiP's bot lane. You don't want to be overly stepping up at this point. Okay, see, they're pushing forwards, they're going to get this wave underneath the tower, and it should just be an early recall coming on through from Leave. See if he can spend a little bit of gold, put himself in a good spot. In fact, Niket is also going to spot out Arky, so that's going to keep this bot lane that much safer as well.
Trade of Scuttle Crabs, and Io is trying to get crafty, maybe trying to steal away some camps, but instead he'll go for a mid lane gank on a safe tab who has no mana and gets a speed up. I was expecting Nio to flash stun there, but still seeing a lot of hesitancy from NiP.
Yeah. They're playing like they're scared, which is really odd to see, right? Because into a team who, up until the point at which they played, had been crushing people, NiP did not play scared when they played up against EDG. Maybe a little bit too reckless with some of their engages, whereas now, all of a sudden into Thunder Talk, a team that most people really don't respect. We see it a lot in other matchups versus Thunder Talk where teams will just throw themselves at them. LGD certainly just kept chucking themselves at Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
NiP playing with so much respect, and it's beginning to cost them a little bit.
Still NiP, though, about 500 gold ahead, and it's the jungle that's doing that. Nio comes back Caulfield's Warhammer Longsword versus double Ruby Crystal from Aki. So if that doesn't scream no fighting for TT around this dragon, around Grubs coming up soon, don't know what really will tell you that.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see a little bit of action from these two teams. They have enjoyed kind of just staring at each other for a while, but we've got a ton of people up on the top side of the map. You are absolutely correct. No teleports available right now, so if things do get extra explosive, then that's not really going to help out. You can't bring your top laners or your mid laners into this matchup. Aki kind of sniffing up towards the top side of the map. Nayo is in the area, does not yet have that level 6, so he's still kind of waiting to have that Grand Starfall to really begin to look for these big ganks. Said it's just 1xN and Feather doing a good job of weathering the storm of losing Feather's life early on.
Still in a hole, though.
Yeah,
down about
absolutely.
a wave's worth of CS, and it's not terrible. Lucian's still going to be stronger on 1 item, 2 items, really, up until, I'd say, 3. But you want to put this Mr. Consistent, clear carry point, player of the game from game 1, 1xN in prime position to carry this one through. Dredgeline once again down from Niket. Might give us a good measure of how good trading will be here for TT, but eating that snare from the Senna shuts down Lucian from bringing out any of his burst. Couple pings spot out Nayo coming up towards his top side. TT know that this dive threat is here.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not this big of a dive threat. Holy moly. All right. Doinby has perfect execution, and the stun immediately lands on a 1xN, tries to get back towards his turret. Niket will not even fall to the turret aggro. Clinical dive from Ninjas in Pajamas, and Feats of Warfare in their grasp.
Really well done. I mean, 1xN, Feather, neither of them even flash in that situation. They just get instantly jumped. What you lose for this is going to be maybe just about a turret play into the middle lane. See if Sayatev's actually going to be able to hit that last. And a little bit of extra power through this Ocean Drake. That's going to help out your Scion. You know, he's going to be very happy to have himself an Ocean Drake sat for these long lanes, but everybody else, they're not really going to be too happy with that one. And the fact that the kills go over to a couple of these key members. Nayo now going to pick up his 2nd kill of the game. And Doinby critically getting on the board with that kill. He's got that Dark Seal in inventory as well. So he's going to be stacking up already.
TT tried to swap the Scion into the 2v1. They're still trying to do so.
Yeah.
Now they're finally going to get that spot. So that will, you know, give them some control back in this game.
Big delay, though.
But yeah, it is a big delay, and Doinby is once again doing a really good job roaming on the map with his call. He is spotted going for the spot lane flank. Unstoppable Onslaught used on the top side from Hoya as he tries to chase down Leave. Does get the Decimating Smash knock up. Leave, remember, still has Flash. He also has Swifty Boots, so he kind of just outruns Hoya. Will miss the cannon, though.
Unfortunate, he's still going to be able to pick up the majority of this wave, so it's not the end of the world. Swifty's into no boots whatsoever for Hoya. Was always going to be him running away from that one, although, if he'd have got caught by that, maybe it's a good chunk of damage. He is 2 levels down. Obviously, the Scion going to be pretty strong compared to an early level Senna. The dive gets stopped. Nothing too much extra happens down towards the bottom side of the map, but we do now have grubs up and available. Hoya is up here, but you've brought way more members right now as NiP. You've got everybody bar solo kill on this side of the map. The most Arky can potentially go for is stealing one of these away, and I do think it's just going to be all 3 of these grubs going over to NiP.
Yeah, you're never in a good spot to fight over these. So 3 grubs do go over to the team with Aatrox in the kit for that side lane pressure. Solo kill, speaking on the Aatrox, is feeling the hard end of the stick when it comes to the 1v2. He is froze off his wave, just stepping up. He's like, let me get a little bit of that XP, guys. Just a little bit, just a little bit. I don't need the gold, I just need the XP. That's all I need to get my fix.
Feather trying his absolute best to not allow this to happen. Yeah, this is rough, but this is the way that these matchups do often go. Top laners, as much as they are allowed to play some more carries at this point, aren't really allowed easy laning phases. Feather do a good job of being able to leap away from that one. Niket was running his way on in. And things go back to being a little bit calmer, a little bit slower. We've got 5 minutes now until the Herald is going to be spawning. More importantly, there's Drake upcoming soon enough, and these teams are both really going to want to fight over this one. I do not expect what we saw previously, where it was just one team being able to run straight through towards that soul. I think these 2 teams are going to have to scrap for these early objectives a bit more.
We like the brawler Nayo the most in any of these fights. Got the Sundered Sky done. So this Pantheon is really strong and can be a priority point on the map. And for that Drake, like you called out, still about 2 minutes away, though. So Nayo's going to look to invade, try and punish Aki for his jungle camps. He's going to smite away the Grom. Still going to eat the stun. Niket coming across does not have the depth charge, so he's going to have to use the hook that Aki is going to flash over. And in comes the freight train. Hoya just here to cover his jungler. He wanted to get to that turn as quickly as possible anyways.
Yeah, although he has now sprinted his way down into what could be a potentially uncomfortable situation.
We're diving
4
to Scion,
members
though.
of NiP are here. No ulti on the Scion.
Okay, he's still kind of tanky. Saytab's TPing in. Yeah, all right. Whew. They get the TP out. I was already terrified of a Scion dive. I didn't see anything there from you, Satab. Nope. Why is Orianna ult on cooldown, everybody? My monitor turned off.
Oh boy, yeah. It was always going to be a bit risky, right? Diving onto a Scion. He's one of the best champions for at least being able to trade that one as a 1-for-1. Without the ulti, it was a little bit less scary. You do blow the teleport out of Satab, exactly right, and you weirdly managed to put the shockwave on cooldown. Odd how that ended up happening. But it was always going to be that kind of aggressive play right there, because you just... Hang on.
All right, here we go. Grand Starfall. Feather, you are dead again. 1xn, let him go. Let him go. And that map presence threat for NiP delivers right on schedule.
Absolutely. I was trying to talk, but I was looking at the map. I was like, I've seen Doinby sprinting at top lane right now. This is about to go wrong very quickly for Thunder Talk. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they don't have the levels of vision that we do, and that's going to open up a big bit of these plates top lane. Teleport actually going to come in. Hoya, again, should be able to absorb this pressure. Anybody else teleporting into this situation would likely get dove, but the Scion going to be just fine. Grabs the majority of that wave as well. But you have now teleported up towards the top side of the map, away from this spawning dragon. Second dragon of the game, going to be a Cloud Drake. Pretty important, I think, for Thunder Talk to start stacking these up if they can.
Solo kill, you don't really... because you have the TP advantage, you don't need to trade into Hoya by this point. Even if you do like seeing the sweet spots land, because the TP threat's going to be huge. Dragon stacking shutdown is going to be big, especially knowing that Mountain Soul is on the cards for Hoya. You want to make sure TT don't get the second one, but Solo kill still really wants to scrap. Hoya's ultimate is coming up soon. I wonder if he has enough mana to just charge at this Aatrox without World Ender, but we won't have to focus on that because it's actually Doinby getting caught out in a brush. Can they get the Braum stun through? Yes, the stun lands. 1xn, you got enough damage in the tank? No, he does not. Dawnling Shadow comes across, Doinby goes right back in. They get the depth charge knock up onto Aki. The Crest Guard shows up. 1xn knows he's dead. He's going to trade himself out with Doinby. Really heads up play from the TT80 carry.
Yeah, he was always going to die, and if he just tries to walk away a little bit more, you don't get to trade that one back. Brilliantly done there. Still, that does leave you with low health bars and people having to go and reset right as this Drake is available. Nayu in a perfectly strong position to be able to go and contest onto this one. And with everybody resetting on through, I don't think you can fight onto this. This is going to be one apiece in terms of the Drakes, one apiece in terms of the kills. But again, where the kills are going continues to be very, very important. It's Niket that ends up picking up the kill right there onto 1xn, whereas it's 1xn who manages to pick up that kill. That's going to give him the Essence Reaver as well. Couple of daggers in inventory too. 1xn's actually in a pretty strong spot here.
Flicker Blade shipping so far, just at the processing plant for now. We'll be there in 5 to 10 minutes or business days, whatever you want to call it there. Good call out though. That is... As we continue to talk about how these two comps have their strengths in the mid game and the late game, 1xn is the bridge from this point on. The damage he brings is what's going to help them get some of these big kills alongside those shockwaves. But we want to see NiP continue playing the map better. That's what they've done to get to the 5-kill lead nonetheless. I do want to shout out Leave, because he is almost at 60 stacks on the Senna, really ahead of schedule. And remember, he's going to outrange, just all of Thunder Talk. This game goes late. Satab. Same game 1 woes are kind of showing up here. I feel like if they get this wave in, Satab is a prime dive target, and here we go. They're going to TP in for it. Wow. Aki and Feather are here, but Satab does a good job clearing the wave out. NiP, Niket, they say, screw waves. We're just going for the dive here. Shockwave's going to miss it. He's going to flash even though the stun lands. Niket is going to get executed because Satab did no damage to anybody.
Yikes, that's really rough. Picking up the kill onto the support and not even getting the credit for it. This is going to lead the tower to go down as well. That's now going to be just more gold pouring into NiP's back pockets. They've got themselves a huge advantage in this point in the game. And it really is just, again, as you said, the woes of game 1 popping up again. Satab out of position, should have recognized that the collapse can happen so quickly. At the same time, though, I can only blame Thunder Talk for it so much. NiP's composition is brilliantly built to just be able to jump people as quickly as possible. Nayu, every single time he's had that Grand Starfall up and available, has been looking to find it, and so far has done so to great success.
What are we doing around this Herald? All right, here we go. The Scion, it does hit on
that's
Leave.
Yo!
Oh, the woes of lead positioning. Really going to burn an IP, and now solo kills getting jumped on next. The Braum stack's providing so much value. It's a double kill over to Aki. Oh, leave.
What did we say, huh? What did we say? Unfortunately, Leave's mispositioning errors have been coming through for the last 2 and a bit splits so far, and it really bites them in that situation. He's so out of position. Feather,
Feather.
is stepping quite far up, is quite low health.
He's got the shield up. He gets back towards 1xN. He is going to die. Doinby goes in with the first bit of public execution, but the shockwave naps him out of the air. Satab's revenge significantly impacting that fight and gets them the Octagon.
Absolutely. You're going to be more than happy trading the support for the mid laner in this situation. Herald going to be picked up as well. Aki has got that one in the back pocket. And this is something that we talked about in the previous game. ThunderTalk, they didn't have a lot of long lanes to try to play around, and it made it very hard. Rift Herald should go a long way towards helping this one out.
You didn't even see the silence until he was knocked up.
Yeah, like, it's unfortunate for him, but you have to expect that Hoya's going to be sprinting his way into this fight. You have to be behind a couple more members of your team. You've got yourself a squad right here where you have an Aatrox, you have a Pantheon, and a Nautilus. All of these people should be in front of you. Unfortunately, at this point in the game, though, the center range really isn't that long, so he's forced quite close into that fight and gets punished for it.
And just like that, the huge NiP early game lead. I want to remember, they were up like 1.5k at
yeah, they were in a good spot.
8 minutes. They were in a great spot. It's all gone. TT are in the pristine gold position. They have the Herald as well to try and even up the turrets taken by this point. Not a lot to fight over. And Feather is going to get picked off. Braum can survive a lot of damage, and hey, gotta love those blast cone spawn timers. Yep. I don't think that thing was up until right as that engage came across.
Yeah, that was important. Although he is backing on a ward right now. Yeah.
And there's a spear right to your jugular, my friend. Nio completes the pick play, and Satab. Oh wow, are they really gonna dive this guy? Why not? Niket's got depth charge. Satab, the shockwave hits onto one member. It's Leave, but he doesn't have turret aggro. It's Niket again doing such a good job juggling the turret aggro. Aki, that is not a tasty treat. That is bait.
It is, but I mean, I would have gone for it. Sumi, that would have been such an easy kill. If you can hit that, Wind Becomes Lightning. Not quite going to be able to land, though, and it is going to be Niket walking away, surviving this one. Still, with everybody being drawn up towards the top side of the map, that is going to be the Rift Herald coming down through the mid lane. Picks up that tier 1 tower, putting a Tumble Gold into 1xN back's pocket, and he also gets a charge onto the mid lane tier 2 as well. You get something back right there as ThunderTalk. You don't allow the gold gap to get back away from you, but it's now going to be back to even. Drake spawning up right now. ThunderTalk, they are the first to this. Satab is sprinting his way back towards the fight.
Nio doesn't have a flank angle because he did use that Grand Starfall to kill off Feather, who is here with his own smite. The Ket does not have smite with the Unsealed Spellbook, so this likely shouldn't be a 50-50 if Aki and Feather can time it up with no interruption. Send us here. There goes Doinby flying after 1xN, but he doesn't have enough damage. He has to perfect execute back out. 1xN still up and thriving with the culling. Knocks down solo kill. Shockwave is going to grab Niket as well, but there's the execution onto 1xN. Nio picks up the kill, and Doinby can start throwing the 5-finger strikes down, but Hoya is flashing after him. Health means enough damage to deal, and boy is he pushing it to the face of NiP. One more kill to find. It's Leave getting chased down. Slow comes across. Satab should be able to secure this one. Leave is going to flash, but he's going to force Satab to flash after him. This is taking a little too long.
Come on.
Way. Is Leave actually out? Oh, they're TPing in. Leave is out.
Oh my god. Oh man, that's a great escape if I've ever seen one. I was so surprised when he flashed, but you get the flashback out of Satab as you highlighted, and actually managing to survive as well. Still, the teleport in, it's something. That's wild. Alright. Whatever on that front. More importantly, this right here, way over aggressive out of Doinby. He does not have the damage available to him right now to be able to instantly kill 1xN, and 1xN is allowed to open up with the culling that just rips solo kills heads off, and the second that you miss out onto the Aatrox, this fight is going to be won. It's still rough, it's still hard. You see the execute finally comes through and 1xN does go down, but it doesn't matter in the end. And more importantly than the great chase that I guess we're going to watch again, it's Aki being able to pick up that Drake. That's now going to be 2 in the back pocket of ThunderTalk, and they've proven that they can win in these 5v5s.
Satab able to get to 2 items off the back of that. Aki gets the Black Cleaver. Going to provide a lot of value for 1xN. who still needs to be a prime damage source. And we just can't stop saying enough good things about this guy. That fight was so hard to navigate. You called it right. Every one of these fights, there's going to be an Akali flying at you, a Pantheon flying at you. But he's still just getting the most value out of this solution before he falls. Because it does feel inevitable that what I said will die with how much NiP are making it a priority.
Yeah.
But he's making it a costly trade so far.
Absolutely. Every single time you want to kill him, it's not because he's stepped out of position, right? It's because he's in the backline and you've had to fling everything at him, used a bunch of those big tools to get on top of him, and you'd better hit him, right? You'd better actually be able to pick up that kill because he will punish you on the turn every single time, and even when he knows he's going to die, as we saw in that play earlier, still going to be able to find ways to trade it back, make sure that you're punished for it, not able to play any of these nice and easily. Atakan is going to be spawning down on the bottom side of the map. Both of these teams positioning like they want to try to play around it. Solokill heading back to base does also have the teleport.
Aki, alright, feeling himself a little bit here. Oh, Feather, that Glacial Fissure hits nobody. So that ults out, and Nio does have Grand Starfall. The backline needs to be told that there's going to be a Pantheon coming for their head. But TT still like their odds on this Atakan. They do have the Akali in base. Doinb is going to teleport in. Dredgeline does lay down the Feather. There's the Unstoppable onslaught. TP is coming across. Doinb has access to the backline. TT are getting bottlenecked, and Doinb flies on in with more than enough damage to finally get the kill onto 1xN. TT overstay their welcome at Atakan and lose a whole damn lot for it.
Yeah, they're going to get massively punished for that one. Now Hoya going to have to turn tail and run. This tower not going to be long for the world this time. Potentially not either. Hook also going to land right here out of Niket. Nio, between them, not a huge amount of damage. They need to get the other members into this fight.
I still don't think he dies. All right, now I think he dies.
Okay,
All right,
now he does.
I was waiting for somebody with damage items behind him.
Yeah, as soon as Doinb and Leave arrive, there's a chance. Between Nio and Niket, they're not going to be able to grab that one. Hoya at least going to be able to cut this wave down a little bit, and I'd love to jump back into a replay right here because Thunder Talk, they make an absolute mess of this fight, right? You've already watched the Braum completely and utterly miss the ulti. The big egregious one here is Hoya. What is that? What is that ulti?
Notice.
He hits it straight into the wall of the Atakan pit and just completely leaves 1xN to die. He is alone the entirety of that fight, and it's so easy right there for Doinb to say thank you very much, pick up that kill, and it's a complete disaster of a team fight for Thunder Talk.
And the XP gains are exponential for NiP off of that Atakan play. Still enough agency for TT to feel like they can scrap, but side lanes have been their woes all series long, and I've seen this movie way too many times. Does get a good two-man shockwave, but he's going to die. Seraph Shield, this is all facade. There we go. Doinb, 6th kill of the game. Good response here from TT, though, just barreling down mid lane. Very valuable turret to actually trade Satab for. I think that's actually what we call a plus EV play.
Yeah, you're not going to be too mad about this one as Thunder Talk, and that's partly Satab for being able to survive a little bit longer. It means that you know you can step up. You've got your opponents on vision a little bit more. Also, while we were spending all that time around, the Atakan Drake is now going to be spawning 3 seconds until that one is on the board. Setab is dead for the next 20 seconds, but does have the teleport to rejoin. And now with that mid lane tier 2 down, that opens up the map that little bit more for Thunder Talk, makes it a little bit easier for them to establish control. Looks like they are more than happy, though, to just concede this one. Arky heading straight up towards the top side of the map. Krug's top lane wave, apparently far more important to him than contesting for this Drake.
Bloxer?
Yes.
Leave's going to have 120 set of stacks before 25 minutes.
That's incredibly fast.
That's got to be the fastest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Remember when he was a little too short range for these fights?
Yeah. He's going to be hitting you for next week very soon. This is incredible to watch.
Wow. That is... I mean, his one death was bad.
Yeah.
Outside of that, holy moly, Leave. 1xN, you are getting tapped halfway across the screen the rest of the game, brother.
And this helps twofold, right? Yes, the mispositioning is bad, but if you've got extra range, well, it's much harder to misposition. You can sit further behind your tanks, further behind that front line for you. It's going to make it that much easier. Still, though, how far ahead he is and how much damage he can do means that if he does still manage to misposition, Thunder Talk picking up the kill onto Leave cuts the amount of damage NiP can do almost in half, instantaneously. That's going to be a huge amount of their game plan just evaporated off the map. So Leave, he needs to be careful with his positioning, but with the extra range, Rapid Fire and Cannon in hand, going to be a little little bit easier. And with the Executioners as well, he's going to be stopping a lot of what Hoya and Arky are actually trying to do during these team fights.
Leave has no excuses to die the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Who really even threatens him diving him? It's a shockwave, but how does the shockwave ever get there?
Yeah, it's
Arky has one
on a
dash.
beautiful
flank.
wind becomes lightning, or just the flank of dreams from Hoya. Yeah, there's a potential, but it is really rough.
Yeah, well, here we go. They're going for it, and Hoya stops his charge about 2 paces forward. So there's one of the few engaged tools for TT off of the board. Hoya won't take too much of a lick for that, but yeah, that wasn't a good start to trying to threaten the uber range Senna.
Yeah, that was now the second unstoppable onslaught right here that just hasn't really found too much. Still, that one doesn't cost the team the game. Thundertalk, they're going to be keeping themselves in this one. They're only down by 2,000 gold, 26 minutes in. That's not going to be too bad. 3 items have now come through right here onto 1xN. He does do a lot of damage, but you are getting to the point where you have been outscaled, right? As we've been talking about, right? With all of the stacks that Lee's been able to pick up for himself, he's going to be hitting really hard and from really far away. He just takes out this tower by himself. Doesn't even need a minion wave to be able to help out. The Grubbies doing a little bit extra, and you can see NiP, they are in a very strong position in this game. They should be able to close this one out, but we said that in the previous game.
I will say, this game though, if they lose this game, I think the amazing Kelsey Moser, NiP fan, producer behind the scenes, may not make it to the next series. This one would be massively more egregious than the last game.
Yeah. The last game was bad, but this one would be a monumental throw. I mean, once again, Doinby's put himself in a great position to be able to carry. I think this has been an even better game right here. And a Nio, and he wasn't even particularly rough on the Vi in the previous game. It's been nice to see. For NiP, what are the next steps? Well, the next step would usually be Baron. They've shown us that they don't love Baron. We will see if Baron is actually going to be the decision. There's also 1 minute 40 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. And as much as getting yourself a full Chemtech Soul is cool, it's nowhere near as cool as getting yourself a full Mountain Soul. So if they're going to put some priority onto the Drakes, I could understand it even more in this game.
Just want to see them make a decision and stick with it at this point. Even if we do like them, if a game gets drawn out, there's no more drawing this game out. You're 30 minutes in with a 3-item Senna, nearly pushing 140 stacks. You got Zanya's done on Doinby. Even he should be safe diving into the back line if he gets in a pickle. The Shockwave has been neutered. There's no range for 1xN. Just start the Baron and force a fight that you like. I mean, look at that from Leave. He just did 40% of Feather's damage, or health bar.
It's so rough. So rough to try to step up, especially when you've got yourself a few of these shorter ranged carries, right? You're not hitting people from super far away as 1xN, unless you're just popping the culling, and then who is the culling landing onto? Because you've got a couple of champions that are happy to absorb it. You can also just put the shield up as Nio and absorb it. 1xN can't play video game at this point. He is getting pushed around so badly, which is really rough to see as the guy for Thundertalk.
Oh, man. All right. Doinby, he's going for a catch in the jungle as well. Satab chunked in. Oh, yep. That's a shockwave. Doinby's going to let that one marinate for Satab. He doesn't even want to kill him. He's just like, you think about your actions.
Yeah, I'm just going to walk this one away. Instead, it's just going to be Leave from next screen over, hitting onto this tower. You can't even step up to kill the minion wave right now.
They gotta
As
go.
Thundertalk, you have to get yourself something aggressive. Yeah, you have to go. You have to go in. Part of the problem with why they can't do that, though, is that Hoya hasn't been particularly good at hitting these unstoppable onslaughts so far. Satab.
Oh, Satab, buddy.
Take 2, bud.
All right, we need a counter on how many times this guy dies in the side lane. Yes, did I say he died early? No, I really didn't. Oh, the Sanyas. Why are we burning that? All right, then. Oh, I didn't see Aki pop over the wall. Okay, respect, Satab. You should get Doinby killed, and he does. I wasn't familiar with your game there.
Look at the map. Yep. The response out of that one, because you know there's multiple members on the top side, is going to be this Drake going over. Soul Point now completed for NiP. As we've been talking about, the Mountain Soul would be a huge benefit to them. If it's already tricky to kill people like Doinby and Leave, it's going to be that much harder with an extra shield on top of their heads as well. For Thundertalk, go time has to be now. You are getting outscaled. You have probably been outscaled. They have to find this fight.
And it should be around Baron. Can 1xN maybe get the armor pen item through by then? Who's to know? Feather looking to get some vision down so he can at least try and track Baron takes. Bot wave is pretty evened out, and I see both top laners running their way here. So at the very least, NiP are going to wrestle control of this jungle and look to just pick off whoever steps up, who is Feather and Aki. Glacial Fissure's down. Just look at Leave. Just see if Leave ever is under any sort of threat right now.
Hoya!
Hasn't happened
What are you
yet. As
doing?
Hoya throws himself into all of NiP. Shockwave's going to hold Doinby at bay, but there's the perfect execute onto the back line, and they send solo kill with full force at all of Thunder Talk. There is finally the kills stacking up for NiP. 1xN's flash, the only reason he survives, and Hoya, you got all that health and a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be a triple
never
kill right
mind.
here for Nio. Yeah, is going to be able to kill 1xN on the back end of that one. Just use the Grand Starfall to get in. That's going to be the Baron as well, and this should be the game. NiP, they've made it look a little bit rougher than they needed to, but still, Thunder Talk, they've been outpaced, and it feels like there's almost nothing that they can do to get themselves back into this one.
A Baron look, and then maybe they'll probably take the reset, but after that, it's assault on all fronts of these last couple outer turret scraps.
Yep.
Much more NiP-esque look to this game, too. They came to play after dropping a game they had no business losing.
So, watch Hoya again.
Oh, man.
That is the third unstoppable onslaught in a row that just has done nothing. And then on the back end of this one, I mean, Doinby doing work. He does so much damage at this point. And even though he ends up going down, it does not matter because he takes a huge chunk of damage off of all of the carries right here for Thunder Talk. Watch this one. Grand Starfall straight on.
Oh,
he actually
spear
dies
hit.
just... Yeah. Yikes. Yikes. You know what? Hey, fair enough. I like the play right here out of Nio. Thunder Talk just completely dismantled in this one. Without any of these big engages coming through from Hoya, there's nothing that they can really do to get back into this game. It's going to take a miracle of a Shockwave, Unstoppable Onslaught combo where 1xN gets the Cullen down on top, and they just haven't shown it so far this game.
Well, now, Blockster, we get to play a fun game called Will TT members see Leave on their screen when he kills them? That's the fun game I'm ready to play. He's about to get to 160 stacks. Yeah, yep, that's 160 at 32 minutes. First turret's going to go down. TT are trying to crowd up and get back towards their Nexus turrets. They do get Nio a bit too far forward with his Great Starfall, but he's not even dying in the middle of 4 members of TT. Shockwave is going to pick Doinby off. He goes into the stasis, about 1 HP, so Doinby's going to go down here. Maybe NiP are messing around a little too much. The flash forward on to Leave. How are TT doing this? Calling. It's on to Leave. TT are wiping down NiP just when we thought they had the midnight hour on this game. Everything gets blown away.
No, not again. You can't be doing this again right here as NiP. They go way too far in. We'd just been praising Nio, but he jumps up too far forward. Yes, he doesn't pay with his life. He's got himself that shield to put up. But the remaining members of NiP got drawn in. And what happened to Doinby? I lost track of him in this fight, and he ends up dead on my screen all of a sudden. He goes toe-to-toe with Setab, a fight he should easily win.
What?
He just gets shockwaved. Yeah,
what?
There we go. I mean, Setab's not been good with the shockwaves so far this game, but the second that Doinby's dead, that's the backline threat that you've been worried about gone, and you can see 1xN immediately turns around. It's like, oh, okay, I can play this one. He also gets a great culling off that just sneaks past that Baron-empowered cannon minion to be able to pick up Leave, and it's a complete disaster right here. This isn't Thunder Talk out of the woods, but it does help them.
At the very least, they don't have super minions pouring into their base. They can actually kind of control these wave states. Look at top, look at bot as this dragon spawns. So there's no like threat of your base being decimated. TT have bought themselves another 5v5 fight, and look at Setab! He grabs Leave. Can they get him back out? That's a really big depth charge coming from the cat, and they're going to block the culling this time. Leave's going to turn with the Dawing Shadow, but TT still feel confident with their health bars in a better spot. Good stasis comes out from Setab. Solo kill. He's going to get stunned up. The cat goes down. Solo kill gets back over the wall. There's Doinby, but he's going to get caught by 1xN. One more auto. 1xN survives in front of this assassin threat. Solo kill is resetting, though. He's able to get these sweet spots with the World Ender out, and he's healing way too much damage for TT to contend with. It's just not enough late game juice for TT to make that fight work.
No, unfortunately not. Thunder Talk, they are going to have to limp away. They keep a couple of members up, but importantly, they are going to lose outright here onto the Mountain Dragon. That's going to be Mountain Soul picked up for NiP, their second soul in a row, and hopefully this one is going to come paired up alongside a win.
Oh, but man, Bloxer, another fight.
Done it here.
Way too close.
Yeah, leave. You don't need to be anywhere near anybody. We've been joking about it being off-screen, and he's genuinely close to being that far away from people. Still, the big damage comes on through. It's solo kill that kind of wrestles this game back into their favor. Look at him. He stood right in amongst 3 members, and he's taking a lot of damage, but it just doesn't matter. Every single time he hits somebody, he just heals up for so much. And yeah, Doinby does die in the backline, but again, he does the beginnings of the work that's needed to be done. And watch 1xN, he's kind of locked out of this fight. He's really not able to step up because he's under threat from solo kill and Nio the whole time.
Getting Leave out was such a godsend too. The underrated healing and shielding that these Qs provide along with that range. It was almost the perfect angle there for TT. But after all these heroics, it feels like another game just going too long. For this time, NiP. Well, yeah, NiP again. With the Mountain Soul, though, I mean, this TT comp is so burst reliant. We're limit testing how crazy Senna can get at this point.
Sorry to interrupt. It popped up on my screen. I was like, yo, that is a ridiculous amount of stacks right there. The Sen has been in a really interesting spot in the meta right now where it is one of these go-to late game scalers, but usually you don't get the free early laning phase that this one did. Unfortunately, because Feather dies right at the start of the game, you get to chill in the early lane, and Leave has just never looked back. And now, if you thought he was tricky to kill before, he's hitting this tower from outside of tower range. You also now have to get through this Mountain Soul shield on top of him as well. I mean, getting a pick onto Leave is going to be nigh on impossible here for ThunderTalk.
All right, Doinby not catching that back, so that's what we get in the picture-in-picture. That is a pretty good buy, I will say, for 1xN. I was curious what this last item would be.
Yeah, I like it.
Serpent's Fang is pretty good for this Senna, but the question is still, does anyone ever get towards Senna? If the only person who can really answer that is Leave, if he is in correct position. Such an awkward state to be in. 30 minutes, 8 minutes in, we have a Mountain Soul already down. There's an open inhibitor bot side, but neither team has enough raw pushing power to actually threaten a siege anywhere. So it's just going to be a Baron dance.
Yep. Get ready, strap in. We'll see if this one lasts anywhere near as long. At least the first Baron of the game went down pretty quickly, but the push actually didn't end up working out particularly well for NiP. They step up a little bit too far. It's one of the reasons that ThunderTalk were able to begin to claw their way back into the game. 4k is the lead at the moment. It's not even that big. I mean, you can see, right? There's a 3k gold lead in the jungle. Nio is so far ahead of Arki, but Arki's still been incredibly useful in a lot of these fights. Because of the Crescent Guard, he can just absorb so much pressure, and is dealing more than enough damage that if he can get on top of Leave, he just does enough to at least force him away.
TT just need to get a shockwave down on Leave, who is, oh my god, just...
That's a tank.
Bap, bop, bop. Yeah, I mean, I will say Hoya. I would like to see exactly how much health he has, because it is a preposterous number when it comes to his HP. But all right, NiP running down the mid lane. They're going after Satab, who has to burn his stasis. I don't think he even has flash to get out here. The shockwave just going to delay his end. He actually is able to sneak back out here. The solo kill takes a lot of damage, but Feather goes down first. The Coling just not connecting on these low health bars. Aki's down as well. NiP have a couple options on their table. The Baron is up, or they can just go for the end here. They're going to take the smarter route and cash the 2 kills in they claimed for the second Baron of the game.
And the fact that Satab's actually able to survive there is crazy, but the fight just not quite working out for ThunderTalk. So much healing coming on through. You highlighted it exactly right. Leave able to just sit there, auto heal. Satab way out of position. He should not have been here. Good stasis, and he instantly lands the shockwave as well. He forces the flash away out of Leave, which stops him from dying. That's at least something. Solo kill with just 1 extra dash, otherwise he would have died to the culling from 1xN, and that might have changed that fight around.
But nope, it ends up with NiP holding on to this Baron, and we revisit one of the coolest points of this entire game. Does Leave actually get to 200 stacks? Bloxer, have you ever seen a 200 stack Senna in a competitive game?
In a competitive game, absolutely not. No. No, in a solo queue game where you're going for 60 minutes because nobody knows anything, yeah, there has been a 200 Senna.
That was 2 autos on the Aki.
This is
lost
insane.
about 30%
I just want to
of his
see
HP.
him autoing the tower from outside of the tower range.
Yeah, watch this, guys.
He's so far out of the base.
NiP, man, like, come
God.
on. You need to end this game. This guy is actually hitting from... we made the joke another screen. It's actually another screen now.
Yeah.
I just want to see him get 2 more souls. All right, there's 1. Come on, give me a second one. I need to see 200. Oh, no, there it is.
There it is.
Oh,
my
no.
lord.
Oh, there we go. 200 set of stacks
yeah.
in an LPL game.
That's crazy. That's crazy to be able to get this far ahead. As long as Leave keeps his positioning right. Aki goes in.
I mean, you have to, right? The shockwave lands, but doesn't get on to Leave. They do Doinby diving towards the back line, but if Leave's not down, you have to like the odds of NiP. Doinby into the stasis perfectly as he's pushed all the damage dealers away from the death ball that is NiP. They only lose Feather, but there's no way for them to defend these Nexus turrets because Leave can hit them from outside of turret range. TT have lost all their main engage tools. There's no way to threaten Leave, who is just bapping turrets down auto by auto. Anyone that steps near him loses, gets demolished by the might of the scaled Senna. The Nexus is exposed and open for the taking, and Leave can just trick shot it from halfway across the screen. The hook lands on a Satab. He goes down. Another 40-minute game, headlined by the biggest scaling Senna you've seen. NiP not us up at 1 apiece.
210 stacks on the Senna is insane. That's a truly nuts amount of stacks. I've never seen a Senna be hitting from that far away in a competitive game in my life, and it meant that there was just no way to play this game out as Thunder Talk. They couldn't get themselves back into this one. This is the other side of the, hey, don't worry about it, we don't have to push the pace of this game on, we can wait later, where you actually completely outscale your opponents, and with Leave playing like he was, at some point they just couldn't deal with him.
Oh, yeah. Sleeping Giant definitely created there. And I'm glad you called it out while we were in the game. I don't think this is a reality if you don't kill Feather off like 25 seconds before waves hit bottom lane. And Feather just hands a scaling Senna a free first couple of waves.
It's all stemming off of that, right? Of course, there's plenty of things that happen across the course of a League of Legends game, but Senna being weak and getting pushed around in laning phase is the Senna experience, right? You don't get to do that much damage from that far away 40 minutes later if you don't get a free laning phase during the initial couple of minutes of the game, and it was just baffling because it's a Thunder Talk play. They go in, they go try to steal away the chickens, they lose out onto the smite fight, unfortunately, and at that point, turn tail run, they can't. You lose Feather, as you said, that's what snowballs things out. I don't just want to highlight, though, onto Leave, because there are a lot of people who really stepped up incredibly well in this game. I would like to highlight Solo Kill, personally. He was just so big this game, was just a massive frontline ball and healing for just such ridiculous amounts.
I think Nio gets the most out of this Pantheon as well, early and often. The one reoccurring theme in this series, despite it being knotted up, is that once we get in a mid game where side laning is such a priority for both these teams, NiP have been so much better. I can't remember any of their members getting picked off in the side waves. I've watched Satab die in sides 7 times. That's a rough estimation, but 7 times already.
Yeah, it's been constant, right? And it's the difference between these two players, Satab and Doinby, where Doinby also died a lot that game. He easily had the most deaths on his team, but who cares? Every time he died, it's because he was in the backline and he'd taken 3/4 of the health off of a couple of the key members of Thunder Talk, and then, well, what do? You can't play the rest of the fight. You've now got domed by Leave off of your screen. That is how you win the fights. Whereas Satab dying, it's because he's caught out of position. He's overpushed in the side lane. He's stood on the edge of a wall he shouldn't be at the start of a team fight, and maybe he doesn't die, but he kills the rest of his squad, and you can see it wasn't a smooth up, right? No. NiP, they have to fight for this one. It still takes them over 40 minutes to be able to pick up this game, but also, Leave does 53,000 damage.
Yes, this is very positive for NiP, but I'm glad you pointed out how long this game takes, because the rest of Group Nirvana is going to be talking about who can really challenge EDG, who can get themselves in best position with those seeding conversations like you talked about. This is a win for NiP. This is a big Leave game, but I'm still not inspired that this team is closer to Edward Gaming right now compared to the pack.
They feel like they're closer to LGD and ThunderTalk right now. This feels like this is a matchup between two teams that are very evenly matched, which it shouldn't do, especially not when, I mean, we're going to have to keep highlighting it. SafeTab is having a pretty bad series, and Hoya in this one had a really bad game. He was constantly missing a couple of these big ultis, and it didn't feel like there were any big, egregiously wrong problems on any of the individual members right here from NiP. It didn't feel like a micro problem. It feels like a macro problem and a confidence problem, where they just aren't confident enough to step up and push the game forwards. Yes, it works out for them in this game, and you have a composition that scales really well. We get to see Leave on 210 stacks, but they could have won this game ages ago. They didn't need it to last this long beforehand.
And here was that one head-scratching fight becomes a reoccurring episode, a reoccurring guest in this sitcom of a series. Just you saw it on the goal graph, this sharp decline. If this fight is a little more polished, right, Doinby goes in the same time as Nayo, you let Lee step up slowly and surely, the game ends here. But that's not the reality we're living in.
Yeah, exactly. It's such an odd situation where they win this game and it looks good in the end, but it still leaves me with lots of questions about both of these teams. And honestly, going into this game number 3, I really don't know what's going to happen. I wonder, as ThunderTalk, if you do want to put 1xN on someone more of a late game scaler, maybe if you want to get him something like the Smolder and say, hey, we need you to have that late game power as insurance once this game goes for 40 minutes. We trust that NiP won't know how to close a game out any quicker than that.
On the flip side of that, though, 1xN was put in like a terrible position to ever try and play an early game comp, because I hate to keep ragging on it, but Feather dying early just shut down that really key lane to be the mid-game power spike for ThunderTalk. So you also could say, should we play a 1xN Caitlyn comp and let him, you know, that kind of can be both best of both worlds too, because Caitlyn is kind of a gross scaling champion, just one of the weaker mid-game champions. We'll have to see once we get into those Game 3 draft discussions. But for now, we just got to get out of the way, Bloxer. They're giving player of the game to Leaf.
Are they? I mean, I feel like you could be right, but Nayo had a game. He died like once and had a cajillion kills and assists. I feel like this one might be a little close.
I think the damage graphs are just going to completely sway this one. Hey,
I mean,
you know,
that amount of damage is crazy, and that damage from range.
I do think like getting player of the game for Senna feels illegal, because there's not a lot of expression with Senna.
Yeah.
It's, oh, you timed your Dying Shadow really well. You know, you shield up your teammates great, and you know, stacking souls is really big. Hey, good call, Bloxer. You know what? There you go. Nayo grabs his 3rd player of the game. Screw the 220 stack Senna.
Yeah.
That only became a reality because this guy.
Exactly. This is why I was pretty happy when I see Nayo pop up on my screen right here. The way he played this game out, he was just so proactive, just constantly using those ultis to great effect. And that's what you have to do, right? He was finding the dives, he was finding the picks onto the side lanes, and just never let up the pressure. And also in a composition without a real true tank, he was absorbing so much pressure, just putting that shield up and just saying, hey, hit me, it doesn't matter.
What matters is the next game of League of Legends coming to your airwaves. We've had a lot to say about both of our teams through games 1 and 2. But it's time to put all that to the wayside. One final game to finish off the round robin, the first one, between ThunderTalk and NiP. Will they be knotted at the same spot in the standings at 3 and 2? Or will NiP separate themselves from the pack? One final Nexus explosion will decide that and more after our intermission. Our first night of the series has not disappointed in series length. We are into Game 3 between Thunder Talk Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas. We've had a lot of tape to reflect on this series so far, and what does the tape tell at least me, Bloxer? I have no idea what to make of what we're going to get to end this series.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a few things we can expect going on forwards. 1xN is playing well. Sepep and Hoya are playing a lot worse. NiP will get themselves a big advantage at some point, but whether or not they hold on to that is the main question. That's going to be the key thing going on forwards. I think draft is going to be very important. Now that we're in the third game, we've lost a lot of those top tier champions off of the board, so it's going to be interesting to see what these teams go towards. I think whatever happens though, we're going to be still talking about League of Legends in at least 40 minutes time.
That is the truth. You nailed that one on the head. Interesting tidbit, though, that will impact this game. I believe it will be the first game that we get Thunder Talk on blue side. So we're going to start to learn about, with all those champions off the board like you talked about, what is their B1 power priority for them. Because they don't have a lot of players that I think can utilize it best. You mentioned that Hoya has been playing very well. Rumple's still up. I think that's the only way that Hoya grabs this B1. Junglers, though, for Aki, maybe what you're thinking. If a Varus, I don't expect a Varus to sneak through. It's going to be intriguing what the TT coaching staff draw up here.
You're exactly right to bring up the Varus. If it does get allowed in, I think 1xN can do absolute work on that champion, so I would expect that one to be picked up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I think jungle is correct to be looking towards. I mean, we've still got things like the Wukong available to us that's very strong in the meta at the moment that you might potentially want to look towards, or maybe even just want to get even more aggressive right here with Aki. He's been really liking his Lee Sin recently. He could potentially go towards something like that, although I don't know that you want to be picking that one up so early on in the draft. You are right that we're beginning to lose quite a lot of these just easy to pick up slam dunk victory champions at this point in the game.
And we're starting to lose comfort champions as well for some of those solo laners. It's been a while since we've really ever seen it come out, but it's important to remind everybody at home that a big reason why TT were so fun at the start of the year was because Setab was picking his Blade Bros. This guy can play a mean Yone. This guy was solo boloing up on Yasuo. He has a Silas that I've seen him go to occasionally. Those are the champions he made his name on over in the LCK Challengers League a while ago, but because the meta has shifted away from it, he's had to play a lot of these mages. We are into this Game 3 draft, though, and we do see Rumble and Varus, two of those B1 champion potentials for TT we talked about, already being denied by Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, and TT, they're moving towards the exact same kind of bans that they have been taking off of the board previously. They do also take the Annie out very early on into this game, clearly not excited by the concept of Doinb being able to just flash ult them and get a kill pretty much at will onto whoever he wants. So Thunder Talk, what do you go towards as the B1? Everything that we would usually see B1able has now been taken off the board, you are absolutely right. Maybe you go towards something like the Trundle if you want something that's very strong in the overall meta at the moment. Ooh,
come on.
You might be a god. Okay.
All right.
Slayer.
Awesome.
Stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to get Setab back on a dueling AD mid laner. This is something that's been so few and far between. Issue for TT, yeah, that's Doinb Rise. So this is fun, though. We're blasted back to Split 1. Doinb Rise was taking over the league. Setab, Yone, and Yasuo was getting them to the top of their group with BLG in it. We're going to blast for the past in our final match.
Hey, I like it. I like it. And the Rise is being picked up here by Doinb. Not necessarily into the most comfortable of matchups. If Setab is able to land a couple of those knockups, you can potentially go for these solo kills. You're more as the Rise looking to just farm your waves as always, and then go pair up with other people across the rest of the map. I highlighted the Lee Sin as potentially something that Aki wanted to go towards and play, but Nayu has also been really enjoying this one. And off the back of a mega performance on the Pantheon, he has the confidence going forwards to say, hey,
there we go.
I want to take it to my opponents. I also do really like the Lee Sin paired up with the Rise because you can get these cool flanks off early on to just punish your opponents for the smallest of missteps.
TT, though, have kind of bluffed out NiP because they did this, right? Exactly. They did not pick the Sejuani. They dared Nayo to get boxed into having to deny the pick. So that gives one of the most powerful mid-jungle duos. It may be hard to remember, but again, Split 1 and the start of Split 2, it was ban or play against Yone Sejuani out of so many LPL teams in the mid-jungle.
and people have still been putting a lot of respect on it. As soon as CZ Leone popped up, a lot of people are taking away the Sejuani. I also just like the Sejuani for Arki. I think he works really well for him when he can be on these sort of engaged champions with a little bit of extra tankiness, and you've now got 2 champions that are melee and going to help you out with constantly stacking up that permafrost. It's going to be very tricky to move once you get engaged upon right here for NiP. Now, Leave, we just saw him have a brilliant performance on a late-game scaler. I was talking about the Smolder as potentially good pickup for 1xN. NiP, they're going to read that, take it away, and give Leave another one of these late-game carries.
Oh, this is so awesome. And I'd like to thank the Fearless for it. We're getting so many staple champions from these players on both sides. Leave, again, calling back to that play-in series up against FPX, which they playoffs that they did end up losing in that playoffs, but Leave was a reason why it went the distance for Ninjas in Pajamas. And he gets to play another scaling throw, like you talked about the center. We roll into the second phase of bans. Really smart 6-ban from NiP. Remember, it's an AD mid laner. Those come few and far between right now in the meta, which means got to get rid of any AP threats that 1xN could land on.
Yeah, exactly. You really don't want to allow 1xN to just pop himself off on something like that. I mean, honestly, the Ziggs ADC really hasn't been that impressive. It just feels so impressive because when you look at Zig stats, you get Knight's mid lane Zig stats popping up for you, and that's been rolling, kids. Yeah, he's been very, very strong on this one. It's also going to be that Sivir taken off the board. I did wonder if that was going to go. That's now the majority of these big hyperscalers that we've been thinking of taken away. If you still want to go towards that, you're now looking at that tier 2 of champions. You could potentially go towards the Jinx. That's still been in a relatively strong position. The Tristana as well has been nice. I do like the Tristana in this composition. It gives you that extra bit of mobility to join up if everybody does want to go diving into the backline. Otherwise, I don't know. If you still want to go towards something like the Caitlyn, as you highlighted earlier, I don't think this is a terrible game for it.
I would like the Jhin here. I think
like
this is playing the range. You don't need to bring a ton of scaling damage because you do have the Yone. It's that sneaky setup. I don't know how comfortable 1xN is playing it, though. On the flip side for NiP, they definitely need somebody to abuse the fact that TT are going to be really AD reliant, and Cassante will fit that bill.
Yep.
Wonder if it would have been the Ornn, but Solo Kill likes the Cassante more. Where is 1xN's head at? Wombo, dive threat. There's a lot of ways you can go from here.
There are, and I think this is one of my favourite ways. I wasn't really expecting it. I thought they were just going to go for something a little bit further back, try to play through the later stages of the game, but instead, Thunder Talk, they're going to be perfectly happy to put some extra pressure onto their main man, and in this composition where everybody else is already diving forward, why not pair that up alongside an ADC that can join you in this quest? You still need a top laner that can jump forwards too. The Gnar, I think, fits the bill pretty well. Into the Cassante as well, you have a very easy lane matchup. You're not going to be too worried about dying. And now, once you've got that Mega Gnar, if that can get onto somebody, push everybody into a wall, you can pair that up with the Fate Shield so easily into a huge wombo combo.
I'm glad you point out the strength of the Kai'Sa, though, too. Another thing, mixed damage profile, right?
Yeah,
so you can have AP routes. I expect 1xN to maybe index mostly into AP, but when you have a bunch of low-range champions want to throw themselves at you, Renata value skyrockets. This may just be the X-Factor pick of this draft that wins this game and series for NiP. Renata, a hostile takeover, nobody on TT can escape it.
Yeah,
nobody.
No, absolutely
Zero people.
Not. The whole point of this TT composition is that they're going to jump at you. They're going to go flying into the backline and try to kill you. And if you just pop that ulti down, this is one of the best Renata angles I've seen. I'm not surprised that NiP pick it up for themselves. Thunder Talk will have had to have been aware that this was a possibility. It's something that Niket does play, and it's something that's just very strong in the meta overall anyway. That being said, you do now have a little bit of an interesting situation where Solo Kit and Nayu are going to want to go jumping into the backline, whereas Doinby and Leave, they kind of want to sit back, play this one out a little bit slower, and the front to back itself is a little bit weaker overall for the Lee Sin. You're more about that pick potential, so it does make it less of a coherent overall composition, but I'm still not mad about it. I think you've got a lot of individually strong pickups right here, and a lot of comfort too for the members of NiP.
First game of this series where it really feels like TT do have the agency advantage, though, and that may be a very fun crux to follow up against NiP. So many fun staple champions and such an influential end game on the state of Group Nirvana. TT and NiP by the end of the Nexus explosion comes could be just beside each other in the standings at 3-2, having to go play each other a couple days away. Will NiP get closer to the undefeated, untouched EDG? It's time to find out.
Coming into the second round robin here, it is very, very important that you keep yourself at least level enough with EDG if you want any hope of being able to pick up that top spot, or at least just find yourself in an easier matchup with some of these worse group ascend teams. Incredibly important, not just in this individual matchup, but because it's a doubleheader, like you said, on Thursday. At the end of Thursday, we're going to know a lot about the standings of Group Nirvana. It's going to tell us a lot about the relative strength of these teams. And it's all going to come down to this matchup right here. Can Thunder Talk finally find themselves not just a good early game, but a good mid game? That's something they haven't had this entirety of this series so far.
And the bigger question to me, Bloxer, can we finally get a good game, a consistent game out of Setab? Even in the Game 1 win, the Orianna was constantly punished. Or, sorry, the Aurora was constantly punished. It took, a stalled out game to get it in enough of a position to impact the fights. But those come a dime a dozen, diamond in the rough, whatever saying you want to throw out. But even in this spot, it's so much bigger. You drafted the B1 Yone, a comfort pick for Setab that he needs to use to bring home here as minions crash in for the first time to their specific waves, and you see junglers starting on the same side of the map here, so we're going to path towards each other in that top crab to be the likely first action. Outside of these bottom lanes, just throwing some abilities around.
Yeah, you do expect these two bottom lanes to just constantly be poking each other about. 1xNt and Feather will be a little bit stronger in this 2v2 once you've got yourself that level 2 at least, if not the level 3. But up until that point, yeah, the Alistar barely going to give you anything, just going to get pushed around a little bit right here by the NiP bot lane. And you need to make sure this isn't how the entirety of this laning phase goes, because you cannot afford to be giving a Smolder a free laning phase. Similarly to how giving a Senna a free laning phase went poorly in the previous game for Thunder Talk, I think it's even worse to allow Smolder to just stack up. If he gets to 225 early enough, I mean, there's nothing you can do.
No. Senna with, early scale is, alright, the range is annoying. Healing becomes pretty annoying. Smolder early scaling, game is over. Yeah, so leave a player marked by positioning mistakes that have floundered, such amazing fight styles from him. A lot asked of him as well. Good to highlight this Smolder. And we'll check in on him later, but there's a Lee Sin to track for Nayo, who's going to be the catalyst of the early game. And he is already pathing towards this crab. It's actually Aki, though, that gets his clear done first, so he'll be here to hover Setab. And Setab looks like he's got a decent push in mid lane, so Aki going to be in position to grab this crab, and I like this from Nayo. He realizes his slow's a bit more clear, and he's going to head down to make sure he doesn't get double crab.
Yeah, doesn't want to get double crab right here, and being able to just path away from the Sejuani makes a lot of sense early on. You often think of Lee Sin as a pretty good early skirmisher, but the amount of base damage that Sejuani has can be pretty insane. It can be really tricky to actually try to deal with, so just path away from that one. Beat around his bottom side as well, keep them safe whilst they have a little bit of a early reset. Actually, Feather stepping up a bit far here. Needs to be careful.
So let's get a good little pulverized down, so Nayo can't go any further. At least gains information that Nayo did in fact go for that bot crab. And they get Leave. Leave does get his reset first, but 1xN, he's going to go towards the mid lane. So a little bit of a shake-up on those classic lane swaps we usually see.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, right, you do just want to give 1xN the easiest lanes available to him, and also having him in the mid lane means that you can either just walk them up towards the top side if you now want to reset through as Hoya, or you could just stay in the mid lane, keep absorbing pressure there, and then potentially move down towards a Drake fight if you want it. Looks like the answer is just going to be 1xN moves up, picks up a little bit in the mid lane, going to pick up this wave in the top side. It is going to be a matched swap. No top laner is going to end up in a horrible situation where they can't step up and farm, which is always nice to see for them. Still, it's going to be dragon spawning on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be an Ocean Drake as well. The earlier you can grab an Ocean Drake, the better it is for your laning phase, especially for these tankier top laners. It'll be interesting to see who heads towards this one. So far, Arky has headed straight onto it, and he does use the Arctic Assault over the wall as well to avoid being spotted out.
Wow. Dragons have been slow to started up in this series.
Yeah.
We had so many late souls come across, but Aki, yeah, making that a different priority in this game. And Setab has that push on the Yone that brings a lot more sustained damage to these early neutral takes. It's going to be TT picking up the first dragon before Grubs are even in the realm of spawning, 2.5 minutes out. And you talked about the swaps as well. Like Hoya keeping his 1v1, range Gnar is so annoying for melees to deal with. So Hoya going to get a lot of value, hopefully building up a CS lead of his own by doing so.
Absolutely. So, things nice and calm and collected throughout the early stages of this game. We weren't expecting anything too explosive so far. The first point at which we usually see a little bit of early aggression from these teams is going to be around these Grubs. And like I said, still 2 minutes out on that one. We take a quick pan down towards the bottom side of the map. Teleport coming in right here from Leave. He's looking to retake his bottom lane. It's going to be the reset for solo kill as well. Yeah, solo kill definitely does not want to be in this matchup right here. It's pretty rough, honestly, to be playing into this Gnar because you could just get poked out so easily. You get outranged, and then as soon as the Mega Gnar comes through, you don't actually just beat out the Mega Gnar.
Oh, Aki, the worst brush to face check. Luckily, he has his ult available. The Fate Seal does land onto Doinby. Good flash from Nayo. And Setab can't get himself back out. Feather does pop the ghost. So looking to chase down these ultimate members of NiP. The terrible headbutt pulverized gets Nayo caught. And the Realm Warp won't even get Doinby out. Bail out. Hell no. Double kill to 1xN. What a start for Thunder Talk.
Gorgeous, exactly what Thunder Talk would have wanted, and it's all off the back of NiP thinking that they have themselves a pick. But thing is, Sejuani, even at this point in the game, is going to be tankier than that. Still got a giant spell in inventory, and without having yourself a Smolder in that fight, you really just don't have the damage to be able to burst through Arky. It's also
ultimate advantage
who has ultis. Yeah. Look at who has ultis. Nayo, no ulti. Niket, obviously no ulti. The fact you immediately get Fate sealed up means that the re-engage can just come through. Still, Feather, no ulti is the main engage right here. Flash, headbutt, pulverize, lands onto 2, and even manages to step up to get that next little bit of stun down onto Doinby, meaning that he definitely falls in that fight.
Feather has been such a consistent catalyst for TT all the way back to Split 1, where it really felt like a lot of TT's success was him and Beichuan constantly pushing action. And no matter how far, both these teams have fallen, it's been nice to see some of that magic for right now Feather, but I'm sure we'll get it from Doinby later on in this game too, showing up in Group Nirvana in a series that still matters so much where these teams currently stand. Where the map currently stands, though, Void Grubs are on the Rift and have spawned. 1xN on the top side as well, cashing in that 2-0 start. It's going to give a lot of power to TT, and all their ults that they just used are back online. You still have that Sejuani Glacial Prison. You do still have Setab's Fate Sealed, both coming up in mere seconds.
Exactly, this is just going to give that extra level of power, and interestingly enough, Thunder Talk, they've also not roamed Hoya up. He's just going to keep pushing down onto this bottom side of the map. He has no teleport, so this is going to be a 5v4. That does mean that Thunder Talk actually can't step up, at least not for this first one. I don't know that they can step up at all in this situation. No, it looks like they're just going to concede these ones over. The Grubs are very important, especially on this sort of composition. I would have really liked Thunder Talk to be able to pick themselves up at least one of the Grubs.
Yeah, they're just a bit too late. They get Hoya. They get Hoya 2 plates. I think that's the small win. Don't know if Doinby really wants to chase down Hoya. All right, nothing more to come with that. But yeah, NiP better on the rotate, overload, and get those Grubs out of the hands of, like you called out of the Yone's hands, out of the Gnar's hands. That's honestly a bigger win to me than getting it onto the Rise.
Exactly. You can split push with this NiP composition, and I'm sure that they will if they're in a position to do so in the later stages of this game. But Thunder Talk were always going to try to play these side lanes. They have great side laners, and without those Grubs, it's just that extra little bit of power. There's a little bit less threat. These towers are going to survive for a bit longer, and it's a small victory for NiP, but that's how they've been winning these games, right? Small victories, building them up block by block. Still, it's going to be 40 seconds now until the next Drake is going to spawn. A Chemtech Drake will join us on the Rift, and so far it's been Thunder Talk setting up as much vision as possible around this objective. They conceded the Grubs. They do not seem to want to concede these.
Curious what Nayo was camping out so long for. Hoya had flash. I don't really know if you want to dive a Gnar, so he's still in. He's still there. He's going to try and get the wave in. He spent half a minute up here on this top side where all that dragon setup does go away. 1xN's looking for a reset here. I think he should have first item. Hoya's soaking up a lot of pressure. At least NiP are going to get a ton of value out of the grubs here. So
yeah,
might get almost all the plates off of this turret.
Now that Feather has arrived, it should be Hoya being able to step up. A couple plates are still going to remain, but you called it out critically. The fact that it's just pressure up towards the top side of the map gives a perfect window for 1xN to go back.
Leave does not have a cleanse, but he does have a flash. Good recognition of a free trade there for Aki. Now Smolder is going to be under threat for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, you take that one every single day of the week. The fact that you don't have the Glacial Prison going to be significantly less impactful. You've also now got 1xN rejoining with that Kraken Slayer in inventory, so he's going to be in a very strong spot, and that's even before he's been able to complete that cull. He's got that extra injection of cash coming in soon as well. Teleport going to be coming in. This is a Feather also teleport to join the fight.
Yep, Feather and also Hoya, so they're here.
Hoya, yeah.
TT are making a statement. They're saying, we are playing for dragons, and Nayo cannot get the steal. Fate Seal does get on the back line here from Satab, but he gets stunned up. He's going to have to jump back. Luckily, Niket is able to survive. Solo kill grabs Satab, though, into an own 1v1 and makes him pay for his transgressions.
Ooh.
Dragon at a price here for Thunder Talk.
I do not think that in that situation Satab wanted to land that Fate Sealed onto the backline. I think he was specifically looking for whoever was straight in front of him, and instead gets pulled way further in, and it pulls him way out of position as well, takes a ton of damage, snaps back, and Solo who is there ready to pick up the kill. Still, the Drake is picked up. There's now 2 right here for Thunder Talk. Feather over the wall. Doing B.
He's got the phase rush.
He's fine. Yeah, he's fast enough. It's alright.
So big kill for Solo kill to get. As we look back at that, like you called out, I think it's a good flash from Nayo after he realized he doesn't get the steal.
I think that he doesn't want to hit that onto the Niket right there. That pulls him way out of position, unfortunately. Good job on Solo kill to be able to just finish that one off. Big injection of cash as well into the Cassante. He's going to be happy to have picked that one up. First items are now coming through, so we can see what the move are going to be. Aki going towards the Heartsteel. Now, there's been a lot of discussion recently of whether or not that's good or not. I personally have still liked picking it up on the Sejuani, but I've heard a lot of people being like, nah, it's useless. There's no point in picking it up. So, interesting to see.
In this game, I'm a little bit iffy on it. How many opponents are you going to get Heartsteel stacks on in like more elongated fights? It's like Nayo and Solo kill. What I need to see from Aki here is that flash timer. We need to be threatening leave. He should not be allowed to just sit and chill and farm these waves, even if it's diving, right? This TT comp, if it's Satab and Aki, and honestly 1xN with Killer Instinct, turret should not even be a safe haven for this flashless Smolder.
Absolutely not, and they were able to pick up that flash off of the Smolder about 2.5 minutes ago, so you've still got a little while left before it's going to be back up and available, but it is over halfway back now, and you do need to punish it. Getting the flash out every single time is important, but getting the flash out and then punishing the flash as Smolder is going to be a key to victory right here for Thunder Talk, that so far they haven't seemed particularly interested in trying to exploit. We'll see if they will try for it a little bit further in the future. For right now, we've got a little while until any of these big objectives are coming up, so everybody's just picking up as much farm as possible, trying to hit that first item breakpoint if they haven't already. For right now, it's just going to be Satab, who still needs to head back to base to pick himself up that Bork to start things off. Once he has it, it's going to make it a lot easier to get into the backline and then stay there without getting chunked down.
Kales is going to be completed here for Niket. That's big because the Smolder took teleport because Leave wanted to get stacks as quickly as possible.
Yep.
So that can get him out of that Glacial Prison bind in a pinch. That's going to be huge value from this Renata going forward. Important to remember, across this series, this moment, post-plates dropping until late game, has been when NiP have been much better on the map here. It's going to be not going to take enough damage. I thought he wasn't, but man, where did that sauce come out from Aki?
Glacial Prison right there from Aki just pops through. People really do underestimate the amount of damage that a Sejuani can do early on. Those base damages are really, really high. And that's also going to result in this top lane tower falling and a huge amount of pressure on the top side of the map right as Rift Herald is up and available. 5 seconds until that one's on the board. They can head back to base, spend that gold, come back out, and feel very comfortable to potentially contest for this objective.
Doesn't get any Heartsteel stacks, but picks up that kill. Solo kill. Going to solo out this turret. So that is going to give another bit of gold back over to NiP. Feats of Warfare with that top lane turret going down is secured by TT. And now they're looking to push the tempo a little bit. Aki doesn't have the Glacial Prison back around just yet. But it's not assuaging TT from going for the Swift Herald. Even on Vision, Satab confident these resets are having to come through. With Nio heading back to base. Now he's going to come off of the Rift Herald. Okay.
Well, he was waiting for the wave to step up a little bit. I guess didn't want to push it overly far forwards and get himself caught out on the side lane again. Not that he hasn't gotten caught on lots of side lanes before, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure with that one. Still, it gives you enough time to get a couple more members around for this Rift Herald.
Now they're going.
Bring people in. Now, it looks like they want to play it, but this is going to draw a bit of a fight in, right? I don't know that NiP are just going to allow this one to go through right under their noses.
I think they will, because this is a very positive trade. They're going to be able to get the first Mountain Drake. They at least have the inside track. They're stealing some camp sway. TT made it such a point to get down here for the second Drake. They TP'd in 2 members.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a weird timer. I thought they were late and the Mountain Drake could just get started, but NiP don't go for it. And now they can go for the classic Herald drop mid. Allows them to get the mid wave up. And now Herald should crash in. Satab just poking and prodding. Should get Shelly up to the turret, but I don't think it will. Backside the fight though here, look at solo kill. Oh, he pulls Satab back towards Nio. Cancels the Fate Seal with the Cassante ultimate. Great understanding of the kit there from solo kill.
Wow, that's a disaster of a macro play right there from Thunder Talk. They go get the Herald so that they can do the Herald crashes into mid lane play that we've seen a million times before, but they don't push the wave anywhere near far enough forward. Satab steps up in a stilly spot and gets taken out, and that's going to result in the Drake going over as well. That stops the Drake stacking from coming through. It could have been Mountain Soul already, so point already for Thunder Talk, and instead they put themselves in a hole for really no reason. What happens to Satab?
Face check.
He just face checks Cassante.
Oh, it's just
this
such
is the
a
thing
great
with the Cassante,
combo.
right? This is why you're perfectly happy to pick this one up early on, even though it means that you get into what is a rough lane matchup alongside the Gnar. It doesn't matter. The Gnar matchup is not where you're trying to win this game. You're trying to win this game by just pulling members out of position with that all-out once we get into these team fights and skirmishes, and it's a great job of that right there for solo kill. He had a brilliant game in the previous one on the Aatrox, and so far so good here on the Cassante.
Just gets even sweeter too, knowing that 1xN for now is purely AD damage based. With the Kraken Slayer coming, he's going to get an attack speed item. And look at all the glorious armor this Cassante is already stacking up. He's going to be just 2 armor items deep, not far along from here. You can see how high up he is in top 4 of player gold. Hoi and 1xN, especially the double kill 1xN got, is to be expected. But this game is still anyone's for the taking, and cannot stress this enough, Bloxer. This point in the games 1 and 2 is when that NiP league that you said we should expect to see really blossomed.
Yeah, exactly. They are beginning to get themselves to these item break points that we were waiting for. Been looking good. Satab tries to get a little bit of a pick onto leave, but is not quite going to be able to manage it. That's now going to be 2 items on a couple of these key carries right here. Still, no Heartsteel stacks picked up for Arky, so far the doubters, the haters of the Heartsteel are correct.
Yeah, they really are.
Just hasn't really been able to get anything ahead. There hasn't been any real skirmishing for Arky. He hasn't actually seen a champion that he's been able to hit in, what, a good 5-6 minutes at this point in the game? We are 90 minutes in, though, so it is going to be the Atakan spawning in just under a minute's time. And we've seen time and time again teams who start this one up completely throwing their games away. For Thunder Talk, the Atakan has not been a good place to fight so far this series. NiP, they've been having a much better time of it.
And part of that has been because they're so good at punishing mispositions on the side lanes. Hate to stress it again, but this is the phase where Satab has died way too many times in this game. And this time TT are at least shadowing him as he is on the side with that Atakan. Hoi is doing a really good job getting some waves pretty deep into the top side. It's holding Doinby in place. With all this going on, got to look at Aki to try and cut down this Smolder. I mean, he's just daring you to throw one of those Glacial Prisons out at him.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, come on, I can survive it. Let's see. And so far, I mean, Aki has been really good with the Glacial Prisons. He's been pretty on point with them. As much as he doesn't have Heartsteel stacks, he's still been a big part of why Thunder Talk right now are sat in a small gold advantage as they are. Solo Kill stepping up, though. He's very tanky at this point in the game. He doesn't have to worry particularly about getting chunked down. Setup, you can see, just gives him a little tickle. I was slightly worried he was about to get all outed and pulled through, but at least with the Soul Unbound, he would have had the ability to snap back. Things again stalling out though. This every single time it feels like Thunder Talk can't push the advantage. NiP are so happy to make things slow in this game, and they are, right? Yes, you've got yourself a Lee Sin, which is thought of more as an early game champion, but with the Rise and especially the Smolder, you're so happy to just allow this game to wait. You're now on 212 stacks. The 225 is very, very close right here for Leave.
Believe Doinby also will complete the Seraphs on this reset. He should be sitting on a huge chunk of gold with his Roa fully stacked up. That's a big point to highlight there. Yep, there's the Seraph stun.
There it
so
is. Yep.
Again, it's NiP just leaning on the same crutch. They know Doinby and Leave are so good on these scaling champions. And we are yet to see this Glacial Prison Fate Seal combo like even really try. It's been one or the other at points earlier on. That got TT in a good spot, but it's not what you do. It's not what you do to get that small lead. It's what you do when you have it to create wins. That might be just the most frustrating point, honestly, for both these two teams in this series.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They have a bunch of tools in their bag, but they are so scared to actually use them, try to push the pace of the game on. And I think in this game it's fine for NiP, but it's kind of egregious here for Thunder Talk. They have to try make this work. You've given 1xN one of these earlier game champions. You had the option of giving him a super late game scaler, and you didn't. Now they're at least going to start up this Atakan. Nayo is in the area though, and Lee Sin good for steals.
Realm Warp. Doinby's going to get both the scaling carries in here. Feather going to knock the Lee Sin out, but Nayo goes in and steals the Atakan. Fate sealed on the solo kill. The Cassante will go down. But you'll take that trade any day of the week. The Nayo Lee Sin does not disappoint. And NiP, they will have to sack this Mountain Drake. They are 5 versus 4 for the time being. Satap can teleport his way back in. You see how dark the pit is. Just take your Octagon prize and leave. Soul Point is a problem for another day, Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the fact that that one's stolen away is huge right there from Nayo. Otherwise, it would have been a one fight, a one Drake, and the Atakan in the back pockets of Thunder Talk. That's the snap engage that I need to see from them, but it was just a little bit mistimed. You see Feather pushes Nayo away just before he really needed to. It gives Nayo just enough time to get back into the pit and arrive to steal that one. Huge steal from him. We've seen a couple of Smite fights go back and forth, and Nayo has come out on top the majority of the time. The key difference was that single Elder Drake in the first game. Doinby potentially getting picked right here.
How do you like this medicine? Getting jumped on a side lane. Flashes. Aki matches it, but they don't get the Sejuani stun. The Seraph Shield providing just enough value. TP coming in though. NiP, are they going to look to turn this with solo kill? He definitely wants to, but the Gnarlhold has to come down. And TT just can't do what NiP have done well all series long, and that's finding kills on the sides.
So frustrating. The Permafrost was sat on 3 stacks for so long, but nobody could step up far enough. The joy of the Gnar is that you do get to help out stack up those stacks when you're in your mega form, but as Mini, you can't help out.
Nope.
So every single one of those autos landing just isn't giving you the stack. You don't get the stun off, and of course, we watch as Doinby gets to walk away. That would have been a big kill to have picked up. Doinby's had a pretty chill game for himself so far. Getting that pick would have been nice. Big pressure right now from NiP into the mid lane. Nayo sat over the wall as well. They could potentially go for an engage once this tower falls.
Tower's down. Hoya was thinking about making a move towards the mid lane with no Gnar bar up, and he'll go back bot side. Talked about who the biggest benefactors are of the chilling game that NiP have had for the most part. It's again Leave, who is so good on stacking, scaling AD series, which yes, very niche amount of champions fit that bill, but he's played 2 of them. Yeah, and it's the meta for them on 1xN. Realm Warp in. Doinby gonna get the Rune Prism, immediately cleanse back out. Nayo though, flash kick, serves up 1xN with a side of fries. One more kick should do it, but the Glacial Prison interrupts it. Zolko has to flash out. Now pulls Satap into his team. Solo kills Cassante is just diffing all of Thunder Talk right now.
Yeah, he's all over this game. And NiP, they find that snap engage. It was a misposition from 1xN, a rare misposition, but he stepped a little bit too far forwards. That's going to be the Baron unlocked right now. Nothing that you can do. Yes, Aki is alive. But without the Glacial Prison and without any friends, it's going to be impossible for them to be able to take this one away. It should be traded back for a top lane tier 2 tower right here. At least Hoya is going to be able to grab this, and this is going to be one less wave that you really have in a position to push through. That's something, but it's not a lot right here. That's a real rough fight for ThunderTalk.
Oh, Bloxer, I used to pray for times like this, man. NiP take a Baron down 15 seconds after it spawns.
Hell yeah.
They've learned. We're learning in Nirvana, everybody.
Hopefully, although I do not trust that these teams won't still find a different way to stall this game out. We'll have a look back. Yeah, 1xN is just trying to push this wave in underneath the tower, and it's a great round wave out of Doinby. He has to flash kick, but the second the flash kick comes through, he is definitely dead. I was at this moment like, there's no way, but no, flash forwards from solo kill. He has the confidence to just keep on going in, and the fact that he's now behind setup means that he can all out to pull him further away from his tower, allowing for that kill to come through. Really nice.
Oh, pick on a Doinby though. Where's the Fate Sealed? Mom comes down. You want to know why there's no Fate Sealed? Because Setab's off to the side. He's got a flank angle, but why flank? Your team is burning alive to leave. Who gets his first scorching, screaming, smolder execute kill?
It's happened again. It's happened again, Slayer, where Leave gets a pretty free lane, is able to just chill. Deathless so far on this Smolder, and hit 225 stacks quite a while ago, is now at the point with 3 items where he is just running through people.
Oh my god, NiP. They're trying to speedrun this game. All right, it was a little bit of fake out. It's like, hey, it's just our tank Cassante, guys. What are you so scared of? Nothing to deal with. Gets the inhibitor turret, though, and the inhibitor down next, so... man, it might have taken way too long, but this is the pace that I want to see against NiP, against weaker opponents.
Absolutely. We highlighted ThunderTalk when we came into today by saying that they win against teams that are worse than them, and they lose against the better teams, and this is happening so far. Aki going to be the one jumped, relatively tanky on the Sejuani.
Hostile takeover, going to hit Aki. I believe it's cleansed by Feather, but you know what matters most? It's just Leaves damage is preposterous by this point. It's a 3-item Infinity Edge up Dragon. Maybe we don't even need this Drake. NiP are just so content on fighting anytime they see an angle. Feather going to fall down as well. I think that was a reset. Oh my god, I forgot they have 3 teleports. All right, we're bringing solo kill back up and around to this one. Wow, 2 40-minute games, and NiP are pissed off about it. Probably pissed off they even had to get 3 games up against ThunderTalk, and now they're looking to settle the score pre-30 minutes. And with the damage out of Leave and the knockbacks out of this Cassante, solo kill leaving his mark on this series. And it might have taken way too many fights, way too many mistakes, but NiP at the end of the day will end the first round robin 4-1 right on the heels of EDG.
That's a much, much quicker game right here out of ThunderTalk. They realize that they just needed to push a little bit further forwards, and NiP snap back immediately. As soon as they do, as soon as they have those 225 stacks on the Smolder, Leave is just running through people. Ninjas in Pajamas, they don't make it look easy. They don't make it look clean, but they do pick up the win. As you said, critically, they only drop a single series to EDG in their first round robin.
And they get another crack at EDG, no matter what. So the top 2 spots become a little bit more interesting in Group Nirvana. But, Bloxer, it does really feel like... I feel like we're in a weird spot, actually, because games 1 and 2 even, where NiP won, it was like, oh boy, NiP, they're dragging their feet again. They're, sloppy fights, weird decisions. They mend that in game 3, but... how much confidence does that inspire you going into the second round robin?
It gives me confidence that they're going to be able to pick up the win in their next series up against ThunderTalk again on Thursday.
That's a good start.
But the way that they played this, it doesn't fill me with confidence. The last game is definitely better, and I think the last game is going to do a lot to plaster over the sins of everything prior. It's going to make me feel a little bit more confident about this team going on forwards, but I do not think that this version of Ninjas in Pajamas, even in their last game today form, could beat EDG. EDG still just look like a significantly better team, and it does feel like we're beginning to get a little bit of a show where EDG are miles above everybody else, then NiP, and then everybody else are kind of scrapping out for those last couple of positions. it's an interesting place for the league to be in, and it's going to mean a lot once we get out of this round robin and once we get into those last chance play-ins matches. But for right now, NiP, there's just more that I need to see from them if I think they're going to come out of this as a top team in Group Nirvana.
That is a fun talking point, though, that you kind of alluded to a bit, that we have some time to discuss. And I've drawn this comparison a lot. Split 2, the sentiment about that play-in tournament was, Bloxer, was, okay, so, these two Group Nirvana teams, maybe LGD take a game off of their opponent. Maybe EDG take a game, but none of these Group Nirvana teams are winning a best of 5. Now, we have EDG, who you highlighted at the top of the show. We have some people championing, why can't they just make a run to Worlds?
Yeah.
And now NiP, who do still have time to get more, more mesh with, again, a new roster where they added 2 new players to support and juggle 2 really critical roles.
Yeah.
And they're likely going to be that second seed. It's not out of outrageous to talk about them as a threat in the play-in tournament. The play-in tournament's going to be really fun. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Absolutely is going to be, especially at the moment where Team WE and FPX are kind of floundering. I don't know. I feel like WE have the ability, potentially, again, to turn things back around. FPX also, there's a possibility, right? Things are changing. Maybe. But it's going to be fun either way, right? EDG are going to be going into this one as, not favourites probably in the play-in tournament, but someone that we're going to be really respecting. Do NiP go in as somebody we're respecting, I think is the question. Leave, once again, a big part of this game. OnXM was just held completely out of this one. He was not allowed to play this game at all. And that's despite the fact he got 2 kills early on.
It's just the pains of playing a Kaisa in a game where there's a range advantage that scales up in your face, and solo kill as well, who I think was really monstrous on this Cassante. Just glad to see a shortened gold graph, because we talked about in all 3 games, no matter what the series score says, 15 minutes to 25 minutes, NiP dominated. It's just after that they struggled to keep the pedal to the metal. This game, they just never looked back.
Yeah, at this point, they just knew that they'd won this game, and they play it slow in the moments that they need to play it slow. And this is the correct way to play, right? You are waiting for 225 stacks for Smolder. That's how you have to play this game. But you don't need to be super aggressive up until that point, because there's no big objectives coming. And Lever's doing a good enough job of being able to get himself a free enough laning phase and stacking up quickly enough that the point at which you can just snap, engage, and fight is at the right moment. He's got 225 stacks here during this fight that we are seeing around Atakan. That's pretty quick. That's well done out of Leave to be in that position. And then beyond that, it's the fact that there's Thunder Talk, you lose out the smite fight onto the Atakan. It doesn't ruin the game for them, right? That's not the thing that loses them this game, but it's one of the things. That was a big objective they're trying to play around, and they just completely miss out on to that objective.
But there is my player of the game, too, providing so much value in this game. I know the damage charts didn't really show much, but the few outplay spots for NiP members in this game, it really felt like it was solo kills, soaking up so much pressure on this Cassante. You talked about, the 2v1 we saw earlier. He's catching Satab with these really good all-outs. He grabs that clutch team fight that really started the ball rolling. I hope that we see some recognition for solo kill in this game.
He's the reason that 1xN isn't able to step up and actually play the game, and it's into a rough lane matchup, right? You see the Gnar constantly poking him out. It's really tough to actually go toe-to-toe with the Gnar in lane, but he absorbs that pressure, gets himself into these skirmishes and teamfights, and manages to completely take over. I agree. I would like to see Solo Kill get the MVP for this game. I'm worried. I'm worried about this series again on Thursday. We're not covering it, right? But
no, we are absolutely not.
We don't have to do this twice in a row.
we have been scorned enough by this matchup. And I do want to say, I know there's a lot of jokes around Group Nirvana with some other casters here. You know what? Actually, I think I had an angel on my shoulder whisper into my ear for a second there. I would love to cover this series again. Let's go with that approach.
It's fun.
I would love to so much that I would definitely be okay with getting swapped onto the day, because I love watching Thunder Talk versus NiP. I'm definitely not a hostage right now.
Hey, I am a big fan of Group Nirvana games. I love Group Nirvana games where they throw themselves at each other. Right?
Yes,
whereas
but that's not what happened this series.
No, we had 80 straight minutes of these teams looking at each other and at objectives going, that would be cool to have.
All right, let's see.
Such a shame.
Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So,
Good.
hey, you cooked
Happy
on the
with that.
Nio player of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like I cooked a little bit here with solo
Yes,
kill. Second player of the
absolutely.
game of Group Nirvana so far.
He was huge. He was really, really huge for his team. Incredibly impressive, honestly, throughout the entire day. Even in that first game that they end up losing, I don't think that was Solo Kill's fault in any way. And so if he could keep up this momentum, he was someone we were very excited for. When they brought him in at the end of last split, and when they were able to really play around him this split, he has been a big part of their victories so far, and I'm excited to see what he can do in their next matchup versus ThunderTalk, and then just again versus the remaining teams in their second round robin.
I like that word you used, Bloxer. Momentum. Momentum. How else can I impact momentum? Oh, right. Our next matchup of the day, Group Ascend. Momentum is a very key player here. Top Esports got walloped by BLG for their first series loss of the split so far, and AL may have gotten over their international event hangover. The two teams are Split 1 and Split 2 champion for the first time. We'll go head-to-head in our final split after the intermission. You won't want to miss. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast where we reach an important milestone together as a family. We get to see for the first time a Split 1 champion take on a Split 2 champion. How awesome is that? Another perk of getting to Split 3 here. It's anyone's legend taking on Top Esports. And the first thing I'll say, Bloxer, this series record under me is the most deceitful one in all of the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely it is, right? Top Esports, they have been on a tear so far during the regular season, but the yips seem to have reappeared for them a little bit, right? They have all of a sudden had what was a pretty rough series versus WE. They lost one of the games to them, wasn't able to clean that one out cleanly at all, and then lose to BLG. AL, they come in looking real rough, but they seem to be getting back towards being right, and this should be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's one of the better litmus tests we'll get in the first round, Robin here of Group Ascent, excuse me. But let's introduce our Split 2 champions first up here as the defending champions de facto in Split 3. It's AL, a.k.a. anyone's legend. The roster you know and well so far. Flandra in the top side, Ultimate Vibes guy. Tarzan, one of the best in the world when it comes to the jungle position. Shanks, the young prodigy mid laner of this squad. Hope and Kai L rounding out one of the most influential bottom lanes the LPL has currently.
And this squad have been in a really interesting spot, right? Everybody's been talking about it, the international hangover. How have they been doing since getting back from the international break? Well, not so hot was the answer right at the very start. They lose to BLG, they lose to Weibo, and then they have a pretty rough matchup versus WE as well, right? They are able to win that one, but it takes them a couple. They aren't able to play it anywhere near as cleanly as you would have otherwise been expecting. And then they find themselves in a matchup up against JDG, and they completely dismantle JDG in that matchup. And so the question is, a question for everybody, are AL back? Or are JDG bad? Now, you said earlier, maybe a, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? You know, JDG have been looking a little bit rough, but it also does feel like AL have been getting their feet back under them, and it would be very surprising to not see them, at least in the top half, if not as one of the top teams that we have here in the regular season.
I'll get out of the way now. I'm also just complete bias caster here for AL, so I am gonna just inhale the copium here that AL is certainly going to be back. But hey, you got to throw some takes out there, or it's a pretty boring life watching the LPL. It's been a pretty unfortunate run for Hope, though, on one specific champion. You talked about a lot of losses that AL have accrued. Not good when your most played champion, although a small sample size, is winless.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? The small sample size is the redeeming quality here, but it's the fact that this is the champion that they have been going back to the most, and it's the only thing that he's absolutely winless on, that he's played more than once. It just has not been working out, and part of the problem with the Jhin is just the kind of composition they've been playing it into. Just compositions where the Jhin needs way more agency than a Jhin can ever give to you, or a composition where you're into a lot of tanks and he just can't deal any damage. It's been rough. I haven't been thinking that the overall drafting out of AL has been particularly bad, but when they pick Jhin, it's always in spots that it's just question mark pings going in and losses coming out.
Well, hey, luckily, Bloxer, as we take a look back at some of those AL series you're alluding to, unless I'm mistaken, you can correct me, don't think we're going to have to look at any Hope Jhin in these plays.
No, because we're looking at wins right here. These are wins versus JDG, and those do not come on the Jhin. Now, this was a pretty close series at points, but overall it felt like AL were in control of the majority of this one. Some of these fights are going to look very back and forth, and again, part of the reason why this win doesn't feel as convincing as it could otherwise is because Scout's been having a really rough time. Obviously, this isn't a JDG series, so we don't need to get too far into it, but he's been having some problems for them, some mispositioning, not hitting some big ultis, whiffed on a couple of massive shockwaves in this game that just ruined the game for them, and so it makes me a little bit less confident in AL coming off the back of this one. Still, when you just take them for what they are and what they're doing in this series, it was incredibly impressive, and it felt a lot more like the AL of old that we had come to expect in Split 2.
What better way to signify that, hey, we're still the champs, we're still the ones that you need to beat, than taking down a top esports team, still technically at the very front of Group Ascend by this point. Let's talk about Top Esports, though, and of course introduce them formally first here. TES, the challengers in our matchup that we'll take a look at soon. Here is their roster as you know them. 369 in the top side, Kanavi, our Split 2 MVP at jungle, Cream in the mid lane, Jackie Love, and the new addition Hong round out this roster. But Boxer, I really do want to start out by talking about Cream specifically because he's the guy that I really need to see the most out of in this series.
Yeah, he's been having a pretty interesting time of it, right? When you take a look through his stats, it's all pretty good, but they've been winning a lot of series, right? They only just lost for the first time versus BLG. He's 3-0 on the Akali. He's been looking pretty good on the Annie and the Azir. But it does feel like AL are beginning to find themselves in a couple of situations where Cream is getting pushed around in laning phase quite badly, not finding any big advantages for himself certainly, but not even just even falling behind, and that's pretty worrying, especially when you look at some of the mid laners he's faced, specifically the matchup he had in the BLG game up against Knight. Knight turned him inside out.
Yeah, and part of that was the awesome new Knight tech that we saw on the Ziggs. And hey, actually, I do want to look back at this BLG series, and I don't want to dog on Cream anymore. He does have some questionable moments in this series. This series, for me, from the TES approach, was them kind of falling back in these head-scratching forced fights. And you're going to see it at multiple points. They did have some good moments, but Bloxer, what it was like over-aggressing to get more kills when they already had a winning spot. You know, baseless TPs to save already like ruined plays, in this case being 369, like dead before any of these TPs come across. These are the decisions that can't happen for TES, and what showed up when they got knocked out of the playoffs in Split 2 way too early, in my opinion.
Exactly, and it's worrying, right? Because up until this matchup, I'd been pretty impressed with 369. I thought he was having a really good time. I thought that Jackie Love, again, was having a really good time. Jackie Love, I thought, was popping off as one of the best ADCs that we'd seen. But in this matchup, Elk just styled on him as well, right? Elk was still way, way stronger in a lot of these fights too, and that's worrying as well. Now, are we saying that BLG are better than AL, in which case maybe AL will have some more worries, or are we thinking that this AL that's beginning to pull themselves back together, that's looking better off of the break, are going to be as strong as BLG, in which case TES, they need to worry. It's not that their individual laning is terrible, it's only Cream who's been having troubles in the individual laning. You're absolutely right. It's the team play, it's the making these bad decisions. BLG punished them every single time. That's big credit to BLG, but also AL, they love punishing mistakes. That's their bread and butter.
They are. BLG, good to point out, they were much better on the map here. That's a big reason why I think they are 4-0 with Shadow. But if we're talking across the whole echelon of games and series we could take from through two splits now, the LPL, AL are the much better team at punishing rotations, incorrect rotations, bad map states. And that's why I think this is a huge spot for top esports to try and show that, hey, they can still compete at the highest level and show that their Split 1 trophy isn't much to be discarded, even if it was almost half a year ago by this point. We're getting the two Titans hitting the stage once more here for such a fun and interesting series to really gauge not world spot talk, not international talk, but in the LPL, who are the best of the best. And, okay, I don't know why. That's not Weibo, by the way, up there. I want to get that out of the way very quickly.
Let's go, Weibo. Yeah, get a little shout out for Zero. Yeah, this is an incredibly important matchup. Top esports, at some point, need to beat the regular season fraud allegations, which have really been brewing. Split 2, they fully came to the forefront. Split 3, you know, people are already thinking about it, right? And this is unfortunate. We had this discussion last time we were on about top esports, where, hey, people look at them and just don't trust them. They do not trust them until they lift the trophy. They were able to be trusted during Split 1, during Split 2, they were not. And AL, they just had a pretty consistent run through, it felt like, for Split 2, right? They were always pretty good in the standings, and then they just got better and better as they got themselves into the later stages of the playoffs. Obviously, coming out on top was brilliant for them. For top esports, beating them right here would be a massive step towards saying, yeah, we lost to BLG, but we're still top dogs right now.
Looking fly, though. At least that's a good, confidence build. Got the chemistry. I think they're exuding some aura. I haven't seen every top esports series. I haven't seen every top esports walkout. Can't remember them rocking the all whites Maybe I'm just loving the all whites right now from both of our teams because AL also looking pretty fly. Everyone's looking fly up there on the stage. Good start, guys.
Hey, look good, feel good, play good. You gotta.
Yep,
You gotta.
that's
be
the progression.
Nice. Hey, these teams. I'm so excited for us to get into this one because the way that they play is very different to what we saw in our previous series, right? As much as you expect overall quality to be better, but they are also very aggressive in a way that I feel like last split, they potentially weren't in a lot of situations. They were being a little bit more calm and controlled, whereas so far, from what we've seen from top esports, they've been very happy to fling themselves at their opponents, usually in good situations, but as we saw in the BLG series, not necessarily always.
The fun is going to begin, though, with this jungle matchup. I mean, every time Tarzan and Kanavi get to go against each other, it's almost like a separate game to watch. And that will start with where the champion priorities come for these two junglers. As we get into our Game 1 draft between our two defending champions of 2025. Split 1 going to Top Esports, Split 2 and current defending champions, mind you, in AL. TES on that blue side, though, so talk already circulates around Kanavi and what he can get on his hands, and that accelerates a bit more, Bloxer, seeing that the Varus gets banned, so Jackie Love B1 gets taken away. Trundle ban, very smart here from AL, though.
Yeah, getting rid of the Trundle makes a lot of sense. This has been a champion that's just been so strong so far for TES. There's been high priority recently, though, on the Xin Zhao, the Wukong as well, for both of these junglers. These junglers honestly share a lot of the same champion pool. The only thing that Tarzan feels like he does a little bit differently is he has been going towards the Malphite. He's pulled that out a couple of times. Maokai, sorry. He's pulled that out a couple of times and has looked pretty good on it so far. Malphite would be wild. I'd love to see that jungle. I don't think we're going to see that today, and I do not think that it will be good.
Poppy, not going to be a part of this game as well. So, AL, who do you really want to punish here and try and take away a priority champion? Rumble comes to mind. Scion, do you want to throw a ban towards? Lucian. No, it's Lucian and Jackie Love. Maybe sensing that Enchanter bottom lanes are a bit more powerful. Does 369 just take the Rumble take here, though? You also have Cream's Azir, if you want it.
Yeah. Kareem's Azir has been sort of the only thing he's been really popping off with, and even then, in that BLG matchup, he had a couple of those streamer shuffles that just were whiffing quite wide. It is going to be locked in. You were correct to call that one out. I think it's very interesting that we don't have the Rumble or the Gwen banned right now, and that it wasn't B1s. Those champions both are very easy to pick up early. If Flandra wants to go towards either of them right now, I would not be surprised.
And the Pantheon
priority is just not going away at any point. Despite the fact it has had a little bit of a nerf right now on this patch, it's still something that all of these teams seem to be wanting to go towards, and we saw it to great effect in the previous series. And Tarzan, he can do so much work with this champion. He knows how to really press the go in button constantly and find those great angles.
All right, Shanks. Let's learn from the school of Knight here, okay? I know it's been praised as the Knight tech, but Ziggs is a disgusting counter to Azir. You can never get mad at any lock-in. But I just want to shout that out. Like, Knight is amazing. Yeah. He makes the Ziggs look unstoppable, but it is a direct Azir counter.
Yes.
I want to see more of our mid laners play it. Won't be the case here for Shanks as he pairs up with the CC Tarzan brings and a whole lot of fire to this mid-jungle duo for AL.
This is why we were so baffled in that first game where we end up seeing the Ziggs tech, because it was with the Azir being picked into it. This time around, you're not going to self-pick yourself a counter, but yeah, not moving towards what is the best counter available at the moment. Skarner being hovered here is interesting. It's something that's really been falling off in priority other than on a few specific junglers. Kanavi going to go towards this one. And there's the Rumble. I was expecting the Rumble to come through at some point. You have a lot of magic damage, though. You're going to be heavily reliant on Jackie Love for that AD if you do end up locking this one in. And
I think Flandra is the type of player that will lock the Galio. It's a weird spot, though, because like you pointed out, Gwen... Yeah, okay, so Gwen... You're leaving Gwen or Rumble up now. We get really into the nitty-gritty. Where is Flandre at? I really think you have to pick top lane here. So, do you want the Galio? Do you want to be a big AP counter? Or do you want to try and take the Rumble off the board? Because it's always in the back of your head, Bloxer, with Fearless, that if I take the Rumble here, I also take it out of the series for good.
Yeah. It's no longer going to be available, and it is going to be the Rumble picked up. So, again, you've got plenty of magic damage available. Both of these teams heavily indexing into that. And now, bans can start coming on through, and I think we're going to see quite the pinch coming through right here onto these supports, right? These supports have been nerfed a little bit coming through, and we have not seen any of them picked up right now. I do wonder if you just want to take the standard stuff off of the board. The Nautilus can be taken away pretty easily by either of these teams, I think.
Renata ban, okay. So, sensing that this is a team that's going to be running at Top Esports, want to get rid of that counter. Again, talking about how Enchanter's getting a bit more priority. I would like to see both teams focus mostly on support, or most or AL focus on support bans. You're not going to find a champion that Jackie Love's not going to feel comfortable playing into. Kaisa, interesting ban there out of Hope. For Hope.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting that it does seem like there's a lot of, hey, we want to run at you, which is the reason you ban the Renata away from your opponents, and we do want to run at you from TES with banning away that Kaisa too. See if that is actually going to be the case, because again, I don't know how much you do just want to be sprinting at your opponents right here as AL. If you run yourself straight into that Impale, all of a sudden you're just going to have the needlework come down straight over the top of you. You've also got yourself that Shurima Shuffle to push people away. So what the final ban is going to be, if the supports are actually going to be left quite open with those engaged supports not really being targeted so far, Corky going to be
Just
the ban
Hope
away
champions.
right here. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Low range Hope champions, and he is going to slam
Okay.
his first Yunara game in the LPL.
Right.
So much damage behind AL. And like they've done so many times, though, they're going to leave Kyle the counter pick here in a safe spot. Jackie Love, yeah, I love the Xayah here. The Featherstorm value is monstrous into an Annie. It's an immediate sort of stat check into saying, all right, you got to be really smart about dropping the Tipper stun. And whenever you see the Xayah come through, yeah, the Rakan makes sense. Where is Kyle going to go here? There's a couple spots. He's one of the best Nikos in the world.
Yeah.
That's up and available, but you do need another tank.
They just go towards the Rel. I mean, the Rel does
All right.
work well as a dive buddy alongside the Pantheon. Those two can pair up pretty well. Also, if you can grab people in the Magnet Storm and bring them in over the top of the Equalizer, that makes Flandra's life a hell of a lot easier. It's good for body blocking onto the Yunara as well. As in terms of the laning phase, it's actually not too weak, right? You usually do think that Xayah Rakan can keep stepping up and poking people out, and if Hong is feeling really good and lands a lot of those grand entrances, that is true. At the same time, you have to be very careful, though, because the return fire can be quite strong out of this Yunara.
One of the big things that we saw in that series for TES and BLG, I think Bin was huge with his equalizer and equalizers in game one, and really that's what wrecked TES. But we came into that series and game saying, all right, there was no real setup for a Rumble equalizer behind it. This game, so much different. I mean, Annie and especially Kyle are going to put Flounder in a spot to use that equalizer to its most valuable position. But on the other side for TES, scaling solo lanes blocks her. Azir and Gwen. AL are on a timer to make sure this game wraps up pretty quickly, in my opinion, but no team has been better at doing that in Split 2 than AL. The question now becomes, are they over that MSI hangover everyone's been talking about? No better way to find out than to get back on the Rift here. Game 1 for the first time between your Split 1 and Split 2 champions. And let me tell you, nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to be more excited about that than our home crowd here in the arena. Some of the loudest Jayos that you're going to hear all the way up until playoffs coming to your way.
Love it. Let's hear him. Let's hear him. Come on.
Okay, here we go. A little bit early. Okay.
Nice.
Darn,
That's
Bloxer. I actually don't know. I love to pick a winner.
That was close. That was close. I
Really
think
close.
the AL win that one for me just because their dude who's doing the shouting was a bit louder. I think he had a little
That's a
bit
key-
more
that's a
oomph
key
behind
factor.
him. I gotta be honest though, neither of these teams are beating out BLG right now. BLG's gyros have been so loud. Their dude has been absolutely sending
he's been
it.
screaming his head off. Yeah, that's a great call. I'm glad that we're developing meta on the gyros. That's an important development that we've seen across the year. Is guys, you can't just factor in the gyros themselves. How loud and passionate is the guy or gal signaling for the gyros themselves as well?
Exactly. It's important.
Hard hitting analysis you wanted, right?
Is really going for it. You're going to feel more confident to go for it too. Instant aggression here out of Kyle.
Yeah, going for it himself. Gonna pop the exhaust on a Jackie Love. A barrier out of hope. He's got the lethal tempo stacked up and gets a couple of good licks into the Xayah. Should give them control of this bottom lane early as we get a read on these junglers. Not good for top esports. The Kanavi is gonna likely path away. But if anybody's gonna skip camps to help out a lane, it can be the Skarner.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is exactly what we were highlighting right during the draft phase. I just wasn't expecting it to happen quite so soon, that Jackie Love and Hong immediately getting poked down, and the fact that you lose the heal already, not going to be ideal. Still, you did get the barrier and the ignite out, so it's going to be a slight advantage in terms of these summoners, but you get what you wanted out of this play for AL. They get to push this wave through, Jackie Love having to farm up underneath the tower, should be able to pick up the majority of these minions. Yep. Only going to fall a little bit behind in terms of those, but it still just means the map pressure can keep up, and as you highlighted with where the junglers are at, with Tarzan heading down towards the bottom side of the map, you feel very confident as AL to keep this pressure up and just keep taking up space.
Both junglers pretty ult reliant in their huge playmaking, but I do think that Kanavi gets more value with the ability he can manipulate the terrain to try and look for these early ganks. Where those can come, still yet to be determined. Looks like 369 is able to get his first shove going on the top side. Also, exhaust TP. I think that's a really good combo of summoners into the Rumble.
Yeah, it should give you an even easier laning phase than the Gwen would already be able to have. Good pressure been going through. Again, because Kanavi's up towards the top side, you can keep that one up. Hong tries for a little bit of aggression once they take the level 3. Isn't quite going to be able to land it. Tarzan is now heading down towards the bottom. Yeah.
Not on a ward. Jackie Love, he's going to go to ward it. Oh, this is such an unfortunate face check. He's going to have to burn his cleanse immediately.
Yep.
But not the worst price to pay. That could have been a lot worse off for Jackie Love. He's frozen off his wave, though, too. So, again, just more intelligent plays from Tarzan, recognizing the wave state. It's really going to lock Jackie Love out of loss. Yes, yeah, I was going to say, it's going to have to force him into a swap.
Exactly. He has to walk away from this situation. It's put them in, and I really like it. Yes, it's only the cleanse, but still, that's the cleanse down for a little while now. It's going to give you that extra bit of pressure as AL. AL going to recognize the fact the swap are coming through, but still just going to head straight back down towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to be more than happy with taking up the space down here. Tarzan heading up top side right now, potentially just to give Flandre a little bit of extra support, start his clear from top to bottom once again, and depending on when TES want to reset back down towards the bottom side of the map, if they wait long enough, Tarzan can just clear down towards the bottom side, end up at the Drake, and pick that one up to start the Drake stacking for his squad.
And now these swaps have come through, Bloxer, gotta think you favor the spot that Flandre's in a bit more with the Rumble. I think he has a bit of an easier time farming in a 2 versus 1, and again, the main point I'll make, that wave state is so terrible that 369 is a bit caught out of position. The ignite comes down, but Flandre also getting engaged up, but he's setting up for Tarzan. There's no cleanse on Jackie Love. Tarzan remembers and gets his top laner first blood. Tarzan everywhere on the map, but he's looking for more here, going after Hong, who has to dash over the wall. One of the best in the business when it comes to jungle, impacting this series already. But Kanavi also in those similar conversations. Going to get the Exal's Impact slam into the wall. Tarzan going to re-engage, though. More damage on AL's side, but more CC for TES with Hong here. But they're out of cooldowns.
Yep. Things are just going to fizzle out, and I love when we get to see the cleanse be taken away and then the immediate re-engage. Go find him again and make that work. It just is such an important thing to do. Don't just get the cleanse out and be happy with that. Keep pressuring it on forwards. Tarzan, like you said, so excellent at being able to do that. And the fact that you also see Flandre get given that kill, that's huge. You want this Rumble to get rolling as quickly as possible. The Equalizer is going to be the thing that ties all of this CCAL have together.
Good look, replay, look back here. There were it always burns, yeah. It always hurts when there's signs, Bloxer.
Yeah, yeah. and they still go in, right? I think even if you don't go in there, you put yourself in a pretty bad spot and you do likely die, if not at least have to still blow those summoner spells. But because you go in, there's absolutely no hope. You now can't knock anybody up.
Shanks, his soldiers sold him a little bit short there. He's trying to get the shove back into the turret. Tibbers does have to be expended. They're going after Flandra again. He's going to equalize through the wave. Knockup does land into the Blade Caller Slam. That was really well layered from Kanavi and TES. And the TP from Kyle, of all people, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, and that means that Kyle's now just sort of stuck up on the top side of the map. He can't even really step up to catch this wave properly. He won't be able to push it back at all. And so you've just sort of moved people out of the ideal positions. Hope going to come join up towards the top side. And actually, you know what? Kyle stepping up far enough, stopping any plates from going over isn't going to be the end of the world. Gets to join up with his ADC, but he just needs to be careful to not keep stepping up because Kanavi is sprinting top.
Okay, he's trying to buy time, but Kanavi's there first, like you called out. Good installs Impact Slam again. A rare misstep from Kyle.
Yeah. Odd, really odd for him to be stepping up so aggressively in that situation in which he knows he's got hope coming in, right? And it's a good thing to be able to stop the plate going over, maybe freeze a wave in a good spot for your ADC. All of that is good, but instead he's fighting them 2v2. And I don't even know if we don't see Kanavi arrive, if he still doesn't just die, right? He's taking so much damage to start that play off.
Silver lining, both kills go to Kanavi, so it's not a ton of scaling gold here to Jackie Love. He picks up 2 assists up against Hope, where you'd like to have him a bit more accelerated. And we saw, while all the top lane shenanigans were going down, that Tarzan picks up the first dragon all by himself there. Grub spawning in, well, now. So they're on to the Rift by this point, and we do finally have ultimates online for solo lanes and soon-to-be marksmen. So setup becomes key. How much of a priority are grubs for both of these comps? Definitely feel like it's bigger for TES with the Gwen on their side.
Absolutely, you would think so. And so, TES, they are going to bring a couple of members around. I'm going to quickly jump away from Kyle. You can see every single time people begin to step up, Cream is immediately leaving his lane. He does not want to be second to any of these plays. Has been very happy to go roam around. And Flandra and 369 with the teleports can come up and join this fight. Tarzan was able to also get a base off now, so he's got a couple of extra things in inventory to try help out with this early skirmish. The early Pantheon damage can be huge, so you have to be very respectful of this as TES.
Tarzan recognizing he has vision on the pit and Grand Starfall access, so it's a really smart timer to take that reset that you called out. He goes from a longsword Ruby Crystal to a tunneler Caulfield's Warhammer. The sheer amount of damage he gets now is massive, as Cream has to be careful about stepping up on that mid wave. No tippers used by Shanks. He's not going to expend that clutch ultimate for just a dash, but again, AL smarter, understanding where they're at in wave states.
Yep.
They don't even need to fight, flash, ult, none of this. And they get the 3 grubs.
It's going to be nice and easy right here. You get 369 also able to shove another wave underneath the tower, blow the teleport out of Flandra. And 369, he doesn't necessarily need to teleport back now if he doesn't want to. You can have that as a TP advantage for yourself with the lane swap that should be coming on out. Bot laners, top laners, all heading back to their name roles. Things so far have been pretty nice out of AL. Yes, you grabbed a couple of kills from TES, but the second that it becomes about the map rotation, about the way to play the map, that's where AL have really popped off. That's what you were highlighting before the game, and so far we really have been able to see it.
One more Epic Monster slain, and they'll have that feat wrapped up in their hands. And when talking about when that'll be, Dragon in about 1 minute 30, what items will be online for both of these teams is becomes the real question here.
Yeah.
Don't think Shanks will be towards his first item. Maybe Cream gets to the Nashor's Tooth. Both ADs should have their first items. We already see the Hearthsteel done for Kanavi. The Sundered Sky should be done for Tarzan after that. And Bloxer, my question for you there is, which side do you think is stronger on those first item points?
I think on that first item breakpoint, that's the point at which AL are really going to be wanting to play this one out. It's not weak by any means out of TES, especially the Xayah going to be in a very strong spot. Shanks, oh my god.
Oh, he drops Tibbers. The needlework, the shield though on the E is just enough for Shanks to survive the all-out.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, and Grand Starfall. Here comes Tarzan, hot and ready for another kill, and there's nothing 360 can do about it.
There we go. This is why giving the Pantheon over is still so risky. Yes, he received a little bit of a nerf, but it doesn't matter. Not when these players are so good at using that ulti, getting themselves involved in these fights, snap decision making. The fact that Shanks lives there as well is going to be so impactful. The Gwen needs to get a little bit of a lead early. Yes, she does more and more damage the later into the game. She doesn't fall off, but you want to be ahead of the curve so that you can just step up to whichever side lane you want, bully people off of the tower, and know that you're under no real threat unless multiple people have to come along.
Good replay, look back.
It just starts with early poke going on. Yeah, Tarzan's just sort of chilling mid lane, trying to protect his Yanara. The shield, literally just the shield. And it's not a big shield at this point in the game either. That's like a 60 HP shield. Yeah, it's not that much. But Tarzan, the second that he arrives, 369, he knows that he's dead. It's not ideal. 369, I thought, had been having a really impressive first couple of games, right? The first 4 games that they end up... Sorry, 5 matches that they end up playing as TES, I thought were very impressive. But he looked worse versus BLG. Gets punished right there.
With Grand Starfall off the board, though, or if they know where Tarzan is, it does allow Kanave first setup, and you're seeing it manifest here in the Drake pit. You're going to be able to pick up that first Mountain Drake and even out the win con of Drake stacking. Kanave is going to be able to, well, I thought he was going to be able to steal a camp, but he's just looking for it. Maybe we'll threaten to dive onto 369. They got to go for it now, though, and doesn't look like they'll make the play there, even though Shanks has sufficiently chunked out the Gwen.
Yeah, unfortunately, the wave just disappears. Gwen, pretty good at being able to snip straight through those. Tarzan might potentially catch Hang, but Lucky Love is here. Instead, Tarzan just going to clear away this ward and walk away. So we see the Drakes going over, one apiece between these two. We've now got 2 minutes until we've got the Rift Herald up and available. And again, just like the Grubs, Rift Herald, again, something I think TES could really do with having. Cracking open this mid lane tower is going to be very important to them for unlocking cream on these roams and making sure Shanks isn't able to follow them around anywhere near as easily.
Sundered Sky, Malignance, Blade of the Ruin King, all completed for the middle 3 of AL. Yep. Those are big, and most pointedly, all very effective first items. We'll say Cream's Gnasher's Tooth is big, ER on Jackie Love, again, at a big spot, but top side's where you're seeing the real gap come across here, and Flandra, the Rumble, it falls right in where you want with the power spike points. You talked a little bit about the Gwen. It's going to be a bit of time before the Gwen's effectiveness is online. Especially, and then this is where, with Rocket Belt, like Rumble is such a valuable champion.
Absolutely. The Rumble is already put in a good spot just through the composition. Lots of people to try to keep members on top of his equalizer, and then with the Rocket Boat you've got that extra level of movability, a little bit of extra survivability, and also just the damage going to be coming through very, very strong into the Riftmaker Gwen as well. So it means you can't step up to the Gwen. The Gwen will just rip your head off, but the Gwen in these actual big team fights won't be dealing anywhere near as much damage as the Gnasher's Tooth version. It's just extra survivability, which is interesting, right? I think you do kind of need it into this composition AO have for themselves. If you ever get jumped like this. Hang on, James.
Good Tipper Stun initially to make sure 369 can't step up. The exhaust goes on to Kanavi. They're really trying to get Shanks out, but he gets charmed up by the quickness, and the needlework should burn through his health bar. Kanavi picks up the kill despite the Magnet Storm from Kyle. A little bit too late to try and save his mid laner. TES overload and punish AL.
And also Jackie Love comes up to the play, doesn't actually get involved in the fight, but means he can take over this wave. They keep on pushing forwards a little bit as well, making sure Kyle is uncomfortable on the reset. Going to be missing out on a big wave in the top lane. Tarzan, Hope, they are stood looking potentially. Kanavi, he has no friends in the area other than Hang, no damage dealers.
Yeah, both Jackie Love and Cream do reset. Shanks back on the map, has teleport. Tipper's about halfway off cooldown at level 11. So AL are content, at least trying to jockey around. That's a catch out on the grand entrance from Tarzan. Hong a little bit hurt, a little bit bruised. Forces Top Esports out of the jungle. Tarzan gonna layer another stun, getting a lot of really solid chip damage in. And that seems to be just enough to get them the Rift Herald here with no contest from TES.
Yeah, I mean, if TS wants to step up, they're going to have to find a miracle engage to go for this one. And that's now going to be the Grubs and the Rift Herald going on over. If they can crack this mid lane turret, it's going to put them, again, in a very good spot, as we discussed earlier. If TES were able to grab it, same time they can also just hold on to this one, wait until the next Drake is going to be spawning in a minute and a half, and use the usual play, chuck it down mid, use that little bit of extra time to go rotate over to the objective. I think that helps especially when you are sat over on the blue side, on the red side, because it can be a little bit harder to fully step up to the pit anyway. Chuck that one down, easy access.
But for now, TES do have more map pressure in their favor. Cream and 369 TP's up. Flandra and Shanks, not the same. Flandra had a TP to cover a bot wave, and Shanks obviously has a TP back top after he gets picked off. So I'm really curious how AL approached this. There's two schools of thought with the Grand Starfall. I don't think Dragon is such a big priority where they have to, you know, sack top wave to bring Shanks down, you know, maybe a first brick given over. Instead, maybe just sack the Dragon Bloxer and look to punish Cream if he's still up top side. As I say that, though, he is resetting. I might just walk up towards the river. So AL's play might just be to try and get first brick in exchange for our first Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right, with the one-apiece Drakes, is that you're under no real threat at this point. You can afford to give over one, maybe even two, before you need to actually start worrying. TES setting up a little bit of a death brush here. Kyle is going to get caught by the knock-up, should just be able to walk this one out nice and easily. Tarzan arrives, chucks down the Rift Herald, and they are indeed going to go for this play.
Wow. Yeah, they're going to go for the classic. Shanks has TP'd, back to TP, coming back in to the fray as well in the mid lane, so should be a big 5v5 as Shelly crashes into the mid-tier 1 turret. Not taken down, though, and a lot of damage out of Kareem with more than enough damage to chunk out Kyle, who's hoping to find some healing anywhere. The CS have the first track here towards the pit, and AL, I don't know if you walk in here. I think they might just barrel down mid lane and trade this for a tier 1 turret.
Yeah, it is a very easy swap if you want to do that, and it's a much harder gambit to try to actually go for this steal over. Still, it's taking them a little while. They will be able to grab themselves this tower.
Kyle. They don't have him marked over the wall. He pulls Cream into the equalizer. Jackalove flashing back out to safety. Grand Starfall, they're all going in for Cream, but he slips out on the back end of this fight. Tarzan with the big wall up on the E will get blade collared, knocked up, slammed around by Kanavi. The impale may go wide, but Cream picks up the kill. 369 dies at the top side of the fight, and look at the HP bars of Jackalove and Cream. There's no way for them to step up trying to Shanks finally gets the stun up and stuns them both through. Flandra gets out over the Drake Pit wall. Boom goes the dynamite. Ace to AL.
All of the carries managed to get away with that one for AL, and it's just such a well-played fight from them in the end. It's messy. It's so messy as TES go flying in, but 369 gets caught in the backline. Kanavi is stunned up for 16 years when he goes in. And the replay will tell us a lot more, because my eye was drawn to so many different places throughout that fight. I mean, there were fights on so many fronts. As you said, Kyle had that little backline access piece, and this is what really kicks it off for AL. Cream immediately takes so much damage that he cannot afford to fight back into this one. But look at 369 right now. 369 is just off by himself. Maybe you could call it holding the carries away, but it doesn't really hold them for long enough. Shanks here, gorgeous. Boom. Nice, easy, double stun. I do like that Shanks goes for the person furthest away, Hope goes for the person closest, so they're able to just pick those kills up during the stun duration. And Flandre Living is just the cherry on top of a gorgeous fight.
The 369 call-out was great, Bloxer, because it's the difference between a scaling top laner at 19 minutes and a team fight top laner at 20 minutes. If that Gwen is 3 items deep, 369 wins the game right there. But it's just, they're just not at that point, and it's because AL is just so on point, understanding when they are powerful, when they're most in position, and got to give the glaze to Kyle. There's no other supports that are seeing little pockets, flank angles like he did.
It was gorgeous. It was such a nice little bit of engage. And you can imagine that going on in any of these next team fights where you've got 2 items, 3 items completed on Flandre, and maybe he lands it onto a couple more members. It isn't just going to be Cream that gets caught out. I mean, such a nice play out of AL. Bottom lane, though, TES. They do still have 369 fight. Yeah, I mean, he's strong in the 1v1, maybe a 1v2. In these 5v5s, though, yeah, he's just not hit that point.
Neither can cancel a TP if it comes out quickly, but 369 has to answer the way first. They should both be able to TP in for this Octocon. As we get a picture-in-picture replay on classic top lane ultimate chicken. But looking at the items, 2 items on Yunara, 2 items on this Annie. TS no vision on Octocon. There's going to have to be a real creative engage to punish the power discrepancy right now that AL are in control of, but seeing the TP from 369, AL are getting a little bit wary. They always want to set up these big flanks, and Flandra is in position to do so, but he doesn't have the equalizer, and Hong grants that he's a little bit out of position. He goes out of Kanavi instead, throws up the big E-shield to block all the damage from Jagular, but the Impale is masterful from Tarzan, picked off by Kanavi, and Flandre falls next. Both junglers making their statements in this first game.
Absolutely, Kanavi with that double impale is going to lock this one up. Without a jungler, it's going to be really hard to try to force TES off of this. Still, they want to go for
it. Gets the crash down into the Magnet Storm with the Tipper stun. Kanavi's still alive, though. Hope is going to flash after him to find the kill, but gets knocked up. The equalizer value not there. It's just Shanks left up. He's going to trade Cream, but that's not a problem for Top Esports.
Such an odd engage right there out of AL. They really didn't want to give up the Atacam, but didn't decide to play this one slowly, poke members out instead. Everybody goes flying in, and it just does not work out. Hope does a lot of damage at this point with the 2 items completed, but not that much. We'll have a look at the replay again, because that was such odd decision making, and that's not usually what we've said about AL, until, of course, the start of this split, where they just haven't been feeling like themselves. I'll look back at this moment. Hang on, picture-in-picture as well. Top players.
I think that Tarzan should be able to get this kill on the 369. Oh my god. The spear dodged out. And Tarzan throwing everything to not get that kill onto the Gwen. Now we can focus
Kyle,
back on this engage.
Why like this? Why like this? Because he doesn't really have anything to land onto lots of people. Like, he goes for the Magnet Storm, and I do get it. But Hope just isn't able to sit far enough back. He needed his Rel in front of him to buy him space, to buy him time. Instead, everybody goes flying in, and Hope just kind of has to hope and pray that the follow-up works well enough.
So the ramifications of that top lane, though, is that Tarzan is down Flash and Ultimate now, as this Infernal Drake is still on the Rift. This is not the 4th one. This is the 3rd one that has been largely ignored for the Otacon. And now you've got a pretty tanky Kanavi with this Skarner. You got 369 with the Nashor's done. This Gwen is now a problem. You're seeing it in that replay. Hell, are in a much worse spot off than the last 3 minutes, but
yeah,
try and cleanse those ailments by picking off Hong. Just jumps right back towards his team, and the Dragon goes down. TES picked that one up. Kanavi not going to look for a fight start here. No reason to venture too far into the enemy jungle.
This is what I wanted when I was looking at these two teams. I wanted this to be a close, bloody matchup where we get a lot of fighting back and forth, and so far so good. I really couldn't tell you who was going to be able to win this one out, as everybody's got 1 tower apiece, relatively even in gold as well. There's 100 gold advantage right here for TES. They'll be able to expand this in a second. This tower should be falling right here to Cream. That's going to be a little bit of extra gold into their back pockets, and with the slight advantage of 1 extra Drake, you could mildly give it over to TES, but I don't know. This one's super close so far.
The advantage for TES is that off of that Otacon play, they've bought their scaling lane so much more time.
Yeah.
There's not going to be much more. Like, Baron's coming up here, but I don't think either team is in a great position to just burn it and threaten it with how close the game is. So you're just giving 369 more time on this top side to maybe just set a trap here onto Flandra. Flash out, he's trying to run away from the needlework, but Hong and Kanavi are in hot pursuit. Kael's going to tank up the first Ixtal's impact, but Flandra is down. The equalizer gets 0 value. And I might have misspoke here, Blockster. That 1 pick onto Flandra, and now I think TES have all of the reason in the world to go after the Purple Worm.
Oh, very deep TP flank coming in
Holy
right
Shanks.
here from Shanks. Potentially just wants to go for this one. He's not going to be sneaking up. They're going to be well aware that they have got an Annie on the bottom side of this map.
They don't know where.
Cream? Wait, Cream?
Yeah, and
Why
Cream
would you
has
walk
to
like
find
that,
out.
Cream?
They don't know where Shanks is exactly. They're lucky that Shanks doesn't have enough damage to just delete Cream. But with the full Annie combo,
Okay.
Shanks has stopped the Baron take 4v5.
I still don't think Cream's the member you want to be going for that play right there. Now a bit of a fight over the blue buff is going to be picked up by Kanavi. And the Baron play does get stopped.
Hope.
About 1,000 gold lead now for TES.
Oh,
Hope
another TP
gonna
flank.
do what he can to stop this one. He needs to run.
He runs back towards his team, though. They're dumping everything onto Kanavi. They're also TPing Flandra back in with 369. Is he strong enough? Kyle gets a double Magnet Storm onto Jackulov, forces out the Feather Storm. They're going all in for Jackulov, and Tarzan picks up the kill. 369's flank is only going after Flandra, who goes into the stasis perfectly. Now the rest of AL can step back up with their Yunara to bring home the fight. No one left for TES to climb back in this one.
Now it's just going to be 369 limping away at the end of this one. Kanafi is up, but he's just heading towards the bottom side of the map. That's going to be Baron right here for AL, and it's another big, messy team fight. But Hope also picks up that tier 2 tower before he turns tail. That's just going to help them out in trying to end this game. I like this from TES. Just push through the mid wave, get yourself this tower potentially, and also just make it harder for the siege to come through from AL because they will have Baron buff.
And they won't hold it for Flandra, so they'll have it on 4 members. Big gold injection, and you're going to see it manifest after we come out of this replay.
Nice.
We've got,
Yeah.
It's just
feels
Kyle again.
so rough because, yeah, Kyle finds this big play. I was questioning what he was doing around the Atakan, and I do think that that was not ideal, but in this situation where you actually have all of your members up and available and alive, it's huge from him, and the fact that he lives here as well is massive. Flandra falling, unfortunate. It kind of delays how quickly they're actually able to pick themselves up the Baron, but that's really the only big issue with that one there. Still, kills now, dead even. Gold advantage 2k to AL. It's been going back and forth between the two teams quite rapidly recently. What can they do with this Baron buff, though?
Look at the items. This is what I wanted to point out with the Baron. Zhonya's gets locked in for Shanks, so you now have double stasis on your solo lanes, and the biggest one, IE through for Hope. We've had some, we have some issues with Yunara and her safety for a champion that's so about dropping consistent damage in a team fight, but if you haven't seen it yet, folks, the damage at this point in the game on this champion is disgusting. Yeah. You're not going to see it here, though. Top lane tier 2 turret going to go down there. TES doing a good job indexing away from the Baron push because there were a couple far outer turrets the AL did need to clean up, mainly being that bot tier 1.
Yeah, you can see Shanks try to push forwards right here with his Baron buff, but going to have to back off. Doesn't know where enough of the members are. Doesn't have enough vision to really be feeling comfortable, and now he spots out the fact that, yep, Kanavi was on his way to potentially kill him. Not ideal when you end up losing out a tower with this Baron buff. It hasn't actually been a big gainer of gold. Kyle goes in again.
But he gets caught by Kanavi, gets thrown against the wall, the Impale. They're using a lot just onto the AL support, and Kyle will happily gobble them up. Kanavi is down, and Hog is pushed out of the fight as the stun lands on Ejaculov. Shakes his flank, comes across. The Feather Storm won't save him, and boom, the Golden comes out. 369 may run towards the backline, trade out Hope, but I don't think he's got enough to clean up the rest of these kills. No, he doesn't. Tarzan stuns him down, and Cream and Hog way too low to step up to compete for this 4th dragon.
You called out perfectly right. They blow everything onto trying to kill Kyle. They don't even manage to pick up the kill, and it's just not enough that 369 able to get into the backline. He hasn't been able to build himself a super aggressive build right here. He's got himself the Rift Maker and the Zhonyas. Yes, that helps you in these fights, but it doesn't allow you to do that full damage. Yeah. Kyle, he's just way too tanky at this point in the game. The equalizer is also miserable. It means that Jackulov isn't able to step up and do the damage he needs to, and Shanks over the wall every single time just is able to deal everything that he needs to. He dies for this, I think, but it's really not the end of the world. He wins this fight for the team.
Such an amazing sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
Jackulov will have Cleanse and Flashback up. Shanks is not. Tarzan is not. So I think that's going to stall out a ton of that threat that Jackulov's been under, but it has left a lot of scars, Bloxer. Jackulov is 0-4 on this Xayah, and I believe even a lot more gold behind versus Hope. Yeah, 2.5K between our AD carries right now. That's
it's
all
huge.
The gold lead.
And it's really unfortunate to see, right? Because coming into the BLG series, I've been looking at Jackulov as one of the best players that we had in the league at the moment. He was absolutely on a tear. He'd been looking brilliant. There was, the beginning murmurs of, Jackulov being back. And then, all of a sudden, BLG kind of dismantle him. He's not able to play. Elk looks a lot better than he does. And so far in this game, Hope has been able to be way more effective on a champion that he has got infinitely less time practicing at this point, right? This is a pretty new champion. Came out, what, 3 weeks ago or so? And
Yeah,
the fact that Hope is able to play it like this is just so fun to see.
That's an important point to make because, you know, the immediate reaction to what you said, Bloxer, is, yes, not stage games, but he's surely had a lot of scrim time and, more importantly, solo queue time. Remember, AL got into the split late. Compared to the other ADs, I don't really know how much solo queue and scrim time he's had compared to, you know, maybe Leave that we saw play it last time. Nonetheless, it still is enough for him to feel confident playing it against top esports of all things, and, well, hasn't really disappointed yet.
If this is how he's going to start out his Yanara career, then I'm pretty worried about other teams facing him. So far, so good, and he hasn't gone towards the slightly more defensive build, right? He hasn't decided he needs a Bloodthirster or he needs himself a shield bow. He's going aggressive right now, and I don't really see him moving away from that. It might be a move on towards something like the GA at this point, just to give you that little bit of extra safety and damage alongside. Still, Baron going to be up and available right here. I also do love that we've gone back to the old graphics package, the base one.
I was about to say, I was going to ask our production team. I think, you know, I've seen it happen tier 3 tourneys in NA, and hey, even the LPL can't survive a little bit of an overlay bork. Yeah.
Yeah, always funny to see. It was I was looking at the gold gap between the ADCs, and then it disappeared. I was like, oh.
Poof. It's gone.
Okay, never you mind then. This is a throwback, I quite like it. And it still gives us the key information, which is the fact that Baron, 30 seconds away, big item break points have come through already for AL, but are now coming through right here for TES. Creeb has now completed himself that death cap. He's going to deal so much damage. He needs to land it, though. He's, in the previous fight, just wasn't able to sit and hit and missed quite a big ulti. Needed it to do a little bit of extra work. So can he find it in this upcoming fight?
Both these teams are very team fight loaded, but the difference, the longer a fight goes, the better it is for top esports. AL are very burst reliant. Outside of Hope, who it still is pretty burst on Yunara, but it's a Pantheon, it's an Annie, it's a Rumble. Like, they need to kill somebody quick, because letting Jackie Love stack lethal tempo, letting 369 run amok, Green like you called out, that is a problem. TES are actually the ones to start this Baron up, and they do it very, very quickly. Tarzan is going to go away from the Baron originally, but Hong is actually baiting them. Tarzan flashes in, does not get the steal. Impale goes down onto Tarzan. He's able to block a lot of the damage, re-engage on top of Cream. Emperor's Divide try and back the way, but the Equalizer, Cream's trapped on. He has to flash out of it. Alondra with the all out does not find the kill. It's a huge Feather Storm paired with the needlework from Jackie Love and 369 to wipe the floor with AL, and Tarzan's going to die. It's the ace coming through, a knockout blow thrown by your Split 1 champion.
There you go, AL, they felt like they were in control of this game, but all of a sudden TS, they snap back, and with the 40-second death timers on a couple of the members right here for AL, this is going to be the victory for TS. You can see pushing their way straight through the mid lane, Teleport going to be coming back in as well, extra damage in the pocket of 369, the fight is back and forth, and all of a sudden TS, they call game.
It was back and forth. AL had Baron. They had so much control. But one final fight, one fight with your scaling solo lanes decides it all. TES up 1-0.
It's a shame that we're not going to get a replay of that last fight, because in that fight, Rakan Gaming right there. That was absolutely gorgeous in that fight. From Hong, he just finds the angle of all time and manages to run across multiple members with the ulti up, then finds that ground entrance, and the second that he does that, boom, the fight is immediately won for his team without that bit of engage. That fight was pretty messy. It certainly wouldn't have ended the game right there. We would have still got more League of Legends in front of us. And now, top esports, I mean, it's rough, right? It isn't clean, it isn't easy, but they're able to pull through.
Yeah, and they rely on something that's been, I don't want to call it a crutch. I think it's what is the staple of top esports, which is if they can get late enough in a game, I feel like they're the hardest team to team fight against. And part of that, yes, was the draft in this one, right? Like, you're not going to see a lot of games in the LPL where one team gets Gwen and Azir on their team. But It's the way that they pilot these champions, and especially Jackie Love. If it's a game gets, I would be curious to find the stats on it. Like post 30, 35-minute games with Jackie Love's in it, how many times have TES come out on top of those like post 35-minute bangers?
It's got to be a million times at this point, and specifically here in this split, it's been happening time and time again. Maybe you can criticize the fact that top esports aren't just ripping the heads off of their opponents and ending the games really quickly, but hey, if it works, it works, and Jackie Love, it's so nice to see him find that massive fight right at the end of the game, because he wasn't able to play up against BLG. BLG completely dismantled him, and it really looked like he was having to go back to square one and just try to do anything in this. Whereas in this situation, up against an AL team that were looking better, that were looking like maybe they could be back, he's really able to step up, and I love it for top esports that their bot lane are the ones who are able to carry them through that last fight.
Yeah, because when TS were sprinted out to the 5-0 start, there was a lot of valid praise going over to Hong, because he really got the best out of Jackie Love. And, you know, Bloxer, we will get a replay of that last fight in the post-game, and I'm interested to see what you're talking about, because what I saw from Hong at the start was he actually pulled all of AL's attention onto him. When are we as the LPL going to learn that you should never be chasing a Rakan? It's like
the Rakan, bro.
You can't catch him. It's so hard to catch him.
Especially
and if you
when
do,
there's a Xayah in the game. He's out of there.
And then when you do, it's probably not worth dumping what you've dumped into that Rakan.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like both of these teams did commit that cardinal sin today, where they looked at either Kyle or Hong and went, oh, I can kill that guy, and even if they did manage to get the kill in the end, dumping all of the damage into the support, never going to really help you out that much. So have a look back right here at this replay set, and yeah, it's super back and forth. This is exactly what I wanted from this series, right? Was that both of these teams going toe-to-toe. It felt like at all of the different points throughout the entire game, it was like, yes, one team's going to win. Wait, no, the other guys are going to win. Back and forth. Everybody had a pop-off performance at some point. This one was weird from Kyle. I still don't really understand why they don't slow play this one.
There's definitely still some growing pains getting adjusted back to the LPL gauntlet for AL. And while that is fair to say, it's still valid scrutiny. This was a classic AL fight. This one was the one that I was really proud of. It's, you know, you such a pressurized spot knowing that, hey, there's a Gwen flanking us. There's a Gwen flanking my AD on mid lane to know, all right, then we just kill them before the Gwen gets here. That's what made AL Split 2 champions in my mind. But, yeah, I just want to see this Baron fight back out. Because TS winning a fight that hard, I felt like it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it felt like every single previous fight had been way closer. I get the feeling that we didn't see a big Magnet Storm out of Kyle, or we didn't see the Magnet Storm. Maybe he died a little bit too quickly. I don't remember everybody getting pulled in on top of an equalizer or anything, so that might have been part of what ended up going wrong, but I'm loving watching these fights back because they're so messy. This is a huge win for AL, the fact they're able to pick this one up. Just crazy, I mean, you know?
They've got Baron with them now. All right, here, we'll see it. So Tarzan can't get the steal, gets pulled. Yeah, they just create enough space. Remember, it's burst, and this fight goes on a while. And, man, finally the Needlework and Featherstorm, it really all comes together.
All comes through at the exact same moment. Hong manages to get the exact knock-up that he needs to just stop that bit of engage coming through. And then, hey, from there, everybody's charmed up, moved around on the map. It all works for them all at the same time, I think is the most exciting thing about that fight. And that's why it just ends the game. Snap your fingers, now we're in the post-game. Crazy matchup between these two, and I really do hope that you are correct and that we get 3 games between these teams, because oh my, that was so much fun.
Yeah, it was a blast. What wasn't a blast was, I believe, I'm going on a little bit of a limb here, I think the entirety of the awesome LPL graphics and the team behind, like something on the graphics thing borked, and it also ends up borking the post-game breakdown. I don't know if some of you probably caught it. We didn't get any gold graphs, any damage charts,
I was so excited for it
percentages.
because that was going to be a roller coaster.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know what we still will end up getting here, Bloxer? A player of the game. And I wonder where the voters are feeling it. I don't think it's Shanks. I don't think it's 369. It's got to be one of the facilitating pieces. I think it should be Kanavi or Hong.
Oh, it's tough. It's really tough. I couldn't.
70% towards Cream. Maybe I just don't. Maybe I can't read Blair the games anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Or I know. Is we really thinking Cream here?
I wouldn't, in good conscience, give it to Cream in this game. Like, he found a couple Empress Divides that were fine, but he never had that game-defining moment. He didn't really seem like he was able to step up in a lot of these fights and pull it through. Yes, in the last fight it's good, but in the last fight it's good from everybody. I feel like I'd personally be giving it towards Kanavi here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Kanavi gets the early lead, and more importantly, he gets like the early kills. And it's hard for sometimes you see tank junglers not utilize it correctly. He gets the Heartsteel early, unlike that Aki Sejuani. Like he stacks it up rapidly, and he's just super health. He's like super health bound, and that makes it harder for AL. Again, a burst centric comp to bring it home. I think Kanavi's a good shout. We'll see if he ends up getting rewarded as our Split 2 MVP for a main reason, because he gobbled up player of the games in the Rumble stage of Split 2. But, Bloxer, now we are going to get set to set up for the classic paradox with top esports if we're talking about bucking trends from Split 2. They were the Game 3 merchants because they would usually win Game 1 super fast and then lose Game 2.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that a little bit more, though. I hear the sound. Oh, they give it 369.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not mad about that either, right? I don't think he had the level of Gwen performance that I would expect from 369, but he was still a key part of this game. He was able to find himself a good amount of just damage laid down. He had dealt 30% of the team's damage. Obviously, we missed out on these bits of stats, so that's nice to be able to learn here. But also with the Riftmaker, he was just able to be an annoyance in the backline a lot. It was an odd game. It was super back and forth, hard to pick out one specific MVP.
But it's an MVP from all of top esports because they get Game 1 over the team defending the crown in the LPL right now. Anyone's Legend still a little bit slow, sluggish, stuck in their ways. They drop Game 1 where they could have very well come out on top of, but they have a chance to run it back, reverse sweep style in this best of 3. We'll see if they could do that on the other side of the break and hear from one of our amazing sponsors. All that and more coming to you soon. That's AL's captain of the vibes department there, singing his heart out. And if anyone's legend needed any more than now for Flandria to get the vibes right, it is right now with them kind of just shell-shocked with the way TES were able to just turn that game on a dime and take our series lead. But before we talk more about Game 2, I want to give another word to our amazing sponsor here for Split 3 here at the LPL English. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent players in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use the code LPL10 right below me at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. Prodiff.gg, awesome that they are a part of us here at Blockster for this split, and it's going to be fun again. I keep talking about it. I hope we get to see some of them break down. I know we said it for the last series, but come on.
Yeah.
They need to break down some of the plays, especially that last fight for TES in this series.
Absolutely. It's fun to watch pros break down pros playing poorly, making questionable decisions. That's always a good time, but watching them break down some of the best stuff is going to be really exciting, and I reckon we're going to get a few more clips that we need to send on over to them from this second game, and if we get a third game, I'm sure we'll get even more, because these fights were crazy. They were never just completely one-sided stomps for the most part. Almost every single time, somebody was trying to fight back, somebody was trying to find a way back into the game for their team. Obviously, in the end, it looks like TES are going to be slightly better overall, but for AL, they are going to be wanting to fight back on this one. Losing 2-0 to Top Esports completely kills the momentum we were talking about coming into today.
And as much coping as has been done for AL with the being to a dead horse point about international event hangover, the rope is running very short on that take. And with the rise of BLG, who also obviously took a lot of time off internationally themselves, we gotta stop coping for AL no matter how much some of us here at the LPL English love them. But we don't have to dive too much into those discussions just yet because they are still able to bring this series back. They'll just have to do it now, 2 games in a row, and likely starting out on that blue side. And it is important to mention, Blockster, there are some real carry threats away here for Top Esports. I think you called out how Cream's been a really good Azir player. He has to come off that where he's been a lot shakier on other champions. And 369 loses access to the Gwen. So I think it's going to look it's going to be a much different looking draft here from TES on top of the fact that they're on red side.
Absolutely. I think you're very right to bring up Kreen and 369 here because they have been really, really good on their stuff and quite questionable on other things. I think Cream specifically has been drawing my eye quite a lot. His Akali, very good. We've highlighted that before, and as you said, the Azir looking nice. But once you start getting away from those champions, he's been looking a lot more shaky on what we would count as the standard, easier to execute, not so worried about what they're doing in laning phase type champions, right? He hasn't been looking so good on the Orianna. He hasn't been able to absorb pressure on the Victor. He hasn't been able to make it work on the Ahri or the Talia really either. And that's a lot of those meta champions that we've just listed off. And with the couple that we are now missing out on because of the first game, yeah, it begins to pinch on to what we would count as an effective champion pool for him quite hard.
Let's see where he and the rest of Top Esports will go, looking to sweep out the Split 2 champions. On the blue side, into bans we go, and immediately our 2 star-studded junglers on the chopping block here with some of their champions. AL, though, going to throw a Yone ban over towards Cream as well.
Interesting.
Wonder if Yone priority is sneaking up here on the new patch. Wonder what some of these players are seeing with it. But Trundle's still a mainstay of the bans, so 3 junglers off the board already.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to take a lot of this top tier of jungle away at the very beginning of this game, and that's going to pinch onto this pool quite heavily, right? In terms of things that are now going to be left that you potentially want to be playing, the Wukong, the Jarvan, they are both very strong at the moment, as is that Xin Zhao. So you've still got a couple of very strong things, but maybe you want to go towards something a little bit different, right? We've been seeing the Nocturne, we've been seeing the Neferi floating around the edges as something a little bit more aggressive potentially, but also with that Yone ban out, maybe you want to play something AD into the mid lane. That could be fun, open up some AP junglers as well.
Well, that's the safest B1 pick outside of Varus right
indeed.
there for Flandra. Going to gobble up the Scion. I think Kanavi should definitely look for a Xin Zhao turn. With the Aurora, that's a really good mid-jungle pairing to get out of the red side turn. And maybe just get the Xin Zhao out of the way now. What do we need? What do you want to see from AL, though, with Flandra now going from Rumble duty to Scion duty here? It's a much different draft composition already here for AL, Boxer.
Yeah, that gives you a little bit extra priority right here onto getting towards Shanks and seeing if he can get something a little bit more aggressive going for himself. He has been really liking things like the Yone. That's part of why I'm surprised to see that one taken away. But
yeah,
he has also been really good onto the Orianna. He's also been really nice as well on the Galio. So you've still got a couple of good options. The Victor being locked in right here. Again, it's something Cream hasn't necessarily actually been able to play so well, hasn't been able to absorb as much pressure onto. I wouldn't mind something like the Talia if you want it here. Oh, not the Talia, that's been banned away. Potentially the Ryze then, maybe, if you want to go pair up, follow around Tarzan. I do like that they've got the Wukong, though.
Wow. Wanting to make sure Hope gets his AD of choice. They're going to grab the Kaisa pretty early on. But that does make an Alistar lock-in a bit treacherous for TES, and unless they just commit a Sylas ban, right? So you can get rid of that. I do think you really got to make sure Shanks doesn't get Sylas, even if you do lock this Alistar in. The Cho'Gath coming across here as the immediate answer to the Scion. This is the tech as a way to kind of punish the Scion, yeah.
Yeah. It does make the Scion really uncomfortable in that laning phase, and you can get super tanky alongside the Scion in the later phases of the game. I do also like that ruptures another bit of non-committal engage that you don't have to worry so much about just constantly throwing out, making it so AL feel uncomfortable stepping up potentially. But still, I do really like what AL have got for themselves early on right here. You were correct, the Sylas is going to be taken off of the board. I do think they had to. I think the Orianna could be a really good pairing right here. Wukong Orianna always works quite well, and it gives you plenty of damage alongside some extra safety with the shields, with the Shockwave just buying you a little bit of extra space. Renata taken off of the board, so they are worried about having that anti-dive taken away from them.
So with this Alistar locked in, I wonder if Shanks might go, if Shanks sees an Akali angle. Because right now, TES have put a ton of 100% beef in front of this Victor. And you know Jackie Love is going to likely get a scaler that he likes as well. You know, you can think Sivir, Smolder, those two come to mind. I'm not going to say Senna, because Senna would just be 0 damage. So you've already got the makings of a dive comp. You've got the non-committal engage with the depth charge, with a Wukong and a Kaisa that wants to fly for the flanks.
Yeah.
Does Shanks want to go for a dive buddy alongside them, or does he want to get the Wombo in? I think it's Orianna, Aurora, or Akali that Shanks will lock in here.
Agreed. Those three are definitely going to be top of the priority list. I like the Orianna. I think that's the correct option right here. It gives you that little bit of extra survivability, and also it just works with that Wombo. If you wanted ball delivery systems, well, you've got a ton of them. You can even put it on top of Hope, potentially, if he's going to go flying in. And it is going to be that Sivir locked in, so this is an early game comp versus a much later game scaling one. TES, they want this game to last 40 minutes minimum.
We talked about how much more potent we feel like TES is 35 minutes past as a team. So to see them index a draft into it, very promising. But the scary part is that AL, even if they're a little bit, sluggish coming into the split, not at not meeting the bar that we had for them coming into MSI out of split 2, I still think Tarzan leading the jungle is so proactive in the mid-game phase with the Wukong Orianna. They should be able to find really good angles with this. It's going to be a fun push and pull with so much on stake here. Not just the series coming to a close here, but maybe a statement made from Top Esports that, yes, they may not be defending champions anymore, but they might have to be the team more so feared outside of the name Billy Gaming, if they can get this sweep done and send AL back under 500 in Group Ascent so far.
Super exciting. I think that both of these teams have got compositions with quite strong identities, as we've been saying. Late game for TES, early game right here for AL. Wombo combo versus some good pick potential and some straight up let's just run at them. It's going to be a really fun matchup to watch. It was fun the first time around, and I do not see it being any less bloody and explosive this time.
It's going to be fun, though, to see this Cho'Gath counter into the Scion. Haven't got to see that too much. Still been asking a lot of questions of Cream and his mage play outside of Azir. I think he was fine in game 1, but what a spot here to try and bounce back. I think that one goes to top esports fans, Bloxer. I think
I agree.
Our guy behind the star of the chance matched the energy this time.
Yeah, that was nice. Need to get them megaphones, you know? They're gonna hurt their voices at some point, but it's always so much fun to hear. It's especially sad, some of those early Group Nevada games when nobody's saying anything. It's just like, oh, okay.
You know, we don't have to think about those anymore because we're here.
That's true. That's true. Much better League of Legends in front of us. Unsealed Spellbook for both of these supports. Nothing too exciting being picked up across the board. I do always like the phase rush here on the Ariana. It just gives you that extra level of survivability that can be really helpful.
Top side starts here for Tarzan and Kanavi. Early skirmishing advantage is going to go over towards Kanavi. Mid lane is going to be kind of null. Can look to bottom lane for any really early action going. But even then, Sivir is kind of just such a neutralizing lane by this point. It's going to be a lot on the junglers to get any early action rolling. And got to highlight that it's mostly Tarzan because Kanavi, even though he's probably the most early game-minded champion, hold on, we are just slugging at bottom lane. They flash on top of Hope to get the knock of the Ignite over onto JackeyLove. The 5th proc of the Kai'Sa passive does get a ton of damage onto JackeyLove. The heal is going to come out. Kyle's a bit too far forward, though, but Hope has the full lethal tempo stacked. Both ADs have lethal tempo fully stacked. And nobody really ends up flashing outside of Hong.
Still, JackeyLove and Hung, they're going to be able to get themselves nice control over this wave, get to level 2 first, which is not usually something you would expect out of an Alistar Sivir lane. They would be getting pushed around in a lot of people's estimations, but you do outrange onto this Kai'Sa just a little bit, and it can make it quite tricky getting through this level 1 that's always so rough for an Alistar. Going to feel very good for JackeyLove and Hung, and they were key parts of that victory that TES were able to pick up in that first game. Push coming on through. Both junglers will be working their way down towards the bottom side of the map, so you are going to feel pretty empowered to step up here as JackeyLove if you want to keep pressure up.
Seems like what Hong may be about, but that deep ward does give an inkling of an idea that this is a death brush brewing. And Kyle and Hope will walk towards their tri-brush. Hope looking for a reset already. I think it's a bit too early for them to be able to swap up topside, so yeah, they're just going to have to work their way back bot, and might I say, likely dropping a wave here with the wave clear that JackeyLove brings. Oh, no. All right. Hope is homeless. I don't know where he's going level 2.
I don't know. He knows where he's going, you know? You can see him stepping around like, where we head him right now is going to go up towards the top side of the map. The lane swaps.
Oh, Tarzan walked right past Kanavi, who went into the river. The Graviton well not going to be stunned because the Trickster is used very efficiently. But with Kanavi covering, Cream able to hold on to his flash. Yeah,
that is key, right? Losing your flash early on right here as Cream puts you in a real hole. It makes it so uncomfortable. Hang on, Shanks just can walk at him.
Maybe he feels safe with Hong and Kanavi here, but he is way too low. Kanavi, though, with the skirmishing power like we talked about early, is slugging out with Tarzan, but he's buying time for Hope, who we thought was homeless, but maybe found a way to fight his way in here. Tarzan flashes away from Kanavi. One more from Hope. Grabs first blood over to AL. Cream flashes over the red buff pit, and now Hong, flashless himself, is likely to surrender the 2nd kill over to Hope.
There we go. Yeah, we were talking about how it looked real rough for Hope. He didn't really know where to put himself, but getting those 2 kills early is going to be critical. This is a early game composition than TES have, and getting the early kills specifically into the Kai'Sa is just going to allow you to pressure so effectively. It unlocks this dive composition where you don't have to play backwards as the Kai'Sa. You can just keep on stepping up.
It's just so funny how things work out sometimes. We thought Hope was in such a terrible spot. He was going to be dropping multiple waves, walking up top, and then comes back down and just gets rewarded with a double kill. And now is 500 gold up over JackeyLove, who booted him out of lane at level 2. The Shanks now, they're going to be the target of a combo here. JackeyLove doesn't have enough damage, though, so Shanks is just going to sit pretty in a 1v2 that I don't really think he signed up for when this draft came through.
Not exactly what you were hoping to have to play around right here. Still, that is part of the point of the Orianna, right? Is just to be able to absorb as much pressure as possible. You've only got a couple of lane matchups that you particularly get killed in, and Cream didn't want to go towards something extra aggressive right here, and so he just has to survive. Hung, just going to use the Hex Slash away. A little bit of extra style points right now. Both junglers are towards the bottom side of the map. We do also have a Hextech Drake as our first Drake. We do get our nice shiny graphics back as well to track those through. Hextech Drake individually, super nice to be able to grab. I would like to see both of these teams put a little bit of extra priority on towards it.
Both junglers on that bot side, but it's actually Tarzan that does need a reset. He hasn't bought anything. Kanavi when becomes lightning, but he sees the pink word. He's going to face check into Kyle, who ignites first, then flashes after. The double onslaught is up for Flandre. That ult is clutching, getting Hope his third kill. 3 for 3 from the field, and Feats of Warfare unlocked for AL.
Yeah, Feats entirely picked up by Hope. He is rolling on this one. And I did really like the composition from AL coming in. What I did not expect was the Kai'Sa to get super far ahead right at the very beginning of the game. They're also now going to be able to press on forwards. Tarzan empowered because of that bot lane pressure to start up this Hextech Drake. Going to be nice and easy to grab this one. Kanavi heads up towards the top side of the map, but there's not really anything he can do. Maybe if you get a real big push going, you can try for a dive onto Flandre as your cross-map play, but I really don't see that one coming to any fruition, yeah.
He's got Flash, and he's Scion, so... Yeah, that's...
Hope and pray
the most detrimental factor of it.
Yeah, it would be really, really rough to do, but it just shows there's not really anything on the other side to potentially try to play around Flandre.
Yeah,
true, that would help.
Yeah, he's
but he's dangy, he's Scion. He doesn't have level 6, well, he does have 6, he doesn't have his ulti though, so that would make it mildly easier. Still, enough time has been bought that now multiple members right here of AL are going to be joining the fight, and 40 seconds now until the grubs are going to spawn. Being able to grab the first Drake and the grubs would be huge here for AL.
Flandre, be careful walking up this far. I'm not going to fall for this again though. He's too tanky. He is going to get chunked a bit. His TP isn't up just yet for those grubs. The more intriguing matchup is on the bot side because 369 with Flash and Feast up. Well, he doesn't have Feast up just yet. 10 seconds though. He can, if he gets a rupture, Hope is dead.
Yes,
Hope,
absolutely.
Hope will die instantly. So he's being really careful.
Fast. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, as much as you have managed to get a good early advantage right here onto your Kai'Sa, and we'd love to see it, and Hope has been playing pretty well. I think he's been one of the more standout performers in this slightly inconsistent AL team so far. You're still Kai'Sa, you're still squishy, you still have to play up into a couple of champions that can just rip your head off, right? The Xin Zhao and the Cho'Gath, they get access to you, you will die very, very quickly. Still Hong, he's going to check a bush, he probably shouldn't.
No Unbreakable Will, he doesn't have that ult. Kyle had his depth charge, heal, flash, all of it has to go on cooldown to survive, and that should signal the demise of these grubs. Tarzan going to start them up first, and the way Kanavi's pathing, he is going to be surrendering both early neutral objectives.
Absolutely. It's really, really rough to see right at the very beginning of this game. AL, they want to send us to a game number 3, and to be honest, I want that too. TES, what can they do to stem the bleeding and stop this game from getting out of hand? Because they do have a composition that scales really well into the late game. If you can get far enough into this game, your Sivir and your Victor are going to be doing so much damage, but you just need to stop the game accelerating out of control for you.
All right, Tarzan is sacking 3 grubs to make this play work with a Cyclone and Shockwave, and Hong without Summers this time will bite the Pied Piper. Kanavi with the Crescent Guard with the Arcane Storm is going to get Cream his first reset, but he doesn't have enough juice left, and he's going to run out of HP. Down goes Kanavi on the trade. Still really head-scratching that Tarzan wanted that fight so badly that he doesn't get AL3 grubs for the moment.
Yeah, he's going to have to come back out from the fountain and go and grab it again, which is not ideal. It's not just specifically because, you know, you would like all 3 grubs, but also all of his camps are on the bottom side of the map. He's got no incentive to walk topside right now. He wants to go get Cam's bottom lane, and that's just going to leave this one open. This is going to be especially rough if 369 ends up getting a nom stack off of it as well.
Well, he might get a really big
he might get this nom stack
here, yeah. Flash away from the rupture comes across for Hope.
Yeah, alright, so it's just going to be the one grub still sat there, still remaining. TES will be well aware that it is in the area, that they can go and grab it. They step up. Interestingly, 369, he just wants his stack right now, wants to be getting this one back off of cooldown as quickly as possible. Hope losing that flash could be really important, right? Obviously, Kai'Sa is one of the more mobile ADCs that we have in the game, especially with that ulti available to him now. Still, you do want to have the flash for the reposition. As you've been mentioning, the Rupture is going to be so tricky to try to get away from, in and amongst a big, messy team fight especially.
And before you can get the upgraded E for the invisibility, Kai'Sa's mobility is a bit overstated. Without flash, it's really just that killer instinct. And Hope, why are we still here? Maybe not expecting Hong to be hanging around, but he doesn't have flash. He's going to hold on to the killer instinct, use it for the shield dash. Tarzan here to save his AD carry, though. 369 flashes behind Hong. And bot side, we're going to need a replay because Flandra just soloed out Jackie Love.
We're in a situation right there where it looks like Hope should be dead, but instead, Jackie Love is going to be the one to fall. That's still going to open up all three of these grubs over to AL, alongside that first Drake that they were able to grab. It's a King's Ransom in a situation in which it felt like it should not have been. As you said, right, without that upgraded E, you don't really get to get that far away. We'll have a look back at what ends up happening. Okay, that's an early spell shield. That was, but...
It's just ult him? Off the slow?
The
off the knockup? Does he even...
He just walks him
All right,
down.
there we go.
Ult, barrier, doesn't... Yikes.
Doesn't
That's with
flash
flash as well. That's with flash,
Yeah.
but Jackie just doesn't get close enough to be able to actually get away. Getting that kill over, it's going to be the Hollow Radiance picked up for Flandra as well, so he's now in a very strong spot. And yes, as much as the Cho'Gath is a pretty big counter into the Sion itself, everybody's been lane swapping away from it. There's no real way that Flandra has been put under a lot of pressure, and the fact he then gets that solo kill too is going to make this Sion incredibly scary going on forward.
But AL need to keep the pedal to the metal, because a 2K gold lead, if this game continues to shift later and later, is not going to cut it to compete with a Sivir and a Victor. Yes, they are very far away. These champions are not going to be Exodia level until 3-4 items, but TES have been so good in those late game stages that any lead doesn't really feel safe for AL.
Absolutely not, and it's worth mentioning, right, that these champions do still hurt. Even at this point, you can see Cream, his poke is going to be coming through. If he drops the ulti, he can do work in this one.
Gotta respect the Cyclone Shockwave combo from Tarzan and Shanks, who are on the Dragon right now. As Kyle is going to flash away from the head, but pulverized. Kanavi's going in with the Crescent Guard, and he's going to steal away the Dragon. Tarzan low, but he sets up the Shockwave. Feast is up for the taking, but 369 not close enough to chop down on it. All Hope is free hitting with the lethal tempo as Jackie Love and Cream have to bite it back and run for the high hills here. Graviton going to stun up Kyle, and Hong able to slip on out, but AL make sure it's a price to pay for that Dragon steal.
Yeah, you give over the Dragon, not going to be ideal, and Hope did spend the majority of that fight just hitting onto an ultied up Hong, which is why he wasn't going down in that situation. It's part of why AL don't pick up all of the kills they would have otherwise wanted. Still though, you now manage to get a couple of kills onto Shanks, so he's going to be put in a very strong spot, even with that stacking rower. Going to give him that later game power as well. We'll have a look back at this one, because I was watching the Drake to see who steals this one away. Hung goes in. That's a hook. That's a hook of all time that lands back onto Hung, and yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? As much as you do have some damage available to you right now as these TES members, it's not as much, right? You need to be landing it onto concentrated members, picture in picture.
Tarzan engaged upon, turns it like he always does with Kyle waiting in the wings. Hope doesn't have that killer instinct to dash across the fight, but isn't needed. Another great bait from Tarzan. He's never truly out of position.
Yeah, not on this Wukong, not when you've got so many dashes and the clone to be able to absorb a lot of the pressure for you. And now with Kanavi going down, you've got yourself the Herald spawning in 30 seconds time. It gives you easy access to the enemy jungle, and a nice reset can come on through as well. First items completed pretty much across the board. The second items are going to be well on the way for a couple of these key carries. Both Shanks and Hope should not be far away from being able to make it to that breakpoint.
This game has been just so clinical from AL right now, trying to make a statement that they are not a team to get pushed over, not a team to be knocked down from a game one exit. Even at 2-2, they have been pretty competitive in the best of 3 scenario set.
Yeah.
It's going to be a turret knockdown here for Shanks, so they're able to claim that one. Didn't even need that for feats of strength, though. That's just how ahead AL is of the 8-ball that is this game too right now.
Absolutely, and I mean, as we watch this game through, you've got to keep in mind what it means for the overall standings, what it means for these teams going on forwards. Double round robin between 8 teams means that we've still got plenty of games left to play. But for TES specifically, this is going to be their 7th game of the season so far. They are getting pretty close to getting their way through all of these teams at least once. We're learning a lot about them here. Getting pushed quite hard. Potential dive going through right now. 369, he's got flash coming up in a couple of seconds' time. He's about 11 seconds away from that one.
But it's too late because the wave gets in and the knockups sing through. Hope grabs himself another kill. This is what makes AL one of the deadliest teams in the LPL. You give them a lead, they will take every fight, every neutral, really just everything off the map they can.
They're not slowing down at all. They know that this composition works at its absolute peak once you get about 2 items into people. And they're just going to keep on rolling through with this one right here. Like I said, a bit of a weird little couple situation still. TES now going to go for another engage. Kyle, he's caught out here.
Flandra's TPing
never mind the TP.
He is very tanky on this Scion by this point. He is pretty comfortable standing up tall to all of them. Haven't done well, not going to get a lot of value here. Kanavi is the first one to be turned down by Flandra. Arcane Storm comes out. There's a lot of distance created right now by TS's comp. 369 does hit the Rupture onto Kyle in the back. He's looking to feast down, and he gets Flandra picked off. Boom! Kyle goes down next. Shockwave hits 3 from Shakes. Can Flandra get in towards Kanavi's low health bar? No, but Hope can. Killer Instinct cross the fight. Does find Kanavi. But TES are still 4 versus 3. Tarzan dipping in and out with that Wukong, using the Trickster well. But neither team looks like they really want to back off from the river just yet. It'll be AL with the inside track towards the mid-tier 1 turret that'll go for it. Cream is going to TP all the way over top to cover for it. And now nobody wants the Herald.
Yeah, this should open up the Heralds to be another fight. We can do this all again. Isn't that exciting, Slayer? Yeah, it's a really messy fight right there where it looks like a couple of different people get caught out. I thought that Kyle was going to be caught, but the TP stops all of this aggression in its tracks from TS. They no longer can just keep on stepping up. But watch Cream in this fight. He actually plays this one out really well. The Graviton Well just gets in between everybody and kind of cuts off a few members from actually being able to step up. And then again, his Arcane Storm being chucked down, it doesn't actually do too much damage for him, but it still just ends up zoning people away, and it's a war of attrition at this point, and the poke's just stronger between Jackie Love and Cream. As this game keeps on going through, that's going to get harder and harder to deal with. A big Shockwave is kind of the redeeming quality. It gets Hope that kill with the Killer Instinct, but it doesn't rectify the fact that that fight, despite the fact AL are really far ahead, was not easy for them to play out.
There'll be something to revisit when the next fight breaks out, but I do like TES willing to give away some of these neutrals. Third Drake when it's 1-1, doesn't matter. Mountain Soul, a problem for a future TES. Right now, they just need to take as much standing gold as they can off the map to get to these bigger item breakpoints of their scaling composition. The problem is AL have so many windows to match that. So you drop a tier 1 turret in the top lane with 369, answer by mid-tier 1. Now you're on reset. Hope and Tarzan can go right back towards that Rift Herald that started all the commotion earlier, but this time it's as quiet as a library over there.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be nice and easy to pick up here for AL. I think it's worth looking at where a lot of these kills have really been going down. Obviously, it's going to be mid lane and bot lane for AL, but the fact that Cream's been able to grab 3 kills and an assist, that's going to do well for him getting towards those little bits of upgrades. He's going to get towards those item breakpoints a lot quicker as well. And that's going to be really, really strong for him and a big part of helping TS to be able to win. They've got quite a lot of CC, so if you can just chuck that massive Arcane Storm down on top of everyone's heads, that's going to be team fights made a heck of a lot easier.
For a player like Cream, who we were asking really the most of this TS roster, right now, after their last 2 series, he's been shaky to outclass versus Knight. 3-0-1 on the Victor. The Azir was good. We all know what form Cream can bring here, and if he can do it up against Shanks, up against AL, can really silence a lot of the doubters that have been prevalent, including myself, on even this broadcast, as Flandra has to burn that critical engage ultimate just to create enough space away from all of TES. The Octagon spawning on the bot side, and AL have the inside track towards it.
It's not ideal to not have that ulti. We'll see if it's going to end up costing AL not having that unstoppable onslaught. Still, TES, they are walking into a lot of darkness right now. Really good job from the observers showing that this is an uncomfortable walk in.
Yeah. The Outcon, though, not started. AL, they want to see out how the walk-in comes across here from TES, and it's pretty easy when 369 can lead that charge. Love this Herald pop, though, from Tarzan on the backside.
Whoa,
Kyle is going to engage right on top of Kanavi. Crescent Guard's going to make sure Hope can't get any damage through, though. Cyclone coming through. Where's the Shockwave? It can't come through because Shanks gets ruptured. They're dumping the damage onto 369, and with Hope, he can churn him through. Knocks down the front line of TES, and now Top Esports have to rely on their range once more. But they don't have control of that same jungle. It's so dark, and Kanavi knows that Shanks is just waiting to drop even more damage through.
Yeah, as soon as you don't have 369 available to you, you just cannot keep stepping up. I like the Hope has also immediately bailed out to go and push onto this mid lane. With those 3 grubs in the back pocket as well, this is going to be nice and easily picked up. That's a big injection of gold into AL's pockets. They're now up by 7,000 gold in this game, Slayer. They have a monumental lead.
But still, I feel like these
doesn't
fights
feel like it.
seem
Doesn't
closer.
feel like
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't feel that monumentous. It's partly because of how short range this comp is.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see it towards the start of this fight. Like, what can Hope do?
Yeah, watch Cream and Jackie Love specifically in this fight, because Hope isn't able to do anything, whereas Cream and Jackie Love, they are just constantly throwing down lasers and boomerangs and lasers and boomerangs, and it just keeps on going, and it means that at the end of this fight, yes, 369 dies and they end up losing out onto the fight, but everybody from AL is down below half HP.
Here we go, Bloxer, though. The Otacon was still up, and they're going to go back to the same plan, which is, hey, Hope does more than enough damage on a 369, and with a double knockup from the Scion, with the Cyclone, 369 can't move. He does a fleeting feast, but Tarzan won't die. Kanavi goes all in, but the Shockwave holds him in place and makes sure they can get Tarzan out. AEL's pristine team fighting is back like it never left.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for TES. They just step a little bit too far forwards, and unlike in the previous fight, Flandra did have the ulti available to be able to knock a couple of people back. The Atakan going to go over to AL on top of their 2 Drakes, on top of their 3 Grubs as well. They are in such a strong position in this game. They are looking to send us to a game number 3 and to prove that they belong at the top of the table here in the LPL.
A position AL has won so many games from, even with a lot less here. Dragon going to come up in about 30 seconds. TS really do have to give that. Is Cream not expecting Flandra this far up? There's not more support for this trade to be more than anything but a trade.
Yep.
TS here, I think they still just have to turtle pretty hard. Mountain Soul Point, it's a problem for another day. It's got a 2.5 item Sivir, soon to be 3 from Jackie Love. Cream, I think will be pretty close to that mark as well. These two are just not at the point where they can defy the gold deficit.
No, it feels like they need more time. They need this game to get to 40 minutes, which it's not impossible, but that's still another 17 more minutes into this game. And so far, AO have got complete and utter control of this one. They're going to be able to pick themselves up their 3rd dragon of the game. Soul Point, Mountain Soul Point as well. If you thought this Scion was annoying to try to get through before, having a Mountain Soul on top of him is going to make it that much harder. You've also now hit a couple more key item breakpoints. 2 items completed onto the majority of these carries. 3 items now completed for Hope. If he ever actually is allowed to just sit and hit with that Terminus in inventory, he's going to be doing so much work.
And Hope understood the assignment in this game, and we saw it earlier already with how 369 was, well, his health bar was melted. It's because of how Hope has built this Kai'Sa out. The champion that is known for multitude of build paths, so many items that can be utilized. But I'd like to see this front-to-back style. The Terminus really sings it through, right? You just stack offensive, defensive stats, the more autos you get down.
Yep.
And Hope, I mean, he could get so many into that Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Unstoppable Onslaught coming out here from Flandra, trying to go after Cream. Does a passes his driving test pretty well.
Yep.
But Cream and Hong were in position to get out, but the Void Seeker does hit onto Cream, and Hope immediately pulls the Killer Instinct to go after him. The Graviton Well, Arcade Storm, not enough, because AL had a bead on this bottom lane as all 5 members show out and knock down Cream.
And this is what we've been talking about, right? Cream has not been having the best time of it on a ton of these other carries. Yes, he's looked really good on 1 or 2 things. His Akali's been nice. He's looked pretty good on the Annie. But then beyond that, it's been rough. It's been worrisome out there. He's been not having such a good time of it. And there, he just immediately gets caught out. And this is why I love the Terminus, as you were calling out, right? Getting you that little bit of extra survivability means you're so happy to just go flying on into the backline there. You don't have to worry about potentially getting turned and bursted down. Cream just doesn't have that sort of damage.
Hong, Unbreakable Will. Killer Instinct not up for Hope, but the Shockwave is there for Shanks, and the ult runs out, and that means Shanks does a lot more damage with those autos. Hong goes down, and Tarzan still looking hungry for more. Eyeing a flank angle, but with AL as ahead as they are, they could just rip Baron, and Tarzan will do that. He's going to give away this flank, try and keep the vision up. You can see how dark the pit is for Kanavi, and they're just going to jump onto Kyle, but Flandra's going to flash over the wall. Tarzan can follow the Trickster pretty shortly. The TP into the pit for 369 is a bit audacious. He gets the knock up onto Tarzan, but again, look at Hope just to lead the health bar. Yeah, sure, feast on our support. It doesn't matter. He's willing to sacrifice himself because you've getting rid of all your front line, and that means Hope gets to break the door down, flying after your carries. AL clinical, looking to force this series the distance.
Hong going to be the only member still alive, and that's because he was dead when it started. It's going to be the Baron picked up here for AL. They only need one more Drake to get that soul as well, but I don't even know if they're going to need it. 2 minutes until that's up, and with the Baron empowered minions, they can look to crack open these towers. They've still got outer towers in the top and the bottom side to go for. Hong also just going to die. That's going to be the ace coming through as well.
He had Smite. I respect the hustle. He's like, all right,
it's worth
maybe there's
try,
a chance.
Right?
Yeah.
I've seen crazier things, I have, but not in this game. Not when AL have put themselves into such a massive advantage. And you were right to point out earlier on that it didn't feel like it was a 7k gold lead. Well, this fight, this felt like the 10k gold lead that we do have on our screens right now. Karnavi, the second that the Crescent Guard falls off, there's nothing he can do. And despite the fact that Jackie Love and Cream are just sat there trying to pump out the damage with no front line, there's absolutely nothing you can do. And I love the aggression from Hope once again. Hey, I can get into the back line right here. Goes flying on in. This team, when you give them the sort of composition that can play early game, they are just running through you. I mean, right now with 2 carries on 5-0 and a bunch. This is insane.
Here comes the big bus. Flounder just here to protect Shanks so they can usher the wave back in. Tarzan is a bit picked off here. The Graviton Well stun will layer, but he pops the Cyclo as Kanavi dives in. Shanks flash back over the wall. Kanavi will flash after him, but even if you find this kill onto Shanks, everybody else is dead. He doesn't even get that. Hope with an instant triple kill. Jackie Love cowering back towards his fountain, but this should be the final push. A devious response out of anyone's legend to force this series to Game 3.
And this is what we wanted when we came into today, right? The Group Nirvana game was a warm-up for AL, TES, these two teams who are fighting for the top of the table, who want a chance at winning it all and sending themselves to Worlds. Hope.
Oh, Hope, they're already dead, man. Just doing laps around this team right now. And hey, why not another dredge line? Why not another kill? 27 in 28 minutes in the win for AL.
So, Slayer, do you think the 14-0-7 Kai'Sa might win the player of the game vote?
What do they do?
Kids.
Does like an LPL stage Kai'Sa get like shorter cooldowns, or like does he get his damage stats buffed? Like,
clearly,
I'm not mad about it. By the way, Kai'Sa is so fun to cast.
I love it,
but there's got to be a conspiracy theory behind this at this point.
This champion is so good, and Hope in this game was just able to pilot it to perfection, was just completely taking over the entire game. And of course, it stems from it going well at the very beginning stages. He gets 2 kills right off the bat, managed to grab a third within the next couple of minutes, and now you've got 3-0 Kai'Sa that you have to deal with. When we were setting up for these team compositions, we said that AL needed the game to start quickly, and they needed to get kills onto their key carries, and Top, they wanted a 40-minute chill game where they could get their carries going. Well, we definitely got one of those things, and it did not work out for Top Esports.
No, it didn't. I can respect the try, but it might have worked against teams that are a little more skittish, a little less confident. It doesn't work against AL. If you're gonna index this hard into scaling, you're just letting the devil in the jungle, Tarzan, just smile and run through these lanes. So we came into this game specifically, Bloxer, trying to take a temperature gauge of AL. It's like, all right, we've made enough excuses about them. They really got to start putting together series wins, competing against teams that they were fighting against all of Split 2. at least we now know that you can't just try and snooze the first 25 minutes against AL, even if they are a bit more sluggish after the international break.
Yeah, exactly. If you find yourself in a toe-to-toe matchup with them, it looks like it goes 50-50, but if you let them take a little bit at the beginning of the game, they don't seem like they're in a throwing mood. We've got plenty of teams here in both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana that are happy to throw away big leads early on and play things a little bit silly. In this game, maybe they had maybe 2 moments where somebody stepped a little bit too far forwards, but oftentimes it felt like it was a bait because the response from AL was so quick. Their map macro is so snappy that even if you do think you found yourself a pick, there are many more members of anyone's legend on their way to you right now.
What a nice easing curve. We've got a little
curve.
too jagged with a lot of our gold graphs today. It's just nice little climb up to,
Jackie
16,000 gold lead, by the way.
Yeah, huge gold lead in the end. Jackie is just not able to step up for his team in anywhere near the same way that Hope is, but it's just everybody right here. I was incredibly impressed with the way that Tarzan and Kyle and Flandre were able to start these fights off for the team and buy space for Hope to be able to do his thing.
And it was a while ago, but it's so funny to think how this game started with Hope getting knocked out of bottom lane, begging for someone to swap him into a lane where he can farm, and then it's like, oh yeah, Tarzan's like, pull up to this jungle fight, man. I'm gonna give you some kills, and never looked back from there.
Never looked back, and this is exactly what you want from Hope. Hope has been, I think, a bit of a bright spark here for anyone's legend in, as we've been saying, a bit of a rough start to them for this split number 3. But he has been really nice and has really paid it off in this game. Was able to just completely take over, and it felt like, conversely, Cream and Jackie Love were just never able to get their stuff going in this game. It's tough, of course, when you get yourself a composition that really needs to wait until the late stages of the game, but that's the part of the problem, right? When you draft yourself a composition that has a bunch of late game threats, you need to have something that can pull you through the early game, and none of these lanes were particularly lanes that you could try to play around.
Mm-hmm. Or you just accept that, like, you're not going to get first Drake and not fight over that. Or accept that unless we're in great position, we're not going to really get Rift Herald in grubs. It's a hard pill to swallow, and mainly because it doesn't ever really work out. Like you're pointing out, you just can't play that slow.
Yeah.
But it would have been nicer to see TES, stick to that really snail-paced identity instead of force fights where their comp just isn't designed to ever succeed.
Yeah, there were a couple moments where you begin to get 2 items onto TES that they were playing and it worked and it looked good, but they'd already put themselves into a 7,000 gold deficit at this point in the game, which is really, really tough to try to climb your way back on out of. And I mean, I'm looking back through this time and time again. Every single time I'm watching a nom come on through, it's onto the support or it's onto the top lane. And you're never actually managing to land that onto one of these key carries right here. And you just can't afford to be doing that as 369. He definitely didn't have one of his best games here.
It was just really hard. Yeah, really hard to stop AL once they were so far ahead. But yeah, the Cho'Gath doesn't really end up performing. I just feel like this is just a team gap with how slow Top Esports want to play the draft. Hopefully it doesn't affect them going into Game 2 because TES, even in their Game 1 win, we talked about it, AL were in front for a lot of it. This game, TES, you saw the goal graph. I don't really need to tell you guys. Never, ever ahead.
No, it was super back and forth for TES to be able to win and very easy looking for AL. But that composition pretty specific. That's a lot of your dive tools, dive pieces taken off of the board now. So can AL do it on a composition that potentially has to play a little bit slower, that can't just try to find themselves a big gold lead and never look back?
I'm excited to see how creative the jungle pool gets now because we get rid of Wukong. We get like four of the big bads, right? Pantheon, Wukong, Xin Zhao, and Skarner, I guess, for Kanavi. We can get this out of the way. Yeah, I mean, Hope. There was no thought in the world. I really hope this is unanimous. MVP given over to Hope.
Yeah,
that
was incredible.
LPL Kaisa, everybody. It never stops. It never disappoints.
No, absolutely not. Especially not when Hope's able to pilot it. This player has been so strong on these aggressive pickups, and I think the Kaisa fits him incredibly well. It would be exciting to see what he gets in the next game. Is he going to have to play something super late game scaling again? As we've been saying, right, that hasn't necessarily been his thing. He's not looked super good on the Jhin either, hoping that we don't see that one.
Yeah, so we'll see where Hope and the rest of AL decide to go with their Game 3 draft, but it is fitting that we have gone the distance here. Now, officially 6 games locked in for the LPL day, and we wouldn't have it any other way here on the LPL English broadcast. Split 1 champions, Top Esports, currently atop Group Ascend. Split 2, Anyone's Legend, looking to get back to winning ways. One of these 2 squads is going to win today, and we'll find all that out and more on the other side of another intermission. Here it is, everybody. The 6th of 6 possible games today on the LPL slate. And the stakes of this one honestly could not be higher at the point we are in Rumble stage here for Split 3. Split 2 champion, defending champions, anyone's legend, trying to avoid going back under 500 through 5 series. And Top Esports trying to show that they are not stumbling after getting punched in the mouth by BLG a couple days ago. But the most important thing here, Bloxer, is the fact that we're going to see Hope lock in a 4th Jin game in a row. Come on. I believe he's going to get the win.
Do not do that to me. After all of this hype and all of this excitement coming in and he locks Jin and sprints it like every time, that would be truly devastating to watch. No thank you.
Hey, you know, listen, the only way he's going to get a win on this champion is to keep picking it. What, he's just going to stop playing Jin?
Right. You ever heard of the definition of insanity, huh? Let's not be seeing that one, maybe.
That's, you know, I don't think I have a retort to that point. That's a good. How many times? My question is, how many times repeating something is deemed enough for it to be insanity, though?
I don't know that 3 is the be-all end-all, right? As much as I am saying never show me the Jin again for Hope, I think that's way too strong. I think there are compositions in which it can work. If they did want a lot of extra range, this composition could potentially have worked alongside a Jin. I do like the fact that they went towards the more aggressive look, though. I'm not saying that they should never play Jin again, but I do think when Hope's been at his best, it's when he's had agency for himself, when he's been able to make things happen off his own back, with champions like the Kai'Sa, the Lucian, these champions that he can be more aggressive with, and then get himself out of sticky situations. That's when they've been absolutely ideal looking. And so if you can build a composition around the Jin, I don't hate it. I just think it makes it much harder for you to draft well.
Yeah, I just wanted to lead into the meme as much as I could here, because I know that one's probably circulating a bit. During the break, we got to, on the main feed here from Jackie Love, talking about how Top Esports' break really made them feel like they are stronger. And that is still kind of a decent talking point, as we are, you know, not halfway through Group Ascend gameplay here. It's still just now getting into week 4 of 8 for this LPL split. So, again, anyone's legend, they did not get themselves a break. Top Esports outside the BLG series have shown that break has made them more powerful. Jackie Love, are you strong enough to will another close game 3 in a close series for TES home? Because remind you, this team's game 3 win rate in regular season is, I mean, it was 90 before. I think it's
got to be higher,
right around there.
Right?
A little bit, or maybe a little lower or something. Still really high up.
Real good. Yeah, they've been all over these game number 3s. Trying to go into a game number 3 is bad. It's bad news versus this team. As much as we would obviously like to see them just get themselves those 2-0s and not constantly have to go to game 3, they know what to do, especially when you've got a lot of champions taken off of the board. You can see here we're getting a run of the same bans as we've been seeing previously. Nothing too different on our screens at the moment. Be interesting to see if any of these top priority picks do still slip through. Nico taken off the board, interesting.
So immediately Vi is a champion that Kanavi loves.
Yeah.
One of the better Vi players left up, and like you called out, with so many champions off the board, it's a pretty good cornerstone piece to build your comp around, but AL banned it away, so Kanavi sees the jungle pool pitch a bit more. We're really getting into the tier 2 level of junglers. Jarvan is one of them to look for, but TES are gonna just take a good flex pick, I would say, as well. I think this is good to deny Flandra, who is one of the Aurora top lane players, even if this is very much so likely to go into Cream's hands.
It's going to be locked in with the Rise, and the Ezreal going to go over to Hope as well. I do like this one for Hope. It's not as aggressive, but it does give him that self-peel that we've been talking about, highlighting as a real strength for him. And it also just makes it quite a tricky lane to play out, because you could constantly being poked down. And there are a ton of things that you can pair up alongside this Ezreal that can make it pretty miserable. The Karma's in a nice spot at the moment if you really want to go for a heavy poke lane.
And like we talked about, 25-15, you've seen some points taken, our early game armor and health taken away from those classic engage and peel tank supports. So especially with Lucian locked in, this is a big spot to bring out the enchanters for Kyle and Hong.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Lucian Obviously, we think of the Nami, we think of the Milio. The Brom, as we keep saying,
Man.
right, has been knocked down, but teams really
They don't care.
We expected these nerfs to have done a lot more for taking him off of the board. I do wonder if we're going to get another Brom nerf going into the next round, and it is going to be that Karma. I was expecting the Karma being locked in right here, especially as soon as you grab yourself the Lucian. Lucian can struggle quite heavily into a very poke-based lane. Obviously, the Brom is really good into the Ezreal. You can stop that ulti coming through. It can do a lot to stop what the Karma wants as well. So I do think you're still getting plenty of Brom use, but I don't know that you've got a kill lane bot lane as you would have otherwise if it wasn't the Ezreal Karma.
You said that, you know, the Lucian suffers into the Karma early in lane, specifically Braum is terrible into Karma and Ezreal. Yeah, you have the shield to throw up, but you're just full melee, kind of a level 1 glorified melee minion, and Karma and Ezreal can churn out a ton of projectiles to throw at you. Yeah, so Hope and Kael in another pretty advantageous, for the first time actually, in a pretty advantageous lane state that AL will look to explore as we push our exploration of this draft into the second phase of bans. Jace, a good ban into Flandra, Renekton taken away. Wonder if we see an orange shout come out for either one of these teams on the ban phase. Last good tank left up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of tanks, you are going to need something tanky for both of these squads. AL specifically, though, I wonder if a Sejuani could work quite well for them right here. Gets a little bit of longer range poke that you can then turn into quick pick kills off the back of that Glacial Prison. If not, I do think the Jarvan, as we've been highlighting, is potentially an interesting option. Still, I get the feeling that Tarzan and Kanavi kind of don't want to be stuck on a Sejuani or a Jarvan duty.
Oh,
I feel like they want to be a little bit more aggressive with it, and there are all of the aggressive junglers still available to us here.
Nefiri, Viego, Lilia, couple to name in that realm. Ooh, I don't hate this move, though. AL are one of the best teams playing the map and playing split push compositions, and Flandra might just be the best Yorick we've had consistently across the year. So, immediately, TS, rise Yorick. All right, no matter how this draft rounds out, do not give Grubs over to AL this game.
Yeah, if they give over Grubs, it's going to be really, really rough. It was something that we've already seen Flandra play this split. He obviously played a ton of it in the split previously. Didn't win with it this split, so it's something that, you know, they're still trying to make work. As you said, though, they play the map incredibly well. Aatrox's going to be locked in right here for 369. That does, again, mean that you probably do want something a little bit tankier, a little bit more supportive to lock in right here, because you've got plenty of damage through all of your lanes. The Braum is going to need some help keeping it all together, though, for TES. What direction do you want to go? Yeah, I do think that the Jarvan is best, especially because if you can put somebody in the Cataclysm, it makes it impossible for them to get away from all of the damage, especially the culling here.
Does get a lot more value out of Ezreal, one of the best champions to respond to that Cataclysm. But yeah, Ryze you lock up. Flandra you'll also lock up on this Yorick. Bottom line, it's playmaking for Kanavi where he is at his best, and most importantly, TS's comp really needs. With a Braum and an Aatrox, you're not getting it out of top and support. It had to be out of Kanavi. But there are some pretty good responses to the aggression Jarvan brings and Aatrox. I think Maokai is just a slam dunk pick here for Tarzan, and he will secure that as both of our junglers stick to their facilitating ways across all 3 games of this series.
And Maokai being locked in right here, he's something that we're seeing very, very rarely. Honestly, in terms of junglers that pick it up, Tarzan is one of the main proponents of this champion at the moment, and he's looked really good on it. It's been one of his better pickups, and I'm excited to see it in this game. They needed something tankier. We weren't really feeling the Sejuani in this situation. It gives you some non-committal engage that can be very helpful. If you also get a Realm Warp into the backline and you can get that ulti from a slightly different angle, that can be very fun as well. Still, you do need this Maokai to get quite tanky, because we don't know how much Flandra's really going to be looking to join up with the rest of the squad here.
369 back on his patent Aatrox as well. It is, I believe it is 1-in-1 in play so far here for Top Esports. But he is the kind of late game insurance plan as this game goes on into a comp from AL that in a team fight scenario is pretty melee dominant. This is a really good Aatrox angle. But what we saw in Game 2 was AL able to get back to what they were so good at, establishing an identity from draft and then executing it pretty flawlessly on the Rift. It's a very different identity for AL this game, but still a clear one at that.
Absolutely, they're very much going to be looking to play around that split push. They need to get themselves into a strong enough spot that you can survive in the 4v5 and not constantly have to drag your Yorick down into these team fights where he doesn't want to be, whereas it's a very different look from TES. They want these big team fights. They want to get people as close together as possible, and in those 5v4 potential situations, they should have a massive advantage.
Here we go, back onto the rift. Bring in the fan club presidents for the Jayos. All right, time for me to cop out here, Bloxer. That last one was a tie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was very close between them, and you can understand why, right? Game 3 of an incredibly important matchup between these teams. For AL specifically, because of the couple of losses they took early on, they're sat in a bubble with a couple of teams they will think they are much better at. They will think they are a significantly better club than IG at the moment, or than Weibo, or than JDG, right? And all of a sudden they're
100%.
sat pretty close to them in all of the standings. Winning here would do a lot to separate them from the rest of the pack and get them back to those proper winning ways.
And with Group Ascend going down to just a mere 8 teams, there's less series for you to try and play catch-up in that category. Is
Oh yeah.
Jackie Love going to barrier the first Mantra-powered Q he's going to see here? Hang in there, Hong, and Jackie Love, it is not going to be pretty early.
No, it is not. This is what you pick up this Ezreal and Karma composition for. You can just constantly poke out your opponents, and with that extra little bit of armor lost away from Hong as well, it's going to make it increasingly difficult to step up right here. Instantly pushed on back, and that's exactly what you expect. And with both of these junglers starting up towards the top side of the map and working their way down, you don't even have the support of your jungler that you can call in off of a 3 camp in case you get pushed in a little bit too much. It's just going to be about absorbing that pressure, and then what you're looking for with the Lucian and the Braum is to find a lot of priority once you get into these skirmishes earlier on.
Glad you're speaking on the junglers, though, because this series has been a lot of, all right, they should both be full clearing. They both need ultimates to be really effective, like Wukong games. You saw Xin Zhao games come across here. Skarner as well. Jarvan Maokai is most intriguing because these are two junglers I don't see as super resource heavy on full clear. We're likely to get the first full clear, but if there are any champions comfortable dropping waves to impact the lane early, it's Jarvan first, and then Maokai not far behind.
Yeah, Jarvan is most definitely the champion I think of the most as being like, right, he's just going to be interested in getting involved in these lanes. I don't think he has been spotted out anywhere
Look at
so
that,
far.
yeah. Hold, good arcane shift though away from Hong, so they can't stack the concussive blows. Really quality E out of Hope there. That's why you have to hold on to that cooldown early.
Absolutely. The fact that you get away with that one is nice, and you don't even have to pull Tarzan down to help you out in this situation, so he's going to be a little bit ahead on the clear. You've now got a slightly slower, slightly worse set of camps for your pathing for Kanavi. Not the end of the world, nothing massive, but it's a small advantage for AL that will continue to track on through the rest of this game. Also, because they both ended up down towards the bottom side of the map, Tarzan can move to this scuttle first, but he does not win in the 1v1 versus the Jarvan at this point in the game.
Yeah, just gets info that Kanavi's on it. Kanavi rushes through with the smite, though. I think he's going to try and double crab up here. Scream has the inside track on the wave push.
You can't
so
step to
Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan's that's just the Maokai issue.
Yep. Unfortunately, even with being level 4 to the level 3 of your opponent, it really does not matter. Tarzan trying to be sneaky with this one is going to be spotted out onto a ward. It was unlikely he'd be able to turn this around into a dive or anything, but potentially if he jumps over this wall, Hong, Jackie, they could collapse on him. Yeah, Tarzan knows that something's up right now.
Yeah, I think Shanks was able to help him out with just a little bit of information. Tarzan doesn't get that bot scuttle crap, but he saw that Kanavi was down a camp off of a full clear.
Yeah,
and that's
so
why he thought he could go for the Krugs. And now he ends up double crabbed and having to reset with a little gain back for it.
Exactly. He could have been in a little bit of an advantage, but the Maokai just weaker than the Jarvan is going to be. I would like to look a little bit at top lane, though. As we've been saying, right, the Yorick is something that Flandre was very good on during the last split. There were only a couple of people I actually enjoyed watching play this champion, and I thought AL was one of the best. As much as Flandre was good with the Yorick, it was just also the way that AL were able to play the map, especially towards the back half of that split too. They were so strong. Their macro was incredible, and it meant that Flandre was able to just get these huge leads for himself through just mauling towers, absorbing turret plating, and then he played it quite like an aggressive teamfight-orientated Yorick. Not just about the split push, was happy to go and get involved with the fights, and was pretty good at it too.
Drawing for wave position is Kyle and Hope, doing a good job again, dodging these Qs out of Hong on the Braum. Getting towards that point, though, where both bottom lanes are itching for a reset, and reset means swapping lane assignments. Flandre, no TP. He's going to walk his way back top, so could have a first game here Bloxer in the series where bot lane stays put until ultimates really come online. Speaking of ultimates, there's Scream dropping the Between World. Shanks does not get the Realm Warp out. Great flag and drag from Kanavi, and Cream grabs the first kill.
Yikes, it was over-aggressive right there from Shanks, thinking he could just get away with the Realm Warp, but like you said, Flag and Drag is on point, stops that one from coming through, and now the Aurora gets an early kill. This is incredibly impactful. The Aurora being ahead is going to be a big part of whether or not you're able to actually put any threat onto Hope in this game. He's going to be sat so far back, have himself that Arcane Shift as well, but if you've got a very strong Aurora chasing you, it can be very tricky to get away. Once he puts down the Between Worlds, you can just get followed all around. And that early kill could mean a lot towards TES's chance of victory.
Two junglers at the top of their game, or how they can impact the map early and often. Is Kanavi spots out the Dragon Take from Tarzan. He's going to go towards the bot side and take a couple licks at Kyle and Hope. But with them standing tall and being safe, Kanavi really doesn't have ability to force this dragon. Cream can go invis over the wall. Shouldn't be able to disrupt this Drake take, though. Tarzan's going to smite that one home, and now TS are kind of getting pincered on, but they're going after Shanks again. He has flash, though. Gets out over the wall. Kanavi too low. Kyle going to flash after, but not enough damage with the Aerie to find that kill. Going to go for the root onto Jackie Love. Can anyone get close enough to kill off Jackie Love? No, because Kyle goes down first. Flash forward, Bramble Smash. Yes, you do get Jackie Love, but boy, do you pay a high bounty for it in the name of Top Esports. Shanks trades out one, but it's feats of warfare and more gold for Top Esports.
TES, they get the gold exactly where they want it to be as well. That's now Cream 3-0-2 right here on the Aurora. He's been a player we've been criticizing quite a lot. He's been one of the weaker members of TES, but in this game so far, getting fed a ton of kills and using that gold to good effect so far. The fight starts out super messy, super split, and you at least do manage to get yourself the Drake as Tarzan, but then in these split fights, there's kind of nothing that you can do to follow up once you've used those first initial tools jumping forwards, right? Hope's already Arcane Shifted, Shanks has already flashed, you've already seen Tarzan flash as well, and yes, a couple people do go down. Shanks is able to at least trade one of these kills, but it's just not going to be enough for them, and all of the kills going over onto Cream is massive.
Already so close to a first item, and like you talked about, getting ahead of a Rise just makes it hurt double here. So AL on the back foot, need to start getting creative in other aspects to try and wrestle out of this bad early game. One way to do it, just teaming up with Tarzan, jumping on these grubs and trying to control the neutrals just like they did in game 2. TES, will you try and stop this take, though? Kanavi has a full bot side to clear out here. Oh my god. Okay, no, I thought he took one. No, it's going to be 0. So, hey, Tarzan able to pick up first Drake and first 3 grubs again.
Hey, and what did you say, Slayer, right at the beginning of this game? Hey, you do not want to be giving all of the grubs over to a composition with the Yorick. This is going to make Flandre so much stronger once he actually gets on top of any of these towers. For right now, he's just going to be pushed out of his lane, going to head down to the bottom side of the map to stop 369's push from going through. Harvey and 369 are around, though. I do wonder if they could have potentially wanted a dive. I think with the Maven up, it's always going to be a bit of a risky thing to go for.
And Kanavi's happy just stealing those camps. He gets blue buff, Gromp, he doesn't get wolves. But now look at his bot side. He has red buff and Krugs. The gold lead for Kanavi is actually going to be close to exceeding Cream's, who's 3-0-2 like you mentioned on that Aurora.
Yeah. And that's pretty crazy, right? To be able to get yourself this far ahead. There's a reason that we kept bringing up the Jarvan as a very fun tool that was still available. We lost a lot of junglers, of course, being the third game with a lot of bans going on towards as well. I really do like the Jarvan right here. First item only going to be completed at this point on Kanavi, although I'm pretty sure that Cream should have it right now. Sat in base, waiting for a couple of seconds, should be locking this one in. There it is, Leandri's going to come on through for Cream, and you've now got 2 people with that first item completed. If you've got a skirmish available to you in the next minute or so as TES, you absolutely want to take it.
Good to be so ahead of first item on the curve there, but Leandri's in its current iteration, just there's not really a lot of AP, so Cream is, you know, investing for the later stage when he gets more AP down. Don't hate it. It just means that, as we're talking about, Cream is such a pivotal piece in this next couple of minutes for TES. The damage isn't going to be super audacious to deal with if you're AL.
Yeah, for AL you do still have plenty of options to try to play around. Watch just a little bit of farming in the mid lane at the moment. Tarzan potentially looking for a gank onto Cream. That's pretty hard to be able to do, right? The Aurora, a very annoying champion to actually get on top of, but Cream is sat very far forwards. A lot of confidence in his ability to survive at the moment, and especially because he knows he's got some friends on the way in as well. Kanavi and Hung gonna arrive right here, and this could potentially be a dive onto a half-health Shanks.
Oh, Tarzan, he's just barely out of position. I don't think Shakes gets this through. Yeah, the Between Worlds uses the edge and the Glacial Fissure knockup. That is such a crisp combo coming across here. And they knock down Shakes for a 3rd time quickly.
Gorgeous little dive right there, and it's making it so tricky.
Ooh, nice heal, Hung. Holy
Yep,
moly.
a little bit closer than you would have wanted. The heal coming through, great reaction times. And this is also going to feed a plate into Cream's pockets as well, just giving him that extra little bit of gold that you would have really like to see. It is going to be the Leandri's completed for Tarzan here. I was wondering if he was going to weave some AP into his jungling right now, and he is indeed going to go towards that. Still, the Leandri's is going to delay the tankiness for Tarzan a bit, and in a composition where the next tankiest member is going to be your Yorick, that could be a little bit risky to go towards.
It's weird, right, Bloxer? Game 2, we talked a lot about how TES drafted a comp where they kind of have to settle their nerves early and play slow. AL are in a much similar spot by this point, and they are not doing that. Tarzan is just wickedly out of position, playing for a Scuttle Crab, and now he's just dead. And maybe set up Flandre to go next here. Cataclysm flash forward. Kanavi's going to chase through. The main on the back end of this fight, but Jackalev can't get in with the threat of Kael's Karma, but Kanavi doesn't care. He's just claiming flashes like trophies right now.
Yeah, everybody having to flash away, and that's going to open this Drake straight back up once again. Kanavi able to start this one up. At least he managed to get the push through from AO onto the mid lane. That's going to stop this from being quite so bad. You're not going to lose out onto quite as much gold as you would have otherwise. But Drake stacking was one of the good things that was happening for AL. Tarzan had good control over the objectives so far. That wasn't particularly close. I was slightly worried when it went through that Kanavi was going to smite early, but he was holding on to it. Clearly knew not to pull the trigger a little bit too early with True Shot Barrage up and available. It's going to be Hextech Soul. That's interesting as well. Quicker resets with those Hextech portals. But also, just that's a great soul to be able to grab. Both of these teams would really like to be able to complete that one.
Yeah, with especially the poke of a Karma, you know, a single Ezreal Mystic Shot, a Shanks Q, even like a Sapling, can all that can churn the Hextech Soul buff. So AL, yeah, I definitely feel like is a better spot to do it, but it's a weird game from AL. They're just so hot and cold right now, and even weirder to say, at least for me, is that Tarzan has been very slow in this game 3.
Yeah, exactly. He picks up the Maokai, which we've been talking about as something we quite liked from him. He needed a bit of extra tankiness, hasn't really been enjoying the Sejuani, so the Maokai makes a lot of sense, but he hasn't really been able to use it to great effect early on, and that's in stark contrast to what Kanavi's been able to do with this Jarvan. Has constantly been ganking, has been able to find a ton of really nice moments early on, but of course, he's got the Jarvan in a composition alongside a Lucian, alongside an Aurora and an Aatrox. That Cataclysm is going to be massive. If he put a couple people in the baby cage, they're going to die very quickly during these skirmishes and these team fights, and it's great to see him have a good early game, and then let's watch him and see if he's able to transition it into the later stages too.
Flandre caught teleporting all the way up top to match Cream, and Kanavi has made it clear that this side of the map is TES territory.
Yeah.
But diving a Rise is one thing, diving a Yorick is a whole other task, but Kanavi seems like he's up for the challenge. That's a cancel back with the flag. Gonna look to see if he can catch Flandre trying to get away from his tier 1 turret. The exhaust is really clutch here from Hong. There's the baby cage down. Flandre using some healing, but the knockup comes back through, and Cream is so ahead that he just elites Flandre. TES are monsters on the map, the way they're just finding dive after dive in this game 3.
Yeah. Flandre trying to use the Morning Mist to grab a couple of people and walk away, but like you said, there's no way he could just step out of that situation, gets exhausted, and never gonna get out. So unfortunate to see that Flandre's not finding some of this early success, and this is the worry with the Yorick, right? If you fall behind during the early stages of the game, you never actually see tower plates, you don't get ahead, well that puts your champion in such a big deficit, and you don't bring anywhere near as much to the team fights as, say, a 369 Aatrox is going to be able to. Off that top gank, it's also going to turn into the Herald as well, and with the top lane tower already taken down, you can push this one straight through mid if you want it when the Drake's spawning, make that nice standard play happen once again, and just open up the map even more.
The top lane turret going down. That's the biggest pain point for me, because you talk about all these things with Yorick's strengths and shortcomings. The worst part about playing Yorick is having no long lanes on your side. There's nowhere for you to push out. You become a non-threat in the game state. So the one turret already going down for TES is going to be bad enough, and the health of especially that bot tier 1 isn't in much better shape here.
No, things have been poked down quite heavily from TES, and this is kind of opposite to what we were expecting, right? When we were having a look at some of these lanes, there was potential for AL to try to push their advantages a little bit, specifically bottom lane, which hasn't really ended up happening. Cream getting those early kills completely killed any chances of ganks and plays happening in the mid lane. And the Yorick always wants to just sort of sit quietly, farm himself up, get some turret plates, and yes, as we said, this has not ended up happening. 1 minute now until the first Hextech Drake of the game are going to join us on the Rift, and so far it's a lot of bot lane vision set up for TES. They've got some deep wards, and they're only really worried about 1 or 2 wards in their jungle, none of them particularly well positioned.
Herald down in the mid lane. We take a crack at another turret. No grubs, so there's not as much of a threat to burn it through, but the wave, yeah, they do just end up taking this mid tier 1, and Cream is looking for more here, catching Tarzan out, just trying to take his wolves. The Realm Warp's going to save him. But Tarzan, again, is just so far behind the curve of this game, and it's completely stalled out AL.
It really has. It feels like there's almost nothing that AL can do to get themselves into this game, at least at this point in the game. You know, this composition, it comes online really strong later on, but it needs some very specific things happening. And one of those is that Flandre hasn't been able to get online, but another is the fact that every time Tarzan tries to step up, he just takes such a chunk of damage. This is part of the problem.
Shanks just TP'd out, seeing Kanavi clearing a ward. That is how much aura Kanavi J4 has right now.
He's right as well. That's the worst thing, I think, is that Shanks is correct to do that, because he would have died. He would have given over another kill. Instead, it's just going to be tower, it's going to be this Hextech Drake being picked up, and as AL, you have got to find a way back into this game right now, but what can you play around? Hope isn't in a decent spot. He's okay at the moment, but still, both him and Shanks are just slowly trying to stack their tiers up, right? They haven't really been able to fully get themselves towards those second items, not in the same way that even Jackie Love, who I'd say has had a pretty quiet game, he's 2 items completed already.
This game in particular is what has so many TS fans excited, even if, yeah, sure, let's take away all the conversations about regular season merchants.
Yeah.
You know, let's take away what stage of the season we're in, the regular season, Group Ascend, Rumble stage, all that. Just look at the game on its own and how TS are playing it. This approach to a game is what had TS split with champions. This approach to the game and Cream doing this well is what premier TES top esports looks like.
Absolutely.
It's nice to see it showing up in this series, up against the defending champions, and the hope is that this shows up when we go from regular to postseason, Boxer.
It's such a suffocating playstyle, and part of that is why Kanavi ended up with our split MVP. He's just all over the map. He is making it just miserable for anybody from AL to step up. Every time Tarzan goes to take his own jungle camps, he's constantly getting chased around and out. He should be able to take this one away, but yeah, being forced to smite your own camps in your own jungle at this point in the game, always going to be quite a rough feeling. And this pressure is giving all of the vision advantage over TES that they need. Now they're going to
Tarzan
potentially
is
jump
just
Tarzan.
homeless. He can't even go anywhere in his own jungle without getting ulted on immediately. Cataclysm's down, but Tarzan, now he has camps to cover in the bots, top side of his map as well. He's just so weak and squishy that he's not even going to get those camps. 369 are taking it away. What a game plan from Top Esports. They are just stunning. One of the best players the world has to offer in the jungle role right now.
Absolutely they are. There's just no hope here for Tarzan. He's just going to have to put the ultis through, hope he can absorb a bit of pressure, and pray that Shanks and Hope are in a strong enough spot to be able to carry on through. And all of this pressure that we're seeing bot side is also making me pretty nervous for the fact that Atakan is up and available down there. If you can grab this one as TES, that's going to accelerate their advantage massively. I mean, they're already really far ahead in terms of just the petals and everything, because they've been all over the jungle of AO. I mean, AO haven't even got 3 kills for themselves yet, 20 minutes into this game.
It's a good shout on the petals block, sir. That is outrageous that they're at 30.
Huge gap.
Most, I feel like a general petal camp app post Otacon is kind of around like 30, 40, upper echelons, maybe 45.
They ain't even taking
Not
it
this. Yet. Yeah, exactly. And it should be the next
crazy.
thing on their marker because they're just so much stronger. It's a nearly 5K gold lead. And AL didn't slow down this far ahead. Don't expect TES to do it either.
No, this has been a very interesting series where the first game is super back and forth between the two teams. Really felt like it was on a knife's edge until about 10 seconds before the Nexus ends up exploding. AL, they get themselves full control of game number 2, and TES, they are currently in full control of game number 3. 5-0-3 right now for Cream. The thing is, he's got himself a 600 gold shutdown sat on top of his head. If you can get a couple of picks here as AL, there is a ton of standing gold available to them to pull themselves back into this game and even ahead. But being able to find those picks, being able to step up far enough is going to be pretty risky. Atakan already below half HP.
Here we go. First real pressure point here for AL. Trying to stop this Otacon take. Nature's Grass goes down. Can Tarzan get a hero steal in? No, he can't even get in. But over the studs, he actually smites Otacon away from Kanavi. How much can TES get with kills to make sure Otacon isn't a huge lifeline? It's only one.
Wow. That's so rough right there for TES. They do everything correctly. It felt like Cream was able to do a ton of damage too, but they just don't stop Tarzan from getting into the pit, and the fact he's able to steal that way is huge. 369 also caught out. Is he just dead?
He's in timeout and the play plays. Oh no, they don't have enough damage. Flandra gets thrown the Cataclysm. Kanavi is under turret, but there's hope with the Mystic Shot to pick up the first kill. Kanavi's really low. Hog has to protect his own jungler, but he gives a double over to Hope. TES are starting to really flounder, and AS are going for the blow here to just knock them back into an even game. Stay with the flag and drag through for Kanavi. Jackie Love's finally here. Jackie Love trying to rescue this bird play as he flashes through 2 members of AL to shut down one, find himself a second. Jackie Love, vintage moment to rescue a bad play from TES. But it's Kareem that's going to be the final casualty here as Tarzan flies forward with the phase rush to try and knock him down. Twist and advance forward. One Bramble smash. Flandra's play plays. There is the ace for AL. We've got a whole new game on our hands.
That's going to pick them up 6 quick kills, which is really, really cool to see. TES, I mean, it's a long set of plays, but it loses them out onto both the Atakan and now potentially onto a Dragon right here. Kanavi's still going to be dead for 4 more seconds. No hope of a Smite steal either. Teleport coming into the pit just to make sure this one is going to be secured. And AL, they show life in this game that seemed like it was over for them.
And let's go back through it, Block, sir, because it starts with a heroic Tarzan smite, but 320.
Wow. Yeah, it's just mistimed. It's just straight up mistimed. And I mean,
but
if it's a correctly timed smite.
But what is this? What is TES doing here?
What is he doing? Yeah, at this point, you've lost it, right? You've got 40 or so seconds now until the Drake is going to be spawning, so you can pull back, leave vision, walk away. Instead, Kanavi ults himself underneath the tower, decides to sit in it. Hung is just having to step up here to try to stop Hope from having the chase through. And at this point, what ends up happening was always going to happen. You've over-chased. It's only through Jackie Love finally reappearing at this fight that it goes slightly better for them. It's good from Jackie Love to be able to pull himself a couple of kills back, but you've made the mistake at this point. You've already allowed AL back into this game.
Ooh. Life injected straight into the veins of this game 3. And now the question becomes, do AL have enough space to kind of settle into their compositional style? They still don't have a lot of great lane states, but the main benefactor is the fact that they could stall this game out a lot more. Baron is the real big thorn in this game plan. Sure, Drakes are even. Sure, you're pretty matched in levels now with Octagon. The pedals are much more closer. You got some items coming through. You know, this is Roa and Seraph stun on Shanks. Yeah. But Baron's calling, and hopefully TS recognize that if they still want to capitalize on their stronger stance right now, they have to force AL into a fight around that pit.
Absolutely they do. Forcing AL to come to you is going to make these fights a lot easier. Chasing into this composition with all of the poke that it has can be a little bit rough unless Kanavi is able to land a big ulti, which he has been able to do so far. But the Baron, I think, presents a perfect opportunity to bait AL in, make it so they're stepping into a lot of darkness. You can see right now Hope Kyle just trying desperately to get enough vision to step forwards even a little bit into their own jungle.
No matter how that last fight went, Cream is still 2.5 items deep on this Aurora, level 15. And AL, they have to be really careful, especially Tarzan, who is still particularly squishy. This is a full AP Maokai. He gets engaged on with the flag and drag. Glacial Fissure comes across, and they pick off Tarzan first. Shanks will Realm Warp back out, but now they have no real engage tool and no peel to protect them for 369 with the World Ender, looking to be a series ender alongside Cream, who picks himself up the double kill. Hope, though, with a nice Mystic shot, gets one back.
Yeah.
But the rest of this bottom lane can't get close enough for any more of these kills. It's way too dark in their own jungle.
Still, that's enough from Hope, right? You don't lose that fight badly enough that you're going to instantly lose the Baron right now. Instead, it looks like TES happy enough to just step back, spend a little bit of their gold, and try again. Hope is getting online. 3 items completed at this point on the guy, and he is hitting like a truck.
We gotta look back here again. These plays would be a lot more safe for Tarzan if he wasn't a 2 AP item Maokai.
Yeah, he's 2 AP items, so he just immediately dies. But watch Hope. Hope is chilling this entire game. And this is also the damage that he's able to do through the Braum Shield. Especially, his True Shot Barrage went straight into the Braum Shield. It really didn't land any damage. And that's still what he's able to do right here. Constantly poking on through. If anybody's going to be able to pull AL through in this game, it's got to be Hope on this Ezreal. But it still is going to be an incredibly tall order.
And quietly, look up at Flandre as well. When did this guy get 2.5k ahead of 369 Aatrox? I did not get the update on that one anytime.
It doesn't feel like Flandre's particularly far ahead either, but yeah, you are right. He's been slowly ticking up in gold. Hasn't really been able to push onto any of these towers particularly. All of the tier 2 towers still available. A tier 1 tower still available right now for TES as well, but the later and later we get into the game, the more pressure that the Yorick just puts on you, because, hey, if he's ever in a side lane and you forget about him, he could just end the game all of a sudden. This current build for the Yorick doesn't actually maul through towers as quickly as you would otherwise expect, but still, they will melt in the face of this guy.
And the present problem now is I just don't think 369 is a threat on the side lane to ever kill him.
Yeah.
But at least can clear waves out at a decent clip. You're right, though, at the Jock Show, I think Flandre has recognized that playing from behind like they did, they have to fight their way back in, so he wants to be as built for the team fight as possible. You can see that now as he is breathing off bot wave, he's pathing towards the mid lane, and tough decisions are a calling for both of our teams because third Hextech Drake live on the bot side. Baron still waiting for a massive brawl in the top river.
Absolutely it is. It's going to be incredibly tense until somebody pulls the trigger. Kanavi has been very happy to just go flying on in. He needs to find the correct angle. He needs to get enough people locked down into the cage that Jackie Love can just open fire and not have it all blocked by somebody a little bit tankier. There's a lot of darkness as well on the map. We've been saying this the entire game so far, but it's still true for AL. They have no vision down towards the bottom side of the map. They can't afford to send members to really go and check it. So that is just going to be that sole point completed right here for TES. 5 minutes now until they can get themselves a Hextech Soul, and that would be huge for their overall damage and chances of winning the game.
AL still locked in to a bit of a stall out where they're going to try and position Flandre safely in the side waves and, most importantly, get some more Shanks under, more AP under Shanks' belt. The Roa, the Seraphs, that's both nice as protections. The Void Staff for the extra armor pen, but we need a death cap on this Rise ASAP.
Yeah, we needed a death cap on this Rise yesterday. I can understand why he's gone for the build that he has right here, but still, it means that this is going to be a little bit of a delay on being able to deal the big damage that we really want to be seeing. 10 stack Medjai's in back pocket for Cream, so he's going to do a ton of damage if he actually can get on top of Hope or Shanks. Still, incredibly tense right now. Winner of this game picks up this series, puts themselves in a very good spot to be one of the top contending teams in the LPL this split. Puts them in conversations for being able to win the entire thing, potentially. Baron, going to be started up by TES. AL, they don't know this is happening, but they do know this is happening.
Yeah, and Flounder's going to TP, but it's too
so
late.
fast.
Tarzan, do you have another steal in you? No, he doesn't. Kanavi takes away the Baron, and now Tarzan is as good as dead. Between Worlds is going to get Cream back on the back line. Kyle has to flash back into the red buff pit, but Kanavi is flashing after Hope. That Ezreal, who was so big and bad in the last fight, is getting chased down, sectioned off, and cut down by Cream. And now TES have the wrap on the rest of the members of AL. It's all crumbling one by one, kill by kill, just like game one. One Baron is all TES need to make a statement to the league. The BLG series was a wash. TES are still a top dog in Group Ascent.
Yeah, they keep themselves above everybody else right here, 6-1. They've had an incredible first round robin in this series, and the way that they've played has just been gorgeous. Like you said, all they need, one Baron, pick it up, run it straight on through. 31-minute game, pretty quick to end as well. AL, are they back? No, not yet.
And they've got a lot more questions coming their way. As Split 1 champions showed that their trophy hasn't rusted just yet. What a series here. Just from both of our teams. Such starkly different games. AL had their route in game 2, but TES in game 3's in the Rumble stage. The odds are never in their opponent's favor.
No, absolutely not. Like you said, I think Weird Game really does sum it up. I mean, coming into that last team fight, I think that 369 had been a part of, like, 3 kills, maybe 4, if we're going to be generous with it. Like, genuinely, the KDA was like 0-2 and 2-3 something. He wasn't there. Odd, really odd for an Aatrox that he wasn't a big part of this game, but he really didn't need to be, because Tarzan was popping off, because Shanks and Hope and Kyle were popping off, and he was able to just absorb the pressure in a lot of situations, you know, and just such an odd one to see through. Big congratulations to Top from being able to win this series, and they really needed it, I feel like. After that BLG series where they got absolutely curb-stomped, right? They had no hope of being able to win that one, it felt like. To be able to bounce back instantaneously, snap the way that, you know, AL were building momentum in half, this is really important for them.
And a big congratulations, I think, to TS is valid as a whole, but Cream, that is what we wanted to see from you, my guy. He gets his Azir in game 1, looks markedly better than the game 1 up against BLG, and this Aurora was just fantastic. Got an early lead, did not look back. We talked about it in the middle of the game. TES, when they look most threatening, yes, it's obvious to say all 5 members are on the same page, but I really think when their mid-jungle is able to gap their opponents like you saw there, this team can contend, at least in the regular season, right, guys?
Absolutely they can. And you know what? We keep saying only in the regular season, and we will keep saying it, because it is important to keep in mind that TES have shown us good things during regular seasons before, and, you know, last split got knocked out by WE. Yeah, stuff does sometimes happen, but they can only show us regular season right now. There's nothing else for them to prove to us. They can't make it be playoffs right at this very second. Keeping themselves at the top is going to be huge. And also, just because of the way that these games are working out, because of the little bit of a break that we saw out of AL and BLG, they're just so far behind in terms of game score that Top Esports, they're going to be sat at the top of these tables for a while until they start losing a bunch of games. BLG, they can't catch them up for a little while at least, until they start putting these game series ahead of them. And I think it makes the top of our table very, very interesting at the moment. I'd still call BLG the best team. I feel like you probably have to at the moment. But then top, IG, Weibo, AL, these teams all feel like they've got themselves a little bit of a crush going on. And for TOP to be able to then separate themselves out and make sure they're still solidly the second best looking team, that's important for the momentum.
Here, Blockster, I want to help you out with some of the eloquent words you put down with the visual aids. So let's take a look at those updated
That's it.
standings like you were talking about. Thank you to Kelsey getting those done ASAP. And the point you made, a couple of points you made there, I'll just re-highlight really quickly. 6-1, 4-0. Do not care right now how fast of a pace BLG are playing at, running through opponents. You can win tomorrow and smash JDG all you want. You will not move up to number 1. But the other intriguing part there is, yeah, the teams that AL are stuck with now at 2 and 3. It is makes you blink a couple of times pretty quick.
Exactly, it really does. Some of the people around me are like, ooh, uh-oh. I'm not so sure that you really want to be surrounded by these people. Looking at some of these individual bits of damage right here, this was a great game from Cream. I've been pretty critical of Cream. I think he's been the weakest link of this TES squad so far, which is odd to say because I still think he's been doing a lot of good work for them, but he's made a couple of mistakes that were baffling. Whereas in this game specifically, on the Aurora, he was popping off. He was just making it so there was no way any of the members of AL could actually step up and try to fight in the way that they really needed to. It's great to see, and this is what you need on the Aurora, because the Aurora has the potential to be a very weak champion if you don't get a couple kills early. We've seen plenty of Auroras not get an early lead, and was it useful? No, not particularly.
But boy, was he on point this game. Well said, Bloxer. You know who wasn't on point this game outside of this Smite? Tarzan. I hate to say it. It really hurts. I think this is one of the worst single games I've seen from Tarzan in the LPL this year.
Agreed. It was really rough. He steals away the Atakan, and that extends this game for a little bit. It's one of the only reasons that they were able to even slightly get back into this game where anyone's legend. But other than that, there was nothing happening for him, and it is rough to watch because Tarzan has been such a good jungler for them. He's been one of the best junglers in the entire world, consistently at the top of his game. And in this game on the Maokai, just wasn't able to get going. I was surprised when we saw the double AP start. Like,
yeah, bewildered me.
Yeah, you needed a little bit of extra AP for your composition, right? You'd think Shanks isn't actually going to be able to pump the damage fully, but you don't have a tank at all. There are no tanks on your team. You've at least got the Rise to deal yourself some magic damage. Why the AP build? Or if you're going to go Leandries, why not Leandries, then something tanky? It meant that there was no way for AL to play the rest of the fights.
Like, you are, betting, like, really heavily that you're gonna just split push and never, like, perma fighting is just not a reality. But by the time you complete the second AP item blocks, AL, like, the split pushing idea was a fallacy. They were just too far behind to ever get Flandre in right position for it. Yeah, the build is justifiable to call out. Just head scratching. And when Tarzan is off, like, as great as AL, like Shanks has been, Hope has been, Kyle, Flandre at points. If Tarzan's off, AL, all the wheels fall off this team.
Yeah, and it's a game where it's not just him playing badly. Flandre's also not able to get ahead on the Yorick, and like you said, that just completely destroys any split pushing. I don't think he ever actually looked at a tier 2 tower that entire game. No. Which is terrible for a Yorick, and this is why I'm not actually such a big fan of the Yorick overall in the LPL. We've seen it work plenty for these teams. I'm not saying these teams should never pick it up, but you have to really play around it. You have to index into the fact that, right, we want to get this Yorick ahead, otherwise he can't work out for us as the rest of the team. Even if you want him to come and join you for some of these big team fights, you need him to be ahead to be able to do
Kanavi.
So.
Bam.
Kanavi.
All right,
I mean, yeah, that felt like it was very much going to be a Kanavi game. He gets the Smite steal against him once, and other than that was just all over this game. His fingerprints are woven across the entire thing. From the very start, he was able to find just a couple of interesting moments to get flashes out of people, to get cleanses away from people, and then just
he was everywhere. Yeah, he was everywhere. That was peak Kanavi. One of the best aggressive junglers when he's on point, even on the Jarvan. So that was awesome to see. Glad Kanavi gets it. Our Split 2 MVP picking up on the form he had last regular season with a breeze. It has not been a breeze to get through this day of the LPL, though. Our first series went as long as possible, 3 games. We go a full 6, but a very fun conversation to have now with Group Ascend and those championship contending teams. But you want to know who the champions are of the LPL English broadcast? that is our elite coffee supporters. So I have a very special thank you to throw out to Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, owners of Asil Murrell as well. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And boy, did we hopefully deliver a long one for you guys today. But make sure to tune in back tomorrow because we have a lot of banger matchups. If I'm not mistaken, Blocks, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's BLG looking to go 5-0 up against JDG, a struggling squad, and now AL coming off a disappointing loss. They'll go right back to taking on IG, a team very close to them in the standings. So that one is going to be absolutely awesome. But Blockster, as always, an absolute pleasure to chop it up with you on the airwaves. Shout out to the coffee-powered up Kelsey Moser, our producer behind the scenes. And that will do it for our day, folks. I am going to go hit the hay, trying not to see the sunlight outside my window. Make sure to tune into the LPL English again as August rolls on and the road to Worlds gets paved brick by brick. Until then, though, take care, and we'll see you later.